In today's society, where practicality and money seem to reign supreme, countless ordinary people struggle under the crushing weight of daily expenses, working tirelessly just to make ends meet. At 35, Su Fan was already trapped in a financial quagmire. Mortgage payments, car loans, and even a loan taken out for his wedding betrothal gifts piled onto his shoulders. Then, as if things weren't bad enough, he was laid off by his company. The blow of unemployment in middle age pushed him to the absolute bottom. But just when his life hit rock bottom, fate took an unexpected turn. He awakened the many children, many blessings system. As long as he completed the tasks assigned by the system, he would receive enormous rewards. From that moment on, his destiny was rewritten. With the help of the system, the unemployed Su Fan rose from despair to the pinnacle of success. The luxury cars others could only dream of owning, Ferraris, Maybachs, and Bugatti Veyrons, sat neglected in his garage, gathering dust. While others spent their evenings staring at screens for entertainment, countless stunning goddesses came and went from his residence. The women who had once seemed unattainable and far beyond his reach became deeply intertwined with his life. Years later, Su Fan found himself surrounded by children and grandchildren. No matter where he went, he was greeted warmly by countless descendants, enjoying a life of boundless glory and fulfillment. Night fell, and the vibrant nightlife of Ning City officially began. Su Fan sat alone inside his smoke-filled car. His eyes were bloodshot, and the water bottle beside him was stuffed with more than a dozen cigarette butts floating in murky yellow water. One repayment reminder after another flashed across his phone screen, each message weighing on him like a mountain. As if life hadn't already dealt him enough blows, he had just received notice that he was being laid off. At 35, he had become one of the names on the company's so-called optimization list. After enduring a failed marriage and an unfair divorce settlement, his assets had been split in half, while every debt was left entirely to him. Even the loan he had taken for the wedding betrothal gifts remained his sole responsibility. The injustice filled him with resentment, yet there was no one he could confide in. With nowhere else to vent his frustrations, he hid inside his car, chain-smoking in silence. Anger, helplessness, and despair churned within him. Unable to contain himself, he slammed his fist against the steering wheel. Being an ordinary person, he thought bitterly, was far harder than anyone imagined. Fortunately, his company still had a conscience. Shortly after his dismissal, $20,000 worth of severance compensation, 200,000 yuan, was deposited into his account. After collecting himself and preparing to head home, Su Fan stepped out of his car and spotted his neighbor, Xiao Muin, who had moved into the building 6 months earlier. Xiao Muin owned a nearby chain nail salon. Because Su Fan was an excellent cook, she often paid him for meals and frequently came over to eat. Over time, the two had become quite close. Su Fan greeted her first. The hungry Xiao Muin brightened immediately upon seeing him and hurried over. Her purple body-hugging dress accentuated her curvy, mature figure perfectly, while her graceful and alluring demeanor made her impossible to ignore. Smiling, she asked if she could come over for dinner again that night. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, Su Fan felt much of the gloom in his heart dissipate. He readily agreed. Xiao Muin had a straightforward personality. After dealing with difficult customers all day, she was mentally and physically exhausted. Leaning against Su Fan's shoulder, she complained endlessly about the frustration she'd endured at work. Ironically, her exceptional beauty often made her a target of jealousy from other women. The constant hostility had nearly pushed her to an emotional breakdown. Su Fan gently comforted her, joking that people were simply jealous of how attractive she was. Then he urged her to hurry home with him so he could start cooking. The moment food was mentioned, Xiao Muin perked up instantly. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked forward to tasting Su Fan's signature dishes. At that very moment, a crisp notification sound rang out. A translucent light blue panel suddenly appeared before Su Fan's eyes. The many children, many blessings system had officially awakened and bound itself to him. According to the system, completing tasks together with high-quality women would earn him massive rewards. The sudden turn of events left Su Fan stunned. When his gaze landed on Xiao Muin, detailed information about her immediately appeared on the panel. Her age, physical attributes, and various statistics were displayed clearly. The system even labeled her as an exceptionally rare and high-value candidate. Moments later, a beginner mission was issued. The task required Su Fan to complete a designated objective with Xiao Muin in unconventional locations, such as a kitchen or bathroom. Completion would reward him with 500,000 yuan in cash, along with a special enhancement known as the Golden Kidney Upgrade. Compared to the 200,000 yuan he had received after years of hard work and eventual dismissal, the reward for a single beginner mission was astonishing. Su Fan was instantly tempted. Suppressing the excitement surging inside him, he entered the elevator with Xiao Muin. Inside the enclosed space, the subtle fragrance of her perfume filled the air. Her delicate features and flawless skin made it impossible to guess her true age. Her mature charm stirred something within him. Noticing that Su Fan kept looking at her, Xiao Muin's cheeks gradually flushed red. She became shy and fidgety, completely unlike the confident and capable businesswoman she usually was. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Muin began listing all the dishes she wanted to eat, talking nonstop from the elevator all the way to Su Fan's apartment. Su Fan deliberately teased her for being too greedy with her requests. In response, she acted like a spoiled young girl, refusing to back down. If her employees or customers had seen this side of her, they would have been utterly shocked. Smiling, Su Fan shook his head and stopped teasing her. He walked over to the refrigerator and began selecting ingredients. Meanwhile, he had already made up his mind. Tonight, he intended to seize the opportunity and complete the very first task assigned by the system. Chapter 2. As long as you can drink it cold. There was no shortage of ingredients in the refrigerator: pork, duck gizzards, chili peppers, and more. Su Fan always found grocery shopping troublesome, so he usually bought everything in bulk. Now, that habit was finally paying off. If he wanted to complete the system's task, getting slightly tipsy would probably help. With that thought, he quickly decided on tonight's menu. Taking out the necessary ingredients, he said to Xiao Muin, "Tonight we'll have spicy duck gizzards, stir-fried pork intestines, caramelized peanuts, and crispy fried minnows. That should be enough." Even before obtaining the system, Su Fan had never been stingy when it came to food. After all, money spent on good meals was money spent on himself. As usual, Xiao Muin headed to the sink and started washing the ingredients. It was one of the secrets to maintaining her long-term, freeloading privileges. Once the ingredients were cleaned, Su Fan immediately showed off his knife skills. Before Xiao Muin could even finish washing one ingredient, he had already sliced and prepared the previous one. While waiting, he absent-mindedly stared at the wok in front of him. Before his thoughts could wander too far, Xiao Muin jabbed him in the side with her elbow. "Stop slouching." She pointed at the ingredients. "There. Everything's washed." Rubbing his waist, Su Fan gritted his teeth. All right. A reminder is one thing, but did you really have to hit me that hard?" Xiao Muin stuck out her tongue with a look that practically said, "What are you going to do about it?" For the sake of the system mission, Su Fan decided to let it slide for now. Still, a thought quietly formed in his mind. So you like poking people that hard, huh? We'll see about that later. For Su Fan, the most troublesome parts of cooking were preparing ingredients and washing dishes afterward. The actual cooking was easy. Besides, there were only 2 people eating tonight. Under Xiao Muin's admiring gaze, one dish after another was brought to the table. The colors were vibrant, the aroma irresistible, and the flavors exceptional. Every dish was a perfect combination of appearance, fragrance, and taste. To ensure the conditions for completing the mission were properly set up, Su Fan had gone all out. By the time he returned with the last dish, Xiao Muin had already prepared the bowls, chopsticks, and rice. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him expectantly, waiting for him to take the first bite. As he picked up his chopsticks, Su Fan smiled. "I told you not to wait for me. Go ahead and eat." Only after seeing him start did Xiao Muin begin eating as well. She stuffed a mouthful of stir-fried intestines and rice into her mouth, squinting happily with pure satisfaction written across her face. From 8 in the morning until now, she'd eaten nothing but a meat bun for breakfast. After that, she'd spent the entire day battling difficult customers, leaving no time to eat. Being able to enjoy a hot meal now already felt wonderful. The fact that Su Fan was such a talented cook made it even better. Watching her devour the food without caring about appearances, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh. During summer, after spending so much time cooking over a hot stove, he usually lost much of his appetite. After a few bites, he was already half full. Noticing him slowing down, Xiao Muin brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Food this good, and you're not hungry? She paused before suggesting. How about we have some beer? It had cut through the richness, and these dishes make great drinking snacks. Sounds good. I'll get some. The suggestion was exactly what Su Fan wanted. He stood up and headed to the refrigerator. Moments later, he returned carrying 16 bottles of beer and lined them up neatly on the floor. Surely that would be enough to get someone drunk. Well, he asked after sitting down. You can handle cold beer, right? Xiao Muin stared at the lineup in disbelief. I can drink cold beer, but isn't 16 bottles a bit excessive? She usually started blushing after only 2 bottles. You don't have to finish all of them. Just drink whatever you can. Su Fan waved casually. As long as she could drink cold beer, that was enough. His mind was already filled with thoughts of the reward. The mission, 500,000 yuan, the golden kidney enhancement. With those rewards in hand, he'd finally have startup capital. Completing future system missions would become much easier. Raising his glass, he clinked it against Xiao Muin's. Were all your customers that ridiculous today? Truthfully, he didn't care much about the customers. But if he wanted Xiao Muin to drink more, the easiest way was to get her talking about something she desperately wanted to vent about. As expected, the moment she heard the words today and customers, irritation appeared on her beautiful face. Every single one of them. Arguing with those people nearly drove me crazy. Not only did they scare away other customers, but some of them only paid after I checked the security footage. I'm telling you. No, let me say something first. Wait, let me finish. One glass became another. The more she drank, the more she talked. The more she talked, the more she drank. Su Fan barely needed to encourage her. Before long, she was happily drinking on her own. Her upper body rested on the dining table. Her cheeks were flushed red. Feeling hot all over, she tugged at her collar slightly for relief. Her watery eyes turned towards Su Fan, carrying an almost mesmerizing charm. Hick, why are you so nice to me? You let me come over for meals all the time. Sometimes you even let me order dishes. And you're always teaching me how to cook. From Su Fan's angle, Xiao Muin looked absolutely irresistible. For a moment, he didn't even know where to look. Everything seemed to sway before his eyes. Laughing awkwardly, he replied, Isn't that so you'll learn to cook sooner and become self-sufficient? It was just a joke. Unexpectedly, Xiao Muin swayed to her feet and pointed a slender finger at him. I don't want to learn how to cook. I want you to cook for me. And tell me honestly. She stared directly at him. Do you like me? You cook for me. You got me drunk. Did you really think I couldn't tell? If I didn't like you too, her voice softened, I wouldn't have drunk this much. After saying that, she sat back down. Oddly enough, her eyes seemed clearer than before. Su Fan blinked. So the saying is true, the best hunters often appear as prey. He hadn't expected that Xiao Muin had been going along with everything willingly. If that was the case, completing the mission suddenly felt much closer. Noticing the sudden intensity in Su Fan's gaze, Xiao Muin immediately felt nervous. She had indeed developed feelings for him during all those shared meals. But she hadn't mentally prepared herself for anything more tonight. I'm going to take a shower first. She stood up hastily. You should take one too. You smell like alcohol. With that, she hurried into the bathroom as though fleeing the scene. Standing before the mirror, she lightly slapped her own cheeks. Seriously, what nonsense was I saying? Was I saying? Sure, he's a good cook. Sure, he's handsome. Sure, he's gentle. Her voice grew quieter and quieter. Because the more she thought about it, the more she realized she couldn't find a single flaw in him. Outside the bathroom, however, Su Fan's eyes were already shining. To him, Xiao Muin's confession felt like a battle horn signaling victory. The mission seemed separated from completion by only the thinnest of barriers. Once that final obstacle was crossed, the 500,000 yuan and golden kidney enhancement would be his. An unconventional location. A shower. The bathroom. Su Fan sprang to his feet. Wasn't this the perfect combination of timing, opportunity, and circumstance? Missing this chance would practically be a crime against fate itself. Chapter 3, Xiao Muin in the bathroom. Su Fan walked toward the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed from inside. He could almost picture Xiao Muin showering behind the door. The long-forgotten rush of excitement coursing through his veins left him momentarily dazed. 2 years ago, his parents had tremblingly handed him a bank book. Inside were their life savings, 300,000 yuan. Every penny had been earned through years of farming and labor. They had only one wish, that he would marry, have children, and continue the family line. So Su Fan threw himself into one blind date after another. Eventually, he managed to find someone who seemed barely suitable. A house, a car, money. The demands were overwhelming. Yet whenever he saw the hopeful yet anxious expressions on his parents' faces, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out loans. His plan had been simple. Get married. Have a child. Raise that child into adulthood. Whether or not he had lived for himself didn't matter. At least he would have fulfilled his responsibilities to those who raised him and those he was meant to support. What he never expected was that the woman he'd met through matchmaking appeared to have an entire professional team operating behind her. In just 1 year, everything happened with frightening efficiency. Marriage, divorce, property division. One calculated move after another left an ordinary man like Su Fan completely overwhelmed. Before he knew it, he had become the miserable person he was today. He let out a long sigh. How had life turned out like this? The gentle sound of water splashing inside the bathroom pulled him from his thoughts. His eyes suddenly brightened. That's right. I have the system now. So what if I'm already 35? The reward for the first mission alone is 500,000 yuan and the golden kidney enhancement. The potential of the many children, many blessings system is definitely far greater than that. I refuse to believe I can't change my fate. Filled with confidence, Su Fan took off his clothes and strode toward the bathroom. Then he twisted the doorknob. Locked. From the inside. The sound of running water stopped abruptly. A timid voice came from behind the door. What are you trying to do? You can't even wait until I'm done showering? Don't be so impatient. It's my first time. At least let me prepare myself mentally. Scratching his head, Su Fan replied. This is the only bathroom in the apartment. Why don't you open the door? We can save time by showering together. No. Xiao Muin immediately rejected the suggestion. What if you try something? I won't. Su Fan paused. At most. I'll just look. Even he didn't believe that excuse. A man and a woman. Alone together. A tiny bathroom. Who would believe nothing would happen? Turning around, he resigned himself to waiting a little longer. After all, she was nervous. Then, click. The sound of the bathroom lock disengaging echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw the door crack open. Xiao Muin peeked out. Her cautious eyes resembled those of a startled deer. It was completely different from the proud and confident salon owner she usually was. Her damp hair carried the fragrance of shampoo. Fresh and delicate, she looked like a lotus emerging from water. Even without makeup, she was breathtaking. Her voice was barely audible. You can come in. The moment she finished speaking, she quickly retreated. The door closed once again. This time, however, it wasn't locked. Seeing that, Su Fan immediately opened the door and stepped inside. At a moment like this, pretending to be a saint would be absurd. The bathroom was filled with mist. Xiao Muin's graceful figure was partially obscured by the steam. Su Fan brushed aside her damp hair and kissed her. Her body trembled. A shiver ran through her. Yet she soon responded clumsily to the kiss. Only when both were breathing heavily did they finally separate. Her face was flushed. Not here. She gently pushed him. I just finished showering. Let's go back to the bedroom. Su Fan laughed. The mission specifically required an unconventional location. The bathroom was exactly where he needed to be. Lightly pinching her cheek, he smiled. No need. The bathroom is exactly what I want. Xiao Muin's eyes widened. She glanced around the room before lowering her gaze awkwardly. Then, she hesitated. You need to put one on first. When Su Fan failed to respond immediately, her brows rose sharply. A trace of her commanding boss lady aura returned. Go order one. Otherwise, I'm absolutely not letting you touch me. Seeing her firm attitude, Su Fan could only nod. The mission hadn't specified any details anyway. Completing it came first. Everything else could wait. Picking up his phone, he immediately placed an order. He had never kept any at home and only realized the inconvenience when he actually needed one. 40 minutes later, the two finally emerged from the bathroom. A notification appeared before Su Fan's eyes. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Reward, 500,000 yuan. Reward, golden kidney enhancement. Ding. His phone chimed. Picking it up, he saw a bank notification. 500,000 yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 3326. Just as a concern crossed his mind, the system interface updated again. All funds issued by the system have undergone complete legal and logical processing. No risk is involved. Special rewards, such as golden kidney enhancement, may be viewed or activated through the system panel. Snapping back to reality, Su Fan stared at his account balance. In less than an hour, he had earned 500,000 yuan. Suddenly, an elbow nudged him in the side. This time, however, the force was much weaker. Turning his head, he looked at Xiao Muyin and gently tapped her wrist. What was that for? She tried to elbow him again. Unfortunately, exhaustion got the better of her. Instead, she stumbled forward and ended up collapsing against his chest. And you're asking me? Her face reddened. I told you to take it easy. You didn't listen at all. You only cared about yourself. I can barely walk now. Su Fan chuckled. But you're the one who elbowed me first. I'm just returning the favor. Annoyed, Xiao Muyin squirmed in his arms, trying to find another angle for a retaliatory elbow. Unfortunately, her strength had long since run out. She was no match for him. Patting her back gently as though comforting a child, Su Fan said, All right. Don't be mad. I'll listen to you next time. I still don't know where you learned those elbow attacks. Those things are dangerous. Get some rest. Under his gentle coaxing, Xiao Muyin quickly drifted into a deep sleep, curled up in his arms like a kitten. Feeling the warmth of the beautiful woman resting against him, Su Fan's heart stirred once more. Then his thoughts shifted to the other reward, the golden kidney enhancement. If it worked the way he imagined, combined with his current condition, wouldn't that make his capabilities absolutely extraordinary? Chapter 4. The Power of the Golden Kidney Enhancement. Filled with excitement, Su Fan immediately opened the system panel to see what exactly this so-called golden kidney enhancement was. Golden kidney enhancement. Using the power of the system, the host's kidneys are upgraded to continuously generate vitality and energy, allowing the host's abilities to shine like gold in the eyes of the opposite sex. Su Fan instantly caught the key point. The corners of his mouth curled upward. To put it simply, the golden kidney enhancement granted him virtually limitless stamina. There was no need to hesitate. Of course, he chose to activate it immediately. As soon as he confirmed the enhancement, a warm sensation spread from both sides of his waist. The warmth flowed through his bloodstream and gradually spread throughout his entire body. When the enhancement was complete, Su Fan felt refreshed. Every trace of fatigue disappeared. His overall condition improved dramatically, leaving him overflowing with energy. If he had possessed this level of vitality earlier, Xiao Muyin probably wouldn't have fallen asleep so easily. Tightening his embrace around her, he gently kissed her smooth forehead. It's fine. Let Muyin get some rest first. Too much charging isn't good either. Closing his eyes, Su Fan prepared to sleep. Although the golden kidney enhancement had transformed him, it didn't affect his ability to rest. In fact, he could clearly feel that whenever he wanted to be energetic, he could instantly become energetic. Whenever he wanted to sleep, he could fall asleep naturally. The enhancement granted him not only endless vitality, but also remarkable control over his own physical and mental state. What an incredible bonus reward. A new mission. He had expected to wait a while for another task to appear. After all, the rewards were exceptionally generous. To his surprise, a new mission arrived almost immediately. Challenge mission. Complete 24 charging sessions in unconventional locations within 1 day. Mission reward. 1 million yuan and 1 charm enhancement pill. Su Fan's eyes widened. He blinked repeatedly and rubbed them to make sure he hadn't misread anything. 24 times in 1 day. No battery could handle that. Are we really talking about unlimited stamina here? Tomorrow I'll find out what this charm enhancement pill actually does if it's paired with a mission like this. Since it appeared alongside a 1 million yuan reward, Su Fan was convinced the pill's effects would be far more significant than simply making someone look better. Judging from the rewards he'd already received, he even suspected the pill might be worth more than the cash itself. It looks like tomorrow will be a tough battle. Don't worry, Muyin. I won't treat you badly. Considering Xiao Muyin's condition, he decided to let her recover overnight. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the bedroom window. The moment a ray of sunlight touched the bed, Su Fan opened his eyes. Looking down, he discovered that somehow Xiao Muyin had rolled over during the night and ended up sprawled across him. Thanks to her naturally soft figure, however, it wasn't uncomfortable at all. Feeling completely refreshed, Su Fan got out of bed without any trace of morning grogginess and headed toward the kitchen. The movement woke Xiao Muin. Still half asleep, she snuggled closer and mumbled, "Aren't you tired? Why are you awake so early?" Su Fan laughed and kissed the sleeping beauty in his arms. "How could I feel tired when I wake up next to you?" Under the intimate atmosphere, the sweet words were surprisingly effective. Xiao Muin's face immediately turned red. The challenge mission, however, required significant effort. Before long, Su Fan realized something important. The golden kidney enhancement truly was extraordinary. Unfortunately, having limitless stamina himself wasn't enough. Xiao Muin didn't have a system supporting her. By lunchtime, despite making steady progress toward the challenge, she was already exhausted. What's wrong with you? Can we rest for a while? I'm really scared now. Why are you still so energetic? Everything I read online said it should be different." Xiao Muin was completely bewildered. Her only knowledge on the subject came from the internet. She had heard countless jokes about men losing stamina as they aged. Yet none of them seemed to apply to Su Fan. The bowl in front of her still looked as energetic as ever. Taking a deep breath, Su Fan gently stroked her hair. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was 12:40 p.m. There was still plenty of time. The only thought in his mind was, the golden kidney enhancement is absolutely terrifying. Even so, Xiao Muin was remarkably resilient herself. For an ordinary person, she had already endured far beyond what he expected. Carrying her back to the bedroom, Su Fan tucked her in. This time he didn't bother with sweet talk. Within seconds, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. After all, they had completed half the mission's progress in only about 5 hours. Even for someone exceptionally gifted, that was pushing the limits. After settling her into bed, Su Fan returned to the kitchen. He fried 2 eggs and made himself a bowl of noodles. He wasn't tired. He was simply hungry. The endless vitality produced by the golden kidney enhancement made him feel practically superhuman. As he ate, he thought about his future plans. Slow and steady. Once Muin has rested, we'll finish the remaining 12 sessions. I was planning to go back and see if there was any chance of reversing my termination. Forget that. I'm done with that job. My priorities need to change. Why work when completing system missions is far more rewarding? Besides, at work I'd still be eating instant noodles and cheap lunches while being treated like a machine. Xiao Muin slept for more than 4 hours. At 5:23 p.m., she finally woke up. Chapter 5, 24 times. The moment Xiao Muin opened her eyes, she saw Su Fan lying beside her. A warm sense of happiness filled her heart. In the past, she had always awakened alone in a large, empty bed. The silent room often left her feeling lonely and anxious. But now, with Su Fan beside her, that emptiness was gone. Her heart felt completely full. Looking at his handsome face from such close range, she couldn't resist giving him a kiss. "You're handsome even when you're asleep. As expected of my man." The next second, Su Fan suddenly opened his eyes. "Ah." Startled, Xiao Muin jumped and clutched her chest. "You scared me." Su Fan pulled her into his arms and grinned. "Sneaking attacks while I'm sleeping? Since you've rested so long, how about we continue today's unfinished exercise?" Remembering the morning, Xiao Muin shivered. "I'm not little. It's getting late. I need to go check on my shop. I haven't opened all day. My customers are probably blowing up my phone. If I stay closed much longer, I'll go broke." Hearing that, Su Fan hugged her even tighter. "What shop? How much do you earn in a day?" Xiao Muin narrowed her eyes, unconsciously revealing some of the commanding aura she displayed at work. "What?" She smiled. "If I don't work, are you going to support me?" Before, such a joke would have been harmless. Now, however, things were different. Pinching her cheek, Su Fan replied seriously, "I will." "How much?" If he completed today's challenge, he'd receive another $1,000,000 plus the charm enhancement pill. He had never felt more confident. Realizing he wasn't joking, a different light appeared in Xiao Muin's eyes. $1,000,000. Her voice was extremely soft. Su Fan didn't hear clearly. "How much?" She raised her head and looked directly into his eyes. "I said, if you really don't want me to leave, then my shop only earns $1,000,000 a day." Then she kissed him. The affection between them ignited instantly. Hours passed. When the clock finally reached 10:13 p.m., a familiar notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Challenge mission complete. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, charm enhancement pill ×1. Just like that, I'm a millionaire. Su Fan couldn't help sighing. He had struggled for years. Only after obtaining the system did he finally feel alive. Meanwhile, Xiao Muin sat nearby with an ice pack and a look of grievance. Seeing Su Fan completely unharmed and smiling happily irritated her for no reason. So she elbowed him again. Ouch! Su Fan rubbed his side. Even with the golden kidney enhancement, getting elbowed still hurt. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Muin finally felt a little better. Humph. Who's telling you to be so ridiculous? Look at me, then look at you. It's annoying. If things are always like this, you might handle it, but I definitely can't. Su Fan laughed and kissed her several times. Seeing the normally powerful salon owner acting spoiled was unexpectedly adorable. You're cute. Check your WeChat. I wasn't joking earlier. If you don't want to run the shop, I'll support you. In just 2 days, he had earned 1.5 million yuan through the system. Future missions would undoubtedly bring even greater rewards. Supporting a beautiful woman like Xiao Muin seemed like a fantastic investment. Picking up her phone, Xiao Muin's eyes widened. Su Fan had transferred 20,000 yuan to her. That's way too much. How are you going to live? Without hesitation, she returned the money. She knew how hard it was for an ordinary worker to save 20,000 yuan. Frowning, Su Fan squeezed her cheeks lightly and resent the transfer. Be good. Take it. Don't pity me. I'm not the same overworked employee I used to be. From now on, living well will be easy. Even if you gave me 100 chubby sons, I could afford to raise them. Xiao Muin immediately spat in mock protest. Shameless. Who wants to give you 100 sons? Humph. I'll accept the 20,000 as tribute, then. Su Fan narrowed his eyes. Noticing his expression, Xiao Muin immediately backed down. No tribute. No tribute. I'm just a weak little woman. That's better. After their exhausting day, Su Fan knew she had reached her limit. He didn't push things any further. Opening the system panel, he prepared to inspect the mysterious charm enhancement pill. Just then, ring, 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 asterisk asterisk. The phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed a familiar name. Boss Zhou. Su Fan's mood instantly darkened. They fired me, and now they're calling late at night? What a joke. He hung up. Moments later, the phone rang again. Same caller. This time he answered. A familiar voice came through the speaker. Cough, cough. Xiao Su. I heard you were accidentally let go. I'll investigate who's responsible. I called because I wanted to ask. Would you like to come back to work? The project you managed has encountered some issues. You know how things are nowadays. It's hard for a 35-year-old to find a job. Let's not be childish about this. Su Fan's fists clenched. Back when he worked there, they had forced him into unpaid overtime and handed his accomplishments to favored employees. Now they wanted him back to clean up the mess? Lowering his voice deliberately, he spoke so quietly that the boss could barely hear him. Hello? Xiao Su, what did you say? Su Fan had already walked into the kitchen and picked up 2 stainless steel bowls. Then he shouted into the phone. I said, go eat sh*t. And with both hands, he slammed the metal bowls together with all his strength. Chapter 6. Xiao Muin tucks her hair behind her ear. Ning City was already quiet at night. On top of that, Boss Zhou had pressed his ear tightly against the phone speaker to hear Su Fan more clearly. The sudden burst of noise left him dizzy, his ears ringing non-stop. It took him a full 3 minutes to recover. Realizing he'd been played, Boss Zhou trembled with anger, his teeth grinding audibly. He roared into the phone. Su Fan, do you really think everything will be fine just because you left the company? Let me tell you something. Even though I credited your project achievements to Xiao Su, the maintenance responsibility was still signed under your name. Now that the project has problems, you can't just walk away. Get back here and fix it immediately, or you'll be hearing from the courts soon enough. Su Fan clicked his tongue. Back then, he had signed the documents to protect his job. Who would have thought it would come back to haunt him now? Just as Boss Zhou said, the contract meant he couldn't completely avoid responsibility. Still, Su Fan had no intention of letting himself be pushed around. Now that he had the system, there was no reason to keep being the obedient employee he once was. He decided it was time for Boss Zhou, the man who spent all day sitting in an office barking orders, to experience what it felt like when fortunes reversed. Su Fan had led his old team for years. As long as the behavior was comparable, most of those young employees would gladly follow him. After all, compared to a boss who treated people like disposable labor and constantly found excuses to cut wages, Su Fan had always fought for better benefits for everyone. For everyone. Naturally, he enjoyed far more support within the company. You seem pretty desperate for me to come back tonight. The losses must be serious if you're this anxious. I'm not your employee anymore. If you're a big boss, maybe you should think about your attitude before speaking. Leaning against the headboard, Su Fan absent-mindedly twirled a strand of Xiao Muin's hair around his finger. On the other end of the line, Boss Zhou froze. The old Su Fan had always been terrified of losing his job. He'd accepted overtime and unreasonable demands without complaint. Now, after being fired, it felt like he'd become a completely different person. Not only was his attitude more aggressive, but he was impossible to intimidate. And he'd immediately identified the key issue: the losses. If the damages weren't significant, there was no way the company owner would personally call a dismissed employee. Boss Zhou's expression darkened. Su Fan, I admit I was a little impatient just now. If you come back and solve this problem, the company will pay you, and I'll personally give you another 30,000 yuan. I have plenty of connections in this industry. You're unemployed now, and will need to find another job eventually. There's no need for us to make things ugly. If I remember correctly, your apartment is still under construction. With all those loans, rent, and utility bills, life must be pretty difficult right now. In the past, those words would have hit Su Fan exactly where it hurt. Now, he just wanted to laugh. With the system in hand, those problems no longer seemed insurmountable. Fine. 30,000 it is. Send half up front as a deposit. I'll decide tomorrow when I feel like coming back. Boss Zhou was about to continue negotiating when he noticed his daughter standing on the second-floor balcony in bear-pattern pajamas. She looked thoroughly annoyed. Dad, can you go back to your room already? You've been talking on the phone all night. It's so loud. Thanks to the hard work of his employees, Boss Zhou lived in a detached villa. The downside was that sounds from the living room carried directly upstairs. Forcing a smile, he replied, All right. I'm going to bed now. Then he covered the phone and hissed through clenched teeth. The deposit will be in your account shortly. I hope you're a man of your word. Beep. The moment he received confirmation, Su Fan hung up. A lighter clicked. A small flame flickered in the darkness. Smoke slowly curled upward. Taking a deep drag before exhaling, he muttered, Boss Zhou, enjoy your comfortable life while you still can. It won't be long before you understand exactly how I felt back then. Xiao Muin snuggled closer and rubbed her head against him. I told you not to send me that 20,000. You still have loans, rent, and all kinds of expenses. I transferred 50,000 back to you. You're unemployed already. Stop pretending to be some macho man. Su Fan nearly choked on his cigarette. Cough. Wait, do you seriously think I'm broke? Prejudice really is a mountain. Picking up his phone, he noticed the 15,000 yuan deposit had already arrived. Without hesitation, he transferred 100,000 yuan to Xiao Muin. Then he stubbed out the cigarette and cupped her face with both hands. Stop arguing with me. I'm not short on money anymore. Give it some time. I'll move us into Ning City number 1. Her cheeks were squeezed into a cute, puffy expression. All she could do was nod repeatedly. Of course, she assumed he was joking. After all, even the smallest apartment in Ning City number 1 cost at least 18 million yuan. Still, staring at the genuine 100,000 yuan transfer, she couldn't help feeling shocked. She had never expected someone who had just lost his job to be so generous. Warmth filled her heart. Many men had pursued her before. Some had even transferred her much larger sums. Yet none of them had ever made her feel the way Su Fan did. Biting her lip, she recalled a scene she'd once seen online. Then, after quietly tucking her hair behind her ear, she did something she never would have imagined herself doing. 3 seconds later, hiss. Su Fan's eyes widened. He inhaled sharply in surprise. He had never expected such a gesture from her. The usually strong and commanding businesswoman had revealed a completely different side of herself. Though awkward and inexperienced, the sincerity behind it touched him deeply. It became a very long night. The next morning, well after sunrise, Su Fan woke up. Looking at the still sleeping Xiao Muin, he gently pinched her cheek and smiled. She must have been exhausted after finally letting herself relax completely the night before. Opening the system panel, he remembered that he'd been so busy he hadn't even checked his reward. Charm Enhancement Pill greatly increases the user's overall charisma and presence. An ordinary person who takes it can achieve celebrity-level charm, combined with genuine refinement and sophistication. Effects are even greater when used by the host. Su Fan narrowed his eyes. As expected, a reward paired with 1 million yuan was no ordinary item. The value of celebrity-level charm was self-evident. Many fans spent enormous amounts of money simply because of a celebrity's influence. Yet this single pill could grant that level of attractiveness, and the effect would be even stronger for him. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. A cool sensation exploded through his mind. It flowed from head to toe, as though his entire being had been cleansed and refined. Standing before a mirror, Su Fan examined himself. His appearance hadn't changed dramatically, yet somehow, he looked noticeably better. The confusion and exhaustion that had once clung to him were completely gone. He glanced back at Xiao Muin, who was still sleeping soundly. Smiling, he leaned down and kissed her. Unexpectedly, she responded sleepily. Opening her eyes just a crack, she looked at him in confusion. Why do I feel like you're even more attractive than last night? The internet always says men get exhausted after intense exercise. But you look more energized than ever. Not only do you seem refreshed, but your entire presence feels different. The corners of Su Fan's lips curled upward. That's all thanks to you. Be good and wait for me at home. When I come back tonight, I'll reward you properly. After spending a little more time together, Su Fan finally left. Meanwhile, Xiao Muin looked down at herself and huffed softly. Humph, what a heartless man. Completely oblivious to the trouble he'd caused, Su Fan drove to the company where he'd once worked himself to the bone. A crooked smile appeared on his face. This time, he wasn't coming back as a workhorse. Not anymore. Chapter 7. Chen Wanbing, the black-stockinged female subordinate. Su Fan sent a simple, "I'm here" message in the department group chat that excluded management and quietly waited for one of his former subordinates to come downstairs and meet him. His gaze drifted to the water bottle by his feet, stuffed with cigarette butts. For a moment, he felt dazed. Just one day ago, he had been a middle-aged man laid off from his job, sitting alone in his car, smoking away his worries. Now, with the system in hand, he had completely transformed. Lighting a cigarette, Su Fan leaned back in his seat and narrowed his eyes at the company sign. Swift Tech Company, Limited. He had played an irreplaceable role in the company's growth and success. Yet in the end, he had still become one of the people optimized out of the company. This time, when he returned, he no longer carried the humble, submissive mentality he once had. He intended to personally destroy this company and build one of his own. He would make that blood-sucking boss realize that employees were human beings, not livestock to be worked to death. Knock. 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 A young woman in office attire stood outside the car, holding a stack of files as she gently tapped on the window. Su Fan opened the door and stepped out. The woman, whose cold expression usually kept everyone at arm's length, immediately lit up with excitement. Brother Su, you're finally back. That connected guy doesn't understand anything. He's just like Boss Joe, always giving random orders and making a mess of things. We're all about to lose our minds. Look, I even have to carry documents downstairs with me because there's so much work. It's practically like carrying textbooks in high school. If it weren't for the paycheck, half the department would have quit already. Su Fan, however, wore a strange expression. The system's extraordinary abilities had appeared once again. Name Chen Wanbing. Age 27. Education junior college. Height/weight 156 centimeters /49 kilograms. Bust size C. Past partners 0. Historical charging count 0. Overall rating 66. Evaluation a cold beauty in black stockings. A high-quality reproductive candidate. Chen Wanbing was someone Su Fan had personally recruited years ago. He had never heard any gossip involving her. What surprised him was that she was apparently still completely inexperienced. Even more surprising, the moment he viewed her information, a brand new system mission appeared. Could it be that interacting with different women increases the chances of triggering missions? He wondered. The system immediately confirmed his suspicion. The more high-quality women, rating 60 or above, entered into the system database, the higher the mission activation frequency will become. Rewards will be distributed according to mission difficulty. Asterisk asterisk. Many children, many blessings mission asterisk. Complete one charging session with Chun Wanbing without any protective measures. Reward asterisk 300,000 yuan plus muscle enhancement pill times 1. Brother Su? What's wrong? Seeing his reaction, Chun Wanbing even glanced down at her outfit to check whether something looked strange. White blouse, black pencil skirt, black stockings, pointed high heels. Just an ordinary office outfit. If anyone was supposed to be stunned, it should have been her. From the moment Su Fan stepped out of the car, she had felt something different about him. His presence and charisma seemed completely transformed. In fact, she felt that even some television celebrities weren't much more attractive than he was. Su Fan coughed lightly and withdrew his gaze. Nothing. Just feeling a little nostalgic coming back here. Let's head upstairs. As they walked, he quietly calculated in his mind. Asterisk this mission's rewards aren't as generous as the previous challenge mission. Even the beginner mission paid better. Asterisk. Looks like the difficulty level isn't particularly high. Still, 30,000. No, 300,000 yuan isn't a small reward. And that muscle enhancement pill sounds useful. Asterisk the effects of the charisma pill are obvious enough. This girl keeps sneaking glances at me. That definitely didn't happen before. Asterisk. Chen Wanbing had no idea her little actions had already been noticed. Using the files in her arms as cover, she secretly peeked at Su Fan from time to time. Why does Brother Su suddenly seem so attractive? Good thing I'm carrying these documents, or I'd look like some kind of stalker. Soon, the two arrived at the technical department office. Having already received the message, everyone stood up excitedly from their desks. For the first time in days, genuine smiles appeared on their exhausted faces. Brother Su, Fan, you're back. Welcome back, boss. How did you disappear for one day and come back looking so much more handsome? See? I told you work drains your life force. Brother Su escaped the grind for a day, and now he looks like a celebrity. You guys are shameless flatterers. The greetings and jokes made Su Fan laugh. But the moment he saw the well-connected replacement standing nearby, the smile vanished. Their eyes met. The cheerful atmosphere instantly turned tense. Everyone silently sat back down and resumed typing. When immortals fought, ordinary mortals got caught in the crossfire. Su Fan, welcome back to the technical department. As the department head, I, Su Weiren, welcome you on behalf of everyone here. Although you've already been fired, optimized, we'll never forget your contributions. After all, the responsibility for the Shanghai Ice City project still has your signature on it. Sorry to trouble you with another trip back here. Su Weiren spread his arms with a fake smile. Inside, however, he had already remembered every employee who had stood up to welcome Su Fan. When he took over, nobody had greeted him like this. The more popular Su Fan became, the more resentful Su felt. To his shock, Su Fan grabbed a keyboard from a nearby desk and hurled it directly at him. Crash! Keys exploded across the floor. Su Weiren clutched his forehead and pointed at Su Fan, but he was so stunned that no words came out. Su Fan exhaled deeply and smiled. That feels much better. Drop the sarcasm. I've wanted to do that to a useless nepotism hire like you for a long time. You've accomplished absolutely nothing. Yet because you were born into the right family, you get to stand at the finish line from the start. Then you come and steal opportunities from ordinary people like me. And after taking them, you still tell us we aren't working hard enough. If this weren't a society governed by law, it wouldn't have been a keyboard flying at your head just now. Su Weiren clenched his fists. His eyes burned with resentment, but he didn't dare say another word. After all, Su Fan had actually thrown the keyboard. He could only comfort himself internally. This poor loser has nothing but his life. How could he possibly compare to someone born into wealth like me? Looking at him, Su Fan continued calmly. I just want to fix the issue with the Shanghai Ice City project and leave. You'd better not create any more problems for me. I'm not interested in tolerating some privileged rich kid anymore. Su Weiren took several deep breaths, glanced around the office, and quickly left. Even then, he couldn't resist throwing out one final threat. You can forget about working in this industry ever again. You'd better have enough savings. My father owns the largest tech company in Ning City. When you can't afford food or pay your loans anymore, you'll regret smashing that keyboard. Su Fan waved dismissively. No need to worry about me. Life doesn't always get sweeter after suffering. But I can assure you, I'm already enjoying the sweet part. Once Su Warren disappeared, everyone finally relaxed. Thumbs immediately shot up around the office. Brother Su is incredible. He's been making my life miserable every single day. That keyboard throw expressed everything I've wanted to say. But what are you going to do afterward? His father is no joke. Yeah, even Boss Zhou has to show respect to his dad. With that kind of influence, getting someone blacklisted from the industry is completely possible. Su Fan simply waved his hand. There was no need for anyone to worry. After all, with the system backing him, his confidence had never been higher. ####Chapter 8. The legendary endurance champion with 666 charges. The technical department was mostly male, but there were a few women as well. As Su Fan's gaze swept across the room, detailed information panels appeared above their heads with ease. Aside from Chun Wanbing, none of the other women had a historical charger count or charging count of 0. To Su Fan, that felt perfectly normal. After obtaining the system, both Xiao Muin and Chun Wanbing had turned out to be women who had never charged before. In today's fast-paced dating culture, reaching their age without any romantic experience was already quite rare. However, one particular profile left even the mentally prepared Su Fan completely stunned. Name * Wang Meiting. Age * 33. Education * bachelor's degree. Height / weight * 160 centimeters / 55 kilograms. Bust size * E. Historical chargers * 33. Historical charging count * 666. Overall rating * 45. Evaluation * a legendary endurance champion who has had 33 chargers and 666 charging sessions since birth. Not a suitable reproductive candidate. Su Fan was speechless. How had he never realized there was such a formidable figure hidden within the technical department? Sure, Wang Meiting had decent looks and an attractive figure, but wasn't this a little excessive? Recalling certain moments from his years at work, Su Fan finally understood the hidden meanings behind some things he had witnessed. When he snapped back to reality, he noticed that his newly acquired celebrity-level charisma had already left Wang Meiting staring at him with obvious interest. He quickly looked away. Silently, he began praying. Amit Ba. Hallelujah. Blue Flame Gatling Heavenly Lord. *. Great powers above, please protect me. I'm not into everything. *. He mentally recited every prayer he could remember. Unfortunately, none of them worked. His brief glance had already caused a misunderstanding, especially because the glance had come from Su Fan, the former technical department manager, whose charm now seemed unusually irresistible. Wang Meiting tugged subtly at her collar, deliberately showing off her impressive assets. Then she picked up her phone and sent him a private message. Brother Su, are you free tonight? My computer broke down, and I'd like you to come take a look. Even with the infinite firepower golden kidney enhancement, Su Fan had no intention of challenging a legendary endurance champion. So he responded tactfully. If your computer is broken, you should contact a professional technician. I mainly deal with coding issues. Wang Meiting's expression immediately darkened, and she pouted unhappily. Having successfully dealt with the legendary endurance champion, Su Fan walked toward his old workstation with practiced familiarity and began reviewing the issue report concerning the Shanghai Ice City project. Shanghai Ice City was a famous milk tea chain known nationwide. Virtually anyone who spent time online had heard of the brand. Its stunning female founder and CEO was considered a self-made business legend by countless people. One of Shanghai Ice City's Ning City branches had hired Su Fan's company to develop internet-related services such as their ordering mini program. Back then, Boss Zhou had personally emphasized how important the project was. He had bragged that he had secured the cooperation through his connections and repeatedly promised promotions and raises for everyone if the project succeeded. As a result, Su Fan had poured his heart and soul into it. From gathering requirements to designing systems and writing code, he monitored every stage personally. After all, while the project itself wasn't particularly difficult, any major mistake could have caused serious losses and turned the company into a laughingstock within the industry. Under Su Fan's leadership, the technical department had survived on less than 5 hours of sleep a night to complete the project on schedule. The project was ultimately delivered successfully, and then came the part where the connected employee stepped in and claimed all the credit. Su Fan shook his head. The past was the past. There was no reason to dwell on old frustrations anymore. He no longer needed to compromise with people he despised. Whether it was credit-stealing parasites or exploitative bosses, they were nothing more than clowns in his eyes now. Carefully reading through the issue report and examining the relevant source code, Su Fan quickly identified the problem. Standing up, he addressed everyone in the department. The key issue isn't on our side. It's at the Shanghai iCity store. False payments. Incorrect payment records. I've reviewed the code repeatedly. There is absolutely no way these problems originated from our software. The most likely explanation is that something is wrong on their end. If we want to solve this, we need to inspect the store in person. The room immediately erupted. Damn right. That's what I thought too. But Boss Zhou and Su Weiren kept insisting there couldn't possibly be any problem on the store's side. Exactly. We tried to examine their deployment setup, and they wouldn't let us see anything. They keep pressuring us to fix the issue while simultaneously preventing us from investigating it. It makes no sense. Su Fan glanced toward Boss Zhou's office. He felt the same confusion. Such contradictory behavior was suspicious. Shanghai iCity's daily revenue was enormous. The longer the issue persisted, the larger the financial discrepancies would grow. Eventually, headquarters would notice. And if headquarters got involved, that legendary female CEO who had built the company from nothing wasn't someone to underestimate. Tapping his chin thoughtfully, Su Fan spoke again. Who has time to come with me to the store? He looked around the room. A programmer immediately grinned awkwardly. Brother Su, you know me. The moment I leave the office for field work, I get heat stroke. Su Fan shifted his gaze. Brother Su, I can't go back there. The store manager is terrifying. Last time she threatened to turn me into milk tea toppings if she saw me again. Another employee raised a hand. If I go with you, I might end up smashing the whole store. One after another, everyone found an excuse to refuse. Clearly, that milk tea shop had left lasting psychological trauma on the entire department. Eventually, only Wang Meiting and Chen Wanbing remained. Su Fan skipped over Wang Meiting entirely and looked directly at Chen Wanbing. Are you going? Before she could answer, Wang Meiting sneered. Huh, as if she'd bother with us. She's way too proud for that. The office grew awkward. Chen Wanbing was famous for being the department's ice queen. She rarely spoke. She seldom attended company events. Going on a business trip with a male colleague? That seemed even more impossible. Back when she had first applied, she almost hadn't been hired at all. Without Su Fan's determination, her junior college diploma would never have gotten her through the door. No connections. No prestigious degree. No opportunities. Her carefully prepared resume would have ended up in a trash bin. Fortunately, Su Fan valued ability over credentials. At the time, he still had enough authority to insist on hiring her. As a result, the company gained an exceptionally capable employee. I'll go with Brother Su. In front of everyone, Chen Wanbing replied calmly. Inside, however, she was already overjoyed. She truly couldn't be bothered with most people. But Su Fan was the sole exception. When she graduated, her educational background had caused rejection after rejection. She had nearly become homeless. At her lowest point, she had even considered taking questionable shortcuts just to survive. Without Su Fan, she might have made a decision she would regret for the rest of her life. What? Did I hear that right? The technical department's 1,000-year iceberg beauty is actually going on a field assignment with Brother Su? Looks like Brother Su's charm is simply unstoppable. Oh. The employees dragged out the sound dramatically, exchanging meaningful looks between Su Fan and Chen Wanbing. The atmosphere instantly became full of teasing speculation. ##### Chapter 9. A private moment in the car. Amid the crowd's teasing, Su Fan raised his hand as if to swat them. All of you do nothing but stir things up. Finished all your work already, have you? We're just going to investigate the situation at a milk tea shop. I seriously don't know what you're all imagining. But when he turned around, he noticed that a faint blush had already spread from Chen Wanbing's neck to her cheeks. Chen Wanbing was naturally fair-skinned and beautiful, making any sign of embarrassment especially obvious. Seeing this, Su Fan couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system rewards. With money, celebrity-level charm, and the bond they already shared, the newly triggered mission seemed likely to be completed sooner rather than later. Wanbing, bring your laptop and USB drive. Let's head out. Okay, Brother Su. The two gathered what they needed and left the company. Glancing back at Chun Wanbing following closely behind him, Su Fan smiled. Let's just take my car. It'll be easier to park with only one vehicle. Chun Wanbing looked at her pink compact car, then at Su Fan's BMW i3, and nodded awkwardly. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Su. It's actually my first time riding in a BMW. Su Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Back when he was preparing for marriage, he definitely lost his head a little. A cheap commuter car would have been more than enough for his actual needs. But after constant pressure and complaints from his ex-wife, he'd gritted his teeth and taken out a loan for a new car. Chun Wanbing tactfully took the passenger seat. Since it was only the two of them, sitting in the back would make it seem like Su Fan was her chauffeur. As he drove, Su Fan observed her reactions from the corner of his eye. The Ice Queen, admired throughout the company, appeared unexpectedly shy inside the car. At this point, all he needed to complete the mission was the right opportunity. And this business trip for two presented exactly that. So he began casually probing into her personal life. Wanbing, you're such a catch. How come I've never heard about you dating anyone? A shadow crossed Chun Wanbing's face. Resting her chin on one hand, she gazed out the window. What catch? I come from the countryside, and I only graduated from a vocational college. In today's society, people like me are basically leftovers. Oh right, Brother Su. I've always been really grateful to you. If you hadn't insisted on hiring me back then, I probably would have gone down the wrong path. Those job apps were full of people inviting me to become a streamer or salesperson. Later I found out most of them were just looking for girls willing to do borderline content work. Heh, considering how bad the job market was, any company actively reaching out to me probably wasn't offering anything decent. Su Fan glanced at her sorrowful expression. He hadn't realized she'd valued that small act of help so much. No wonder she'd always treated him differently at work. So what if you're from the countryside? I'm from the countryside too, and I still managed to buy a house and a car in Ning City. It doesn't matter if other people don't believe in you. You have to believe in yourself. If a beauty like you calls herself leftovers, what hope does that leave for everyone else? A smile finally appeared on Chun Wanbing's face. Inside the confined space of the car, she looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes. Brother Su, do you really think I'm beautiful? At that exact moment, the car entered a tunnel beneath a bridge. Darkness enveloped them. Only the tunnel lights flashed past at regular intervals, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow across her naturally beautiful face. Looking at her seriously, Su Fan said, I swear on my conscience, I absolutely do. The car emerged from the tunnel, sunlight washing across his face. Uft, you don't have to swear. If it's you saying it, of course I believe you. Covering her mouth, Chun Wanbing laughed softly, revealing a playful side nobody else at the company had ever seen. Only around Su Fan could she remove the cold mask she showed the world. Especially now, the Su Fan who had returned seemed to radiate an irresistible charm. If only. The thought made her cheeks heat up again. Su Fan had been paying close attention to her the entire time. He noticed the subtle change in her gaze, the hint of dreamy confusion within it. The opportunity has arrived. 300,000 yuan and the muscle enhancement pill are within reach. He pulled the car into a roadside parking area and set the handbrake. The handbrake. Looking around at the relatively secluded surroundings, Chun Wanbing asked curiously, why are we stopping here? We haven't reached the milk tea shop yet, have we? Su Fan looked directly into her eyes and smiled faintly. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm going to rest for a bit. After saying that, he pulled the privacy curtains over the windows. Only a small amount of light filtered through now. From outside, it was impossible to see inside the car. Of course, being tired was merely an excuse for drawing the curtains. With his enhanced golden kidney, fatigue was the last thing troubling him. A confined space. Dim lighting. Just a man and a woman alone together. And we're sitting this close. Chun Wanbing's thoughts spiraled. Her breathing gradually quickened. She had already harbored feelings for Su Fan. Combined with the atmosphere and his overwhelming charm, it was hard not to feel her heart flutter. Looking at those nervous, blinking eyes, Su Fan knew the moment had come. 300,000 yuan and the muscle enhancement pill. They're right in front of me. He slowly leaned closer and gently took hold of her soft hand. Brother Su. Chun Wanbing struggled lightly, but didn't pull away. Turning her head toward him, she found it difficult to resist the magnetic charm radiating from him. Wanbing, don't say anything. Su Fan leaned closer. Realizing his intention, her body trembled slightly before she slowly closed her eyes. The atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly tense and intimate. Chun Wanbing lowered her gaze, a few strands of hair falling across her face. Biting her lower lip, she looked both nervous and uncertain. Brother Sue, do we really have to do this in the car? And are you really not planning to use protection? After all, for healthy adults, the risks of unprotected intimacy were far from insignificant. One careless moment could change everything. Gently brushing aside her hair, Su Fan said softly, "Don't be afraid. I'll take responsibility." Those words weren't simply meant to lower her guard. He truly believed he had both the ability and the intention to stand by them. With the many children, many blessings system, the ordinary life that once stretched endlessly before him was destined to change completely. If he continued living the same timid, hesitant life as before, he would be letting down both himself and the incredible system that had entered his life. Chapter 10, the car that wouldn't stop rocking. After calming Chun Wanbing down, Su Fan extended his large hand and smiled. Relax. Don't be nervous. Once you get used to it, it'll feel better. If you're afraid of the pain, just bite my shoulder. A muffled groan followed. Soon, the BMW parked by the roadside began rocking rhythmically. Fortunately, the area was fairly secluded, and no pedestrians happened to pass by and witness the unusual sight. However, Su Fan's stamina was simply too overwhelming. Even after half an hour, the car showed no signs of stopping. As time passed, someone finally came by. A thin, shifty-looking passerby noticed the scene. He immediately pulled out his phone, started recording, and crouched behind a nearby tree. Excitement filled his face as he licked his lips. Watching the footage on his screen, he muttered under his breath, "Damn city people sure know how to have fun. Doing this kind of thing in a car in broad daylight. That fierce milk tea shop manager was just nagging me to help out at the store. What a pain. At least I found something entertaining now. And it's only a BMW. Probably bought on a loan. Just wait until I post this online and make you two internet celebrities." Ha ha. But as he continued recording, the man gradually realized something was wrong. He stared at the recording time, then stretched his neck to look at the car again. Holy crap, what a beast. How long has it been already? They're still not done. Could they know I'm recording and be shaking the car on purpose just to show off? By the time the passerby began questioning his entire worldview, the car's movements finally started slowing down before eventually coming to a stop. He hurriedly extended his phone farther out, afraid of missing a glimpse of whoever possessed such terrifying endurance. Meanwhile, inside the car, Su Fan had no idea how much psychological damage he'd inflicted on the unfortunate bystander. After getting dressed, he helped Chun Wanbing put her clothes back on as well. She sat limply in the passenger seat like a doll with its batteries removed. Her eyelids fluttered lightly, her cheeks flushed crimson. She still seemed dazed, lost in lingering emotions. With a swift motion, Su Fan pulled back the privacy curtain. The sunlight helped Chun Wanbing gradually regain her senses. She shot him an aggrieved look. Ugh, you're so annoying. You never listen to me. What if something happens? Su Fan, however, gently placed a hand on her smooth abdomen. His eyes shone with excitement. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Rewards are being distributed. Reward, 300,000 yen. Reward, muscle enhancement pill ×1. These rewards were exactly what he had expected. What truly surprised him was what appeared next. Congratulations, host. Successful conception achieved on the first attempt. Twin pregnancy detected. 5-fold critical reward activated. Reward, 1,500,000 yen. Reward, muscle enhancement pill ×5. A special mission series has been unlocked. Successful birth of the twins may grant rewards such as money, businesses, skills, luck, and other valuable benefits. This does not affect the triggering of future missions. Su Fan's heart pounded. Instinctively, he lit a cigarette to calm himself. Then he suddenly remembered the system notification. He slapped his forehead and immediately stubbed the cigarette out. Wanbing, quit your job. Huh? Quit. Already confused by everything that had happened, Chun Wanbing looked even more bewildered. Then she remembered what had just occurred and nervously bit her lip. Brother Sue, are you angry because I ruined the mood? But I really couldn't take any more. You're just too amazing. You were still full of energy afterward. If that's the issue, once I've recovered a little, you can come to my place. As she spoke, tears began gathering in her eyes. her heart filled with sadness and grievance. They had been so intimate just moments ago, and now he wanted her gone? Were men really like people said online, cherishing something only until they got it? Unable to hold back anymore, Chen Wanbing began sobbing, covering her face with both hands. Seeing this, Su Fan immediately realized she had misunderstood. He gently pulled her hands away and looked at her seriously. Silly girl. How could I ever abandon you? I care about you too much for that. What I mean is, stop putting up with Zhou the skinflint's nonsense at work. From now on, I'll take care of you. Stay home, live comfortably, and I'll come see you often. You often? Chen Wanbing stopped crying. Her makeup was already smudged. The icy beauty admired by everyone else now looked like a frightened kitten afraid of being abandoned. Really? You're not getting rid of me? But if I don't work, where will I get money? Once this project is finished, Zhou and Su Weiren definitely won't keep either of us around. What happens if we both lose our income? Smiling, Su Fan wiped away her tears. Just trust me. If I say it, it's because I have confidence. Leaving aside his plans to recruit the company's core staff, he had just earned a total of 1.8 million yen from the system rewards alone. Without hesitation, he showed her the balance in his account. Chen Wanbing stared blankly. 1, 10, 100. 100,000. A million? She covered her mouth in shock. In her mind, Su Fan had been drowning in debt after his failed marriage and recent unemployment. He should have been struggling financially. Yet now, gently stroking her hair, Su Fan transferred another 100,000 yen directly to her account. The twin pregnancy mission was a long-term mission, and other missions could still trigger during that period. Given the scale of the rewards, however, he knew the long-term mission would likely be extraordinarily valuable. Compared to that, 100,000 yuan was nothing. The critical bonus alone had exceeded a million. Looking at the six-figure transfer notification, Chen Wanbing felt as though she were dreaming. She had never even had 6 figures in savings. Now Su Fan had casually sent her more money than she'd ever possessed. Brother Su, this is way too much. Su Fan laughed. Too much. There's plenty more where that came from. You just focus on being happy and taking care of yourself. Later, I'll help you move somewhere nicer and hire someone to help out. Resting her head against his chest, Chen Wanbing smiled sweetly. You talk like you're taking care of a child. I can take care of myself. As long as you don't leave me. When I misunderstood you just now, it felt like the sky was falling. Su Fan gently ran his fingers through her silky hair as her faint fragrance drifted into his nose. 10 months from now, I'll have children. The thing I could never achieve during that failed marriage has happened so suddenly. Back home, people spread rumors that something was wrong with me because I got married but never had kids. When I finally return to the village, I'll throw a banquet from one end of the village to the other. His thoughts wandered. Then suddenly, something outside caught his attention. A shifty-looking man was standing nearby, pointing a phone directly at his car. Patting Chen Wanbing lightly on the back, Su Fan said, Wanbing, wait here for a moment. I need to go deal with something outside. Chapter 11 Biochemical Matrix, Fu Shouer. After calming Chen Wanbing down, Su Fan got out of the car without making a sound. He first pretended to walk to the side to smoke, then took 3 steps at a time and came right in front of the person taking the photos. Looking down at the shifty-eyed fellow in front of him, he reached out and waved his hand. Cell phone. Fu Ho was engrossed in recording and had no idea that he had been discovered. He hid his phone behind his back, looked it up and down, and gave a disdainful sneer. What do you mean? You're trying to steal my phone in broad daylight. I think you have absolutely no idea what's going on. You know exactly what you did in the car. If you don't want to become a Douyin influencer, watch your attitude. 3,000 yuan hush money, and I'll delete the video immediately. After saying that, he put his hands on his chest, turned his head to one side, and shook his leg, looking completely fearless. Su Fan frowned. He didn't know the guy's background, so he couldn't just use any means necessary. Although 3,000 yuan is not much to him now, he absolutely cannot give it away in such a humiliating way. Seeing the man's thin and weak appearance, Su Fan thought of the reward he had just received, the muscle-building pill. He immediately opened the system panel. Muscle-building pill. After taking this, you will quickly and healthily gain strength and muscle comparable to a fitness trainer in a permanent way. Multiple uses can adjust muscle condition. Taking the whole capsule provides the strongest effect. Muscle growth takes only 1 second. The amount of muscle gained increases based on the user's overall physical condition. The less you take, the less effective it becomes. Su Fan's lips curled into a smirk. The effect was indeed much as he had expected. That's perfect for now. Without much hesitation, Su Fan took a muscle-building pill. Anyway, I have more than one pill on hand, and if I'm not satisfied with my muscles, I can take it multiple times to adjust them. With the use of the muscle-building pill, his whole body felt like it was on fire. His muscles began to swell subtly. The expansion process ended quickly, and the muscles that were added in a second not only looked perfectly natural, but also had a very harmonious feel to them. Along with the increase in muscle mass, strength also increases. Rapidly developed muscles are not so-called dead muscles, but perfect muscles that carry power. Su Fan put one hand on Fu Ho's shoulder and easily turned him around. My phone, don't make me say it twice. Fu Ho patted his belly like a spirited young man, his tongue rolling around in his mouth. It's good that you understand now, such a beautiful and radiant woman. Before he could finish speaking, the words were abruptly stuck in his throat. He was terrified. He didn't look this strong at first glance. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? How did I turn into a muscular hunk just by tilting my head? Faced with Su Fan like this, Fu Ho quickly unlocked his phone and offered it to him with both hands. Big brother, my name is Fu Ho. What just happened was a misunderstanding. I saw how brave you were, so I specially saved this for you. If you don't like it, I'll delete it immediately. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive me, brother. A great man will not hold a grudge against a petty person. Su Fan took the phone and discovered that it had recorded a video of him for nearly 40 minutes. He really had nothing better to do. Delete it decisively, then go to Recently Deleted and clear it again. After confirming that he had deleted everything, Su Fan casually tossed his phone onto the ground. He looked at Fu Ho, who dared not make the slightest move, and slammed his fist on Fu Ho's thin shoulder. You just asked me for 3,000 yuan, didn't you? Brother, I meant I wanted to give you 3,000. Fu Ho, wincing from the blow, wisely spoke up. There's no other way. If I don't speak up soon, my shoulder might be ruined. After the punishment, Su Fan returned to his car, satisfied. Chen Wanbing's eyes widened immediately inside the car. She unconsciously pursed her lips. Why do I feel like your muscles have gotten bigger since you got off the bus? It was already incredibly charming, but now it's absolutely overflowing with popularity. Su Fan laughed heartily, then pulled her close and gave her a big kiss. Once you're feeling better, I'll let you experience the thrill of these muscles. After saying that, he stepped on the gas and sped away. Fu Ho only dared to pick up his phone after seeing the car drive away. The screen was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. He clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage as he stared in the direction Su Fan had left. A phone falling wouldn't cause this much damage. That guy must have deliberately crushed my screen. I just recorded a video out of curiosity. Is it really that big of a deal? You better pray you never run into me again, or I'll definitely smash your head in and steal your girl. Su Fan arrived near his destination, the ice city of Shanghai. He originally wanted Chen Wanbing to stay in the car to rest, but he couldn't refuse her and let her come along. Brother Su, what's wrong with you? It's just a few steps. Why are you so worried about me? I'm not pregnant. Even if you did win just now, it's only the first day. Even if it happens a few more times on the first day, it's fine. It's just that you're too intense and I can't handle it. Chen Wanbing felt both happy and helpless. After their intimate encounter in the car, Su Fan treated him like a woman several months pregnant, showering him with advice and concern. They've only been inside for less than an hour, and even the hospital probably can't tell if they've been infected. Su Fan chuckled and scratched his head. This was his first successful attempt at conception. Although he hadn't officially become a father yet, he was still quite excited. Okay, just be careful. Su Fan had just reached the entrance of the Shanghai Ice City when he heard angry curses coming from inside. When my brother arrives, you'll all be following him around and learning from him. College students are so clumsy. They can't even make milk tea as fast as I, a vocational school graduate. Do you expect me, the store manager, to make milk tea for you while you stand here enjoying the air conditioning and get paid? I'm paying you 10 yuan an hour for a part-time job. Do you think you're here to enjoy yourself? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out. If you won't do it, plenty of others will. After he finished yelling, the store manager finally noticed Su Fan and his companion. She cursed again. You don't even know how to greet guests. It's like you don't have eyes or a mouth. The boy who was scolded hung his head and didn't dare to talk back. Then the store manager stormed over. His tone was very impatient. What would you two like to drink? If it's just a few dollars worth of lemonade, then go tell the college students over there. Su Fan frowned. How can someone with this kind of customer service attitude open a milk tea shop? However, the physiognomy knowledge of our ancestors is really quite profound. The classic facial features before me, combined with my overall performance since we met, perfectly matched the relevant analysis. He was just about to reveal his purpose. The next second, Su Fan's pupils suddenly contracted sharply as he stared in shock at the system information that popped up. Name, Fu Shouer. Age, 33. Education level, vocational school. Height and weight, 153 centimeters, 50 kilograms. Size, C. Number of historical chargers, 108. Number of charges in history, 388. Overall rating, 19. Evaluation, warning, warning, warning. Biochemical matrix. Chapter 12 Supermodel and long-legged lawyer Song Qingyu. Upon seeing the words, biochemical mother, Su Fan could no longer remain calm. Although he knew that the virus would only spread through a few limited channels, he still held the highest reverence for the reputation of the biomatrix. Especially since Chen Wanbing was right there. Su Fan pulled Chen Wanbing back a few steps silently, frowning as he looked at the person in front of him. Since you often go inside the milk tea work area to get your hands dirty, you should need a health certificate, right? I now suspect that you don't have a health certificate at all. Fu Shouer's eyes widened dramatically, and his rough voice boomed like a loudspeaker at full volume. You're talking nonsense. This is my shop. I can come and go as I please. If you're not happy, then hit me. You're obviously a poor bastard who can only afford lemonade. Get lost, I'm not doing business with you. Chen Wanbing tugged at Su Fan's sleeve, gesturing with her eyes for him to leave first. No wonder her colleagues kept complaining about the manager of the milk tea shop here. He was simply unreasonable. Su Fan thought for a moment and decided to let Chen Wanbing get back into the car first. Then he would have a proper chat with this extraordinary person. As soon as I turned around, I saw a thin man with shifty eyes and an unhappy expression walk into the milk tea shop. Sister, I'm here. Fu Ho was already used to his older sister's outbursts, since there were always unlucky guys who would mess with her every day. Fu Ho, this is your sister? We really are family. Su Fan was surprised to find that the person who had been secretly taking photos was also from this milk tea shop. Moreover, she and the milk tea shop owner are siblings. Fu Ho looked as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't recall the harsh words he had muttered earlier at all. He shrank back, his expression instantly becoming humble. Brother, what are you doing here? After being punished, he only dared to talk badly about others behind their backs. Upon seeing Su Fan in person, his eyes cleared up instantly. Fu Ho, do you know this poor bastard? Fu Shouer frowned, his disdain growing stronger. Given her brother's character, the people he could possibly know must be rich. Seeing that things were going badly, Fu Ho quickly tried to smooth things over. What kind of poor bastard? Big brother came in a BMW. So hurry up and bring him some milk tea. A little bit of it leaking out between their fingers is equivalent to your store's daily revenue. Upon hearing his younger brother's words, Fu Shouer scoffed. Him? A BMW? He wouldn't even be willing to buy 2 cups of milk tea. Fu Ho, you'd better come and help. As for that BMW, you and your wife get the hell out of here. She was already in a bad mood. As soon as I turned around, I saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman with great temperament and charm leisurely walking into the store. His anger flared up even more. On what grounds? I work so hard to open a shop, and even though I'm strict with my employees all day, I don't earn much money, and I'm always angry. You working people are so leisurely drinking milk tea, and you're all so good-looking. Seeing his older sister's attitude, Fu Ho didn't dare to disobey. He looked at Su Fan nervously and whispered, Big brother, this has nothing to do with me. Please don't beat me up again. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Fu Shouer, saying, I don't know if I have money to buy milk tea, but your milk tea shop might not be able to stay open. Open. There's a University of Political Science and Law nearby. I need to go there to get some legal advice. Knowing that I have an infectious disease, what are my intentions in going into the food processing area every day? Fu Shouer immediately bristled. She hates it when people mention infectious diseases. She's just a good girl who likes to have fun. Why should she get so many infectious diseases? While playing, Mingming kept saying, "Hey, it's nothing to worry about. It's just a minor issue. And if there's no genital warts, there's even less to worry about. Just take good care of yourself, don't worry." In the end, they were all right. Hey, what do you mean? You're slandering me, aren't you? I'll immediately send out my little red card to find my sisters who are lawyers nearby, and I'll definitely get you locked up. How could anyone joke about a girl's innocence? Fu Shou'er pointed hysterically at Su Fan, looking as if his innermost thoughts had been exposed, and he had broken down. The battle cry, loud enough to lift the ceiling, was so loud that even the shop assistants nearby couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed his hat onto the table. "I quit. Even if I desperately need the money, I can't stand you anymore." Then the shop assistant quickly stepped out from behind the counter and came to Su Fan. "Brother, I'm Song Mingming, a student at the University of Political Science and Law. Are you really looking for legal advice? My sister is a lawyer who graduated from a political science and law university. I can take you to see her. She is very good at using legal means to deal with this kind of person. Her name is Song Qingyu, and she's an outstanding graduate whose name is on the school's official website." Su Fan raised an eyebrow. I never expected that such a small milk tea shop would be full of hidden talents. He was a little curious. Your sister is an outstanding graduate of a political and legal university, so why are you putting up with this for a part-time job that pays only 10 yuan an hour? Song Mingming scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "Because she's too beautiful. She's not trusted in the industry, so her income isn't as high as you might imagine. Sometimes I have to earn some extra money by getting her legal advice. Besides, I only took this part-time job to prepare a birthday gift for her, so I definitely can't ask her for money." Su Fan nodded. No wonder. Seeing this situation, he figured that getting the milk tea shop manager to cooperate with the investigation was out of the question. Then we have no choice but to find another way. Since this bubble tea shop owner is insisting on finding the lawyer's sisters, let's grant her wish and have a magical showdown. Su Fan refused to believe it. Now that he has the system, will he suffer the same setback as he did in his previous divorce case? He agreed to Song Mingming's suggestion, and the group left the milk tea shop. Seeing Chun Wanbing, who was so much prettier than him, leave, Fu Shou'er felt smug. Shaw, can being good-looking put food on the table? We'll still end up returning empty-handed. Fu Ho, meanwhile, hunched over and worked silently, praying that Su Fan wouldn't accidentally hurt him. What happened to Su Fan after she left the milk tea shop? Because it was too hot to run around, he first took Chun Wanbing back to the company. Following Song Mingming's directions, he drove to his destination, Xingyan Law Firm. The signboard is small but exquisite. The interior was clean and tidy, with potted plants, cups, and other items arranged in an orderly manner. It's clear that although the place isn't large, the owner cherishes everything here. However, no matter how exquisite the environment is, people entering the firm will still involuntarily focus their attention on Song Qingyu. Those incredibly long and perfectly proportioned legs are practically supermodel level. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, smiled, and extended her hand to Su Fan. "Mr. Su, hello." System information pops up automatically. Name, Song Qingyu. Age, 29. Education, bachelor's degree. Height and weight, 175 centimeters, 56 kilograms. Size, D. Number of historical chargers, 0. Number of charges in history, 0. Overall rating, 75. Review, a high-quality childbearing option not to be missed. Song Mingming, standing to the side, wore a proud, innocent, and foolish smile. "Big brother, I didn't lie to you, did I? I already told you my sister is very beautiful." Chapter 13 The Sisters, Good Brother. Smack. Ouch. 1 second Song Mingming was feeling proud. The next second she received a solid blow to the head. Song Qingyu narrowed her peach blossom eyes, her expression full of threat. "Song Mingming, I think you're asking for a beating. Hurry up and pour tea for the guests." Feeling the bloodline suppression that had been with her since childhood, Song Mingming quickly shrank her neck and ran away. Su Fan chuckled. Song Lu and his younger brother have a very good relationship. Song Qingyu led Su Fan to sit down, her face full of helplessness. "He's always been a jerk since he was a kid. I don't know where he learned it from." Getting back to the main point, based on Mingming's brief introduction on the road. Mr. Su, do you want to inquire about that shop owner? Su Fan nodded. He took out a cigarette and cast an inquiring glance at Song Qingyu. He didn't smoke while he was next to Chen Wanbing. He was almost bursting with pin-up energy. Fortunately, Song Qingyu not only said that he could smoke as much as he wanted, but also thoughtfully placed the ashtray in front of Su Fan. Hiss whoosh. Su Fan was overjoyed. A pack of Hongtishan cigarettes cost 12 yuan, and this first bite alone was worth 11 yuan. Because of his ex-wife's affair, he could only relieve his sorrow with cigarettes, which led to a considerable smoking addiction, and he dared not smoke expensive cigarettes. With our current financial resources, we can forget our roots and indulge in some of the things we couldn't afford to smoke before. Attorney Song, I'd like to ask how many similar cases you've handled? Given the current situation, what are our chances of winning? Su Fan looked at Song Qingyu with curiosity. Because of the psychological trauma of the older sister who was his confidant during his divorce, he is still a little apprehensive about this aspect. Forehead. Because of my appearance and qualifications, many people think I'm just a pretty face, so I don't get many cases. This is the first time I've encountered a case like this. But Mr. Su, rest assured, my professional skills are just as outstanding as my appearance. Song Qingyu looked indignant, as if determined to prove herself. Su Fan found it somewhat amusing to see Song Qingyu's sullen expression. This Song lawyer had a very clear understanding of his own beauty. Her outstanding appearance is no exaggeration. The system's overall score is as high as 75 points, which is far beyond that of ordinary beauties. If you go for a mature, professional look that's bordering on being a crowd-attracting, follower-boosting machine. Even the most professional skills pale in comparison to such good looks. Su Fan thought for a moment. His main requirement was to get the milk tea shop owner to cooperate with the investigation. If he could achieve that, he would do it in the simplest way possible. Song Law, things may not actually be that complicated. Could you send that guy a lawyer's letter in your own name? Song Qingyu immediately nodded. Of course, but a lawyer's letter is basically just a notification. It's like telling that person, you've hired a lawyer, and if this doesn't resolve, the next step will be to file a lawsuit. It has no legal effect, and can only fool those who don't understand. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's mind flashed with Fu Shower's face, and he quickly shook his head. He excitedly grasped Song Qingyu's hand, his face full of anticipation. Let's send a lawyer's letter first. That guy who's defying the heavens doesn't seem very smart. Song Qingyu froze, quickly withdrew her hand, and a fragrant breeze wafted into Su Fan's nose. She was secretly annoyed. Too frivolous. Since you're handsome, muscular, and charismatic, I won't use my lawyer status to pressure you. However, I'm definitely going to rip you off. In Ningxing, the price for a lawyer's letter in a simple case is generally 500 to 800 yuan. Song Qingyu hardened her heart, glared at Su Fan, and gritted her teeth, saying, sending a lawyer's letter is fine, but the fee is 1,000 yuan. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. In his excitement, he accidentally grabbed it, and he thought Song Qingyu was trying to extort money from him. Unexpectedly, it was a small opening for the lion. Humph, scared off by my four-figure fee, aren't you? Let's see if you dare touch my hand again. Song Qingyu took out the QR code and waved it, her face full of pride. The result was the next second. Beep. 1,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Su Fan waved his phone and laughed. It's over. Can you hurry up and finish it? Song Qingyu immediately deflated. So, was she the only one who valued 1,000 yuan so much? How come someone who smokes Hongtishan cigarettes paid 1,000 yuan so easily? Even though her fees were fair in those past cases, the elderly folks would always haggle over them like they were buying vegetables at a market. Song Qingyu silently showed a new QR code. Add me on WeChat. I'll let you know when the lawyer's letter is ready. If you're in a really urgent situation, add 200 yuan and I'll expedite it for you today. Beep. It's turned around. Thanks for your hard work, Song Lu. Su Fan decisively added him as a friend and transferred 200 yuan. He doesn't even care about this small amount of money anymore. During his impoverished years, time was cheap, and he would compare prices repeatedly on shopping apps to save a few dollars. But for Su Fan right now, time is far more valuable than a few $100s. Instead of wasting time trying to save money like before, it's better to just spend money directly and save time. Song Qingyu was hit hard again. Normally, She would have to outwit and outmaneuver elderly people over a few dozen yuan. So this was the first time she had received such a generous customer. She accepted the transfer and immediately opened the document to edit the lawyer's letter. Mr. Su, are you planning to leave later? I can go to the scene with you once. It would be more intimidating if the lawyer himself were there. Su Fan, a big client, a big client. Song Qingyu prepared to cultivate a good relationship with this rare major client. After all, she didn't know that Su Fan's main purpose was to investigate the problems with the store's mini program. From her perspective, spending thousands of dollars to send a lawyer's letter over such a trivial matter is just a waste of money, and it's definitely worth protecting. Su Fan thought for a moment. He had been busy all day, and it was getting late. He had no interest in working overtime. So he waved his hand and said, "How about 10 a.m. tomorrow? I'll come over to pick up the lawyer's letter and drive you there. I'll be going now. Okay, let me see you off." Song Qingyu quickly stood up to see him off. When dealing with a major client, one must be mindful of etiquette. Fortunately, Su Fan is 1.8 meters tall and has a muscular build. Otherwise, if the two of them stood together, he might not have been able to outshine Song Qingyu's supermodel long legs in terms of presence. After escorting Su Fan to the door, Song Qingyu turned around and turned on her phone. She couldn't help but cheer with joy when she saw her earnings today. Yay! A rare day when I can earn over 1,000. I really envy rich people. I wish everyone in the country would randomly drop $1 for me. When Su Fan arrived at the car, he discovered that Song Mingming was actually squatting on the curb next to him. "Didn't your sister ask you to pour tea? What are you doing here?" Song Mingming, who was bored while scrolling through videos, noticed Su Fan and quickly got up. "Ugh, that's just an excuse to get rid of me. Knowing my sister as I do, if I dare to show my face in front of her again, I'll definitely be beaten half to a pulp. Brother, how's it going with that unscrupulous store manager? I admire people like you who dare to take real action. Although I wouldn't dare to do anything to those who exploit me, I would definitely support and cooperate with them." Su Fan smiled and shook his head. In the past, he would probably have endured it just like Song Mingming, for a few measly coins. But now, I'm fearless. It should be resolved by tomorrow. Get in the car, I'll take you back to school. Really? Thank you, brother. I wish I had a BMW someday. Song Mingming's eyes lit up, and she quickly jumped into the passenger seat. When he got back to school and was about to get off the bus, he chuckled and took out his phone. "Hey bro, can I add you on WeChat? I can give you my sister's WeChat." Su Fan smiled helplessly and pointed at Song Mingming. "This clown. You little brat, add it if you want. But don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to promote WeChat. I already have your sister's WeChat." After successfully adding him, Song Mingming waved his hand and said, "Big brother, you wouldn't understand, would you? The one you added is my sister's work WeChat account, but the one I recommended is the one she actually uses." After saying that, he ran away in a flash. Su Fan watched the hurried figure and chuckled. That brat, how afraid is he that his sister won't be able to get married? Just now in the car, he kept saying that his sister's profession as a lawyer scared away a lot of suitors. Chapter 14. Black smoke coming from the house. Time for a spanking. Having finally finished his work for the day, Su Fan prepared to drive back to the company to take Chen Wanbing home. As soon as I set up the navigation, I received a voice message from Chen Wanbing. "Brother Su, you don't need to come back to the company to pick me up. I've already gotten home by myself. I know you're probably itching to do it again, but you can't do that. Too much or too strenuous exercise isn't good for either of us. Let me rest first. Love you, Mua." Su Fan laughed. It seemed that the fight in the car earlier was too intense and had frightened Chen Wanbing. There's no way around it. The occasional thrill of a shadowy figure passing by outside the car window easily gets you into the zone. In fact, it wasn't just Su Fan who reacted. Chen Wanbing also gave a corresponding response when someone passed by. In addition, Chen Wanbing, unlike Xiao Muin, did not have the physique to withstand the 24 challenge missions, and she became obedient as soon as she got off the bus. She both loved and feared Su Fan. Ultimately, they decided to lay low for a while to avoid future trouble. Now Su Fan had no other worries and decisively drove home. Xiao Muin, who lives at home, has never seen him after taking the charm enhancement pill and the muscle building pill. After the initial surprise, another major battle is likely to follow. Su Fan returned to the garage and lit another cigarette. This time, however, It's not about quitting smoking to relieve sorrow, but about carefully savoring the experience. The cigarettes are still the same cigarettes, but everything is different now. Today's life has been more exciting than the past 35 years. The days of the past felt like repeating the same day over and over again. A life like today, where you ruthlessly beat up those with connections, everyone envies you, the car is buzzing with excitement, and you're respected. That's what it truly means to be alive. Su Fan took a deep drag, and the cigarette in his mouth burned out quickly. He glanced at the crumpled Hongtashan cigarette box and smiled slightly. From now on, cigarettes in this price range will no longer be his first choice. Ding dong. Brother, I almost forgot to push this after I went back to school. This is my sister's private WeChat account. I've pranked all the cats and dogs who used to be interested in my sister. You're the only one I actively pushed onto WeChat, my eldest brother. Only someone with both charm and ability like you is worthy of my sister. Let me tell you, my sister loves strawberry cake, pink things, and plush toys. Song Mingming sent a long list of Song Qingyu's hobbies, covering every aspect. Su Fan was dazzled by the sight, and also somewhat surprised. Because Song Qingyu looks like a tall, mature woman, but her hobbies are like those of a little girl. After accepting the friend request, something even more unexpected happened. The system tasks suddenly refreshed. Many children, many blessings mission. Get Song Qingyu to kiss you for 30 seconds. Task reward, 150,000 points, basic lawyer knowledge. Su Fan licked his lips. He didn't trigger any quests when he met Song Qingyu, and thought that quests related to her would never be refreshed again. I didn't expect to receive the task so late. And a kiss as a reward is pretty good too. Earn 150,000 in 30 seconds. Plus professional legal knowledge. Even the beginner level comes from the system, so it's definitely great value for money. Why not take it if it's free? In today's society, knowing more about the law is always useful. They can accurately counter even fabricated charges, so as not to suffer in silence. Su Fan glanced at Song Qingyu's WeChat profile picture. Unlike the WeChat posts used for work, this one no longer features a professional lawyer's uniform photo, but rather a picture of her holding a pink plush bear. It clearly has a more lived-in feel. After greeting everyone and receiving no immediate reply, Su Fan went upstairs and went home. Judging from the task requirements and the generous rewards, it's not something that can be accomplished in a hurry. He can't appear too eager. Otherwise, you'll either be easily blocked or easily manipulated. Su Fan had just reached the door and hadn't even taken out his keys when the door was suddenly flung open. Xiao Muin, holding a spatula, bumped into his arms. A strong, pungent odor, a mixture of carbonized food and melting gum, also wafted out from inside. The living room was filled with black smoke. Wah, Su Fan, you're finally back. I didn't mean to. I really just wanted to get you dinner. I followed the steps on the phone exactly, and this is what happened. I'll compensate you then. Xiao Muin raised her head, her face contorted in a mournful expression. Her once fair and smooth face was now covered in black carbon powder. Seeing her disheveled and pitiful appearance, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. After confirming there was no danger, he put Xiao Muin down, who was clinging to him like a sloth. It's just burnt food and the plastic handle next to the pot melted. It's not a big problem. As long as you're all right, I'll just buy you a new one later. Su Fan only now understands why people used to say that rich people are emotionally stable. 300 yuan worth of ingredients were wasted, so I bought a whole new set of kitchen utensils and called someone to replace the kitchen countertop. What would be a major argument in an ordinary family was simply a matter of spending money to clean up the mess for Su Fan. The money earned from a kiss is more than the money spent on cleaning up the mess. How could emotions be unstable? Su Fan handled everything methodically and then pinched Xiao Muin, whose face was full of admiration. You haven't seen my surprise yet, but you've given me a shock first. How do you feel? Do you notice any difference between me and when I left this morning? Xiao Muin's eyes lit up, her face flushed with excitement, and she began to grope Su Fan. Touch here, pinch there. Finally, she raised her neck and looked up at Su Fan. I feel like you've become a celebrity the moment you step out the door, and you've even gotten bigger. Cough, cough. Your whole body has gotten more muscular. Your surprise is amazing. Hee-hee abs, hee-hee pecs. Xiao Muin was completely captivated. She jumped off the floor and wrapped her legs around Su Fan's waist. Brother, you're so amazing. You make me feel so safe. I was watching black smoke billowing from the pot, and I thought the sky was falling and I was going to die. But when you came back, you easily sorted out the mess that I thought was impossible to solve. I like you so much. Xiao Muin's deliberately high-pitched voice and address, coupled with her constant writhing movements, made Su Fan's breathing become heavier. He pressed down on the struggling Xiao Muin with both hands, and seeing the cunning look in her eyes, he immediately raised his hand and slapped her down. Smack. Oh, so you're deliberately trying to seduce me, aren't you? I think you've gotten all high and mighty again after just one day away, haven't you? Xiao Muin suddenly tightened her grip, whispering in his ear, "Ouch, be gentle." That shout made Su Fan's bones melt. He couldn't bear it any longer and carried Xiao Muin back to her room. Although frequent aerobic exercise can easily lead to muscle loss, his muscles are not the dead muscles found in the gym. In the gym, they are the result of a powerful systemic force. Chapter 15. Fu Shou'er, whose legs trembled with fear. A night of madness. The next morning, when Su Fan woke up, he felt a burning sensation on his back. He went to the bathroom and turned to look at his back in the mirror. There were several red scratch marks on it. He shook his head with a wry smile. This monster, if it weren't for his enhanced golden kidney, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Who would have thought that the usually serious boss lady would be so uninhibited? Su Fan walked back to his room. To her surprise, Xiao Muin had also woken up and was furtively carrying a small handbag. Muin, why are you awake so early? You seem to have a strong urge to steal. What are you planning to do? Upon hearing this, Xiao Muin frantically waved her hands, her face showing a pleading expression. I'm not doing this anymore. I have to go. If I stay here any longer, I'm really going to be sent away. I'll go back to open the shop first and take a break. I know you're very capable, but you should still be more restrained. Your energy isn't inexhaustible. After saying that, she kissed Su Fan on the cheek and staggered away from the scene. Su Fan looked at Xiao Muin, who was fleeing in panic, and scratched his head helplessly. I didn't expect that even Mu Yin's constitution couldn't withstand it. Everyone is saying we need to rest and recuperate. Is it really that exaggerated? But they do seem to have swollen quite a bit, so it looks like we can't hold them anymore, or they'll develop psychological trauma. Su Fan picked up his phone, which was on silent, and found that there were more than 20 unread messages. Both posts were made by Chun Wanbing and Song Qingyu. In the past, this kind of treatment was only possible in dreams. In the past, aside from work-related issues, I never received any messages from others, let alone from two such beautiful women. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you ignoring me? Poor thing to JPG. I miss you so much. Chen Wanbing's messages mainly consisted of acting coquettishly. It's clear she really wants to stick close to Su Fan, but due to the huge difference in their fighting strength, she doesn't dare to seduce him offline for the time being. From Song Qingyu's information, one can imagine how confused she was. Huh? How did you find out my WeChat account? Did I use the wrong QR code? No, my WeChat didn't print out a QR code at all. Mr. Su, you'd better explain yourself clearly. The next few minutes passed, and Song Qingyu's attitude changed drastically. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I just learned the truth from my brother. I'm so sorry. You can vent any of your frustrations. It's my fault. Oh no, why are you ignoring me? Do you think I still have a chance? After Su Fan replied to each of them, the two responded almost instantly. Brother, you haven't talked to me all night. Are you angry? Don't be angry, I'll definitely make you happy once I've recovered. Mr. Su, you finally replied to my message. I have thoroughly reflected on my mistakes and have decided to provide this legal service free of charge. Su Fan never expected that after not replying to messages all night, the two of them would actually think it was their own problem, acting as humbly as men. Song Qingyu even transferred the 1,200 yuan she paid yesterday back. Su Fan immediately returned the transferred money. He currently has 3.45 million yuan in hand, and he wouldn't even look at a paltry sum of 1,200 yuan. Not to mention that Song Qingyu also has system tasks. If you lose favor because of this 1,200 yuan, it's definitely not worth it. Meanwhile, Song Qingyu was lying on her pink bed feeling depressed when she saw that her transfer had been returned, and she jumped up with joy. A pair of long legs tightly gripped a plush toy. The boss is so generous. The boss is so generous. We absolutely must maintain good relationships with this client. I have to go with my boss to send a lawyer's letter at 10 o'clock later, so I need to get dressed up. With Song Qingyu's laid-back attitude and stunning good looks, she usually just applied a bit of face cream and lipstick to get ready for work. Now that she has realized the hidden value in Su Fan, she has decided to do a full makeover for him. Colored contact lenses, eyeshadow, blush, contouring. Her already outstanding appearance has been elevated to another level. When it was 10 o'clock, Su Fan was also stunned by Song Qingyu in front of him. He exclaimed, "Lawyer Song, if you were to create your own media platform like other lawyers, it would be a game changer." Song Qingyu couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. She spent a lot of time putting on makeup. She must have been hoping to get compliments. It's not that exaggerated. Any improvement from makeup is fake. I'm even envious of how handsome you are without makeup. I've already sent out the lawyer's letter. Shall we go over now? Su Fan glanced at the contents of the lawyer's letter, nodded, and stepped on the gas, heading straight for the Shanghai Ice City restaurant next to the University of Political Science and Law. The moment the two got out of the car, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Originally, if one of them appeared alone, at most it would be amazing. However, when Su Fan and Song Qingyu appeared together, the handsome man and beautiful woman looked like a pair of good-looking celebrities filming a movie. Passers-by took out their phones to take pictures. "Dude, you're so handsome. Which celebrity are you? I've never heard of you before." The woman is the same. She's beautiful and has long legs. "Are you a supermodel?" Don't push. Let me take a few more pictures. Maybe some of their fans will ask me to buy their photos later." Hey, get out of the way." After a brief congestion, school security guards dispersed the crowd. Su Fan pulled Song Qingyu's hand and hid in a corner where no one paid attention. The two looked at each other, both feeling a bit amused and exasperated. I don't know who shouted a celebrity is shopping, but the news just spread like wildfire. Fortunately, they don't have any brainless fans, otherwise they would be in real trouble. Su Fan teased, "Seeing you still wearing makeup, do you know you were wrong now?" Song Qingyu snorted, "I think it's because you're too charming. I'm dressed as a lawyer. Who would be interested in me?" After this little incident, Su Fan noticed that the relationship between the two had clearly grown much closer. When they arrived at the milk tea shop, Song Qingyu belatedly realized that she had pulled her hand away. Su Fan scanned the store, but there were still no customers. It takes a rare talent to turn a wildly popular ice cream parlor in Shanghai into such a successful business. Fu Shou'er came over with a sour face. She glanced at Su Fan, then her gaze fell on Song Qingyu beside her, her heart burning with jealousy. "You scoundrel! Yesterday's girl was pretty enough, and today he brought an even prettier one. Those legs are so long they almost reach my waist. Pa, it's definitely from height increasing products and makeup." Fu Ho, hiding behind, secretly gave Su Fan a thumbs up, full of admiration. Fu Shou'er frowned at Su Fan. "What exactly are you here for? I posted on Little Red Card yesterday, and some of my female lawyer friends are already offering to help me. You slut, you'll be going to jail. You dare to spread rumors that I'm sick and slander a girl's innocence? You'll regret it when my sisters arrive." Su Fan tossed the lawyer's letter in front of Fu Shou'er. "No need for that. This is a lawyer's letter for you. Just wait for the court hearing." Fu Shou'er broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the incredibly professional copy. She was just bluffing. She didn't have any lawyer sisters at all. Last night, when I was handing out little red cards, a lawyer with the online name Qingyuer got to my breaking point and deleted the post and ran away. Hearing the lawyer's letter now almost made me lose my balance. In her eyes, receiving a lawyer's letter means breaking the law. It's practically equivalent to being arrested and imprisoned. Chapter 16. Was it all a setup by the company? Su Fan, is that right? I was just joking with you before. You're a real man, but look how you actually sent a lawyer's letter. This is no joke. There must be some misunderstanding between us. Fu Shou'er was terrified. She hadn't had enough fun yet, and didn't want to get arrested. She even twisted her body to get closer, trying to use her most prized asset to seduce Su Fan. Su Fan was so frightened that he took a few steps back. This was the biological mother. He held up the lawyer's letter in one hand, threatening it as if using a talisman to scare away zombies, and said, "You stop right there. Don't you even look at how beautiful the lawyer next to me is? You think you can seduce me? I'm from the technical department of Sunjia Technology Company, Limited. Just let me investigate the program in the store. As for you, just get lost." Fu Shouer's looks are the type that young men with a strong sense of style would love, but his overall score is only 19 points, probably mainly because of the deductions related to charging. However, in Su Fan's eyes, even if Fu Shouer was not the biological mother, she could not compare to any of the women around him. Fu Shouer's tactics, which were effective against others, failed him against Su Fan, and he dared not retaliate when faced with the lawyer's letter. She pointed towards the cashier and said in a deep voice, "So you work for that company. We installed the program there. You take money but don't do anything. Even a simple mini-program you create has a lot of errors. Get the person in charge out and make them pay compensation right now, or I refuse to believe we can't sue them to death." Su Fan waved the lawyer's letter in his hand at Fu Shouer, who immediately trembled with fear after trying to be assertive. After confirming that they would stop talking, Su Fan and Song Qingyu went to the computer. Song Qingyu finally couldn't hold back and covered her mouth to laugh. "You're so mean. You're using this lawyer's letter to scare people, like in those old zombie movies." Su Fan chuckled. "To deal with such extraordinary humans, you have to use extraordinary methods." After saying that, he took out his laptop and immediately began searching for the program code deployed on the computers in the milk tea shop. Su Fan's fingers flew across the keyboard, his face full of seriousness. In reality, he had already cursed Zhou Boppi's ancestors for 18 generations. "I shouldn't have signed that terrible contract in the first place. Now I have to clean up the mess." Song Qingyu looked at Su Fan's profile as he worked diligently, and for a moment, she couldn't take her eyes off him. Su Fan already possessed an extraordinary charm, and with the added boost of his serious work ethic, he became even more irresistible to the opposite sex. However, as Su Fan continued to examine the code, his expression grew increasingly grim. The cause of the problem has been found. But even more questions were swirling in his mind. Because the problem with the project actually originated from the company's side. The program deployed in the milk tea shop had a backdoor, which led to this series of troubles. After confirming it twice, he slowly closed the laptop. Su Fan is now eager to go back and confront Zhou Boppi. He glanced at Song Qingyu and asked, "Do you have any other cases to take on today? I might encounter some contract issues later, and I need your help to take a look." "Don't worry, you'll get the money you need." Song Qingyu immediately nodded. "No, I'll go with you." Actually, she had 2 other cases today, but they were not important compared to Su Fan's needs. Those small cases took ages to figure out, and all they earned was less than what Su Fan casually gave them. Without wasting any words, Su Fan led her away from the milk tea shop. "The evidence has been preserved, and there's no need to stay here any longer." Seeing that Su Fan was about to leave, Fu Shouer became anxious. She mustered her courage and asked, "Mr. Su, since I've been so cooperative, could you please withdraw the lawyer's letter? I haven't done anything wrong except for being a bit of a playful person, so it shouldn't be this bad, right?" Su Fan frowned, glanced at it, and hurried away. "If you act like a normal person, I'll pretend the lawyer's letter didn't exist, otherwise. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will do my best. Please take care." Su Fan rushed back to the company as fast as he could within safe limits. He had just arrived downstairs when he received a call from Zhou Boppi. He looked up at Zhou Boppi's office and saw that the other man was smiling and waving at him. "Hang up immediately." Su Fan took the elevator and quickly arrived at Zhou Boppi's office. Without any hesitation, he plopped down in front of Zhou Boppi, crossed his legs, and squinted. "Zhou Boppi, are you kidding me? You used the contract to pressure me into coming back to clean up the mess, but it turns out you were the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Based on the evidence I obtained at the milk tea shop, it is sufficient to prove that the project's failure has nothing to do with me as the person in charge, and you will bear all the subsequent problems." Zhou Boppi scoffed. "Interlace your fingers and lean forward. I underestimated your abilities that you were able to figure things out so quickly. But who told you? It's none of your business." Song Qingyu flashed her lawyer's license, looking down at Zhou Boppi, and said, "I said it." Su Fan gestured to Song Qingyu with his palm and introduced her with a smile. "This is Lawyer Song, whom I invited. She is an outstanding graduate of the University of Political Science and Law and now runs her own law firm. Your damn contract needs to be revised." With his eyes fixed on the lawyer's license on the table, Zhou Boppi's face was grim. "The contract is in black and white. Even if you hire a professional lawyer, it won't help." "Help? A country bumpkin who's just a lowly laborer trying to hire a lawyer? Do you think you can outmaneuver me? At worst, I'll stall for time and see how much energy you, all alone, have to waste against my entire company. Upon hearing these words, Su Fan frowned. Individuals are indeed weaker than companies, which is why many people suffer losses but have no choice but to swallow their anger. However, he is no ordinary person. Su Fan displayed the evidence on the computer and then worked closely with Song Qingyu, using a two-pronged approach, which made Zhou Boppi's expression turn serious. Song Qingyu's unwavering determination, coupled with her professional competence, made Zhou Boppi increasingly uneasy. After all, Su Fan wasn't faking it. He wasn't worried about income and had absolutely no fear of any industry blacklisting. After arguing for half an hour, Zhou Boppi raised one hand as if surrendering and took out a contract from the drawer with the other. He let out a long breath. I'll have my secretary print out the new contract now, and any problems with the project after that will be none of your concern. But what happened today is only known to the three of us. You'd better not tell anyone. You beat up Su Weiren, which has already offended a big shot in the industry. If you spread what happened today, you'll offend everyone in Ningqing's tech circle. Su Fan nodded. All he wanted to do now was to distance himself from the situation as quickly as possible. After Song Qingyu confirmed that the new contract was correct, Su Fan signed it, finally freeing himself from the constraints and regaining his freedom. From now on, he will no longer be controlled by anyone. Chapter 17. A celebratory drink to celebrate regaining freedom. Having achieved his goal, Su Fan prepared to leave the company with Song Qingyu. As I passed the technical department, the subordinates inside quietly gathered around. They first glanced at Song Qingyu with amazement, then looked at Su Fan with eyes full of admiration. Brother Su, you're so awesome now. I would only dare to go toe-to-toe with a shrew like Zhou Boppi in my dreams. If it weren't for the salary, I'd want to be as tough as Brother Su. Brother Su, you really helped us vent our anger. I've never seen Zhou Boppi look so ugly before. Everyone chimed in with their own words, their tone filled with envy and admiration. Although they didn't know what Su Fan said inside, they could clearly see Zhou Boppi's expression through the glass. Looking at the excited faces in front of him, Su Fan's gaze shifted. He asked in a low voice, "If I offer you similar wages and benefits, would you be willing to work for me?" Upon hearing this, the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. After a while, some people started to speak. Brother Su, what kind of question is that? Is it really true? Exactly. When it comes to choosing a boss, Su Gu and Zhou Boppi are definitely a single-choice question. Is Brother Su planning something big? I'm ready to join the team fight immediately. However, most of the people echoing this sentiment were young people. Those who are already married are more hesitant and conflicted. They are different from young people who have recently graduated, who are basically single and have no family to worry about. For those who have reached middle age, with elderly parents to care for and young children to raise, most of them have had their edges smoothed out by life, and all they want is a peaceful and stable life. Hey, Lao Huang, you always say so much about Brother Su. What's with your silence now? Yeah, and Brother Chin isn't saying anything either. Do you guys want to keep suffering under Zhou Boppi's thumb? The more senior employees opened their mouths, but couldn't say anything, only letting out a helpless sigh. I sigh. On one side is the exploitative company boss, and on the other side is the unemployed former boss who helps people. They really can't bring themselves to speak. Many young people looked incredulous, but Su Fan understood, since he had been through the same thing. He knew that real benefits were more attractive than emotional appeals. Otherwise, if he keeps offering the same benefits all the time and keeps talking about company sentiment, wouldn't he become the new Zhou Boppi, a notorious exploiter? Su Fan cleared his throat. I'm not some saint. What I can guarantee is that for the same amount of work, I will pay you more than you do now. I'm not moving that fast either, so everyone has enough time to think about future developments. Having said all he had to say, Su Fan left the company with Song Qingyu. Because Chun Wanbing was resting at home, he didn't have any close friends or family members at the company. He wanted to take the development team with him mainly because the team had worked well together for many years, and also to take revenge on Zhou Boppi, who had exploited him ruthlessly in the past. He had long ago secretly memorized all those nights when Zhou Boppi called him to work overtime for free, which caused tinnitus and a rapid heartbeat. Su Fan sat back in the car, lit a cigarette, and composed himself. He looked at Song Qingyu beside him and smiled. Thank you so much, Attorney Song, for today. But I'm not quite sure about the fees for this kind of outing. Song Qingyu thought that her highest daily income was nearly 600 yuan, and considering that this was an outing, she gave a price with some trepidation. 800, I guess. The next second, she felt it was too high and started to lower her own price. Forget it, 600 is enough. I only have 600 yuan a few days a month. Su Fan smiled, and then transferred 5,000 yuan to the transferor. After talking with Zhou Bapi in the office, Su Fan felt a sense of urgency. He needs to complete the system tasks as soon as possible in order to earn rewards and grow stronger. In Ningxing, he is still too insignificant at the moment. Judging from Zhou Bapi's words, the problem with the project in Shanghai was a scheme set up by bigwigs in Ningxing's tech circle for that legendary, self-made female CEO. It's not just the store near the University of Political Science and Law. All the stores in Ningxing are experiencing various problems. She likes to do everything herself, and if she senses something is wrong in Ningxing, she will definitely come to handle it. Given her rumored decisive and efficient style, anyone who has been involved in this project will likely be brought back into the investigation sooner or later. Su Fan pulled himself out of his chaotic thoughts. He turned to Song Qingyu and said, Today I've finally broken free from the old shackles of being a beast of burden. How about having a celebratory drink with me? However, there was no response. At this moment, Song Qingyu was staring at her phone screen, grinning as she looked at the 5,000 yuan she had received. Even though she had anticipated Su Fan's generosity, she still didn't expect to receive 5,000 yuan for a price of 600 yuan. Seeing Song Qingyu completely absorbed in the moment, Su Fan shook her helplessly. Are you playing a fool with that ridiculously pretty face? If you keep laughing like that, you'll start drooling. Want to go for a drink? Song Qingyu snapped out of her daze, wiped her lips, and nodded frantically. Go, of course I'll go. The boss is so generous. Boss, just ask. I'll do my best. Su Fan stepped on the gas and headed to the barbecue restaurant. But he remembered the long string of messages Song Mingming had sent him yesterday. One description of Song Qingyu is that she appears to be a tall, mature woman, but in reality, she is a money grubber who was terrified of poverty when she was young. It seems quite fitting now. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, the waiter warmly greeted us. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, where would you like to sit? Feel free to sit anywhere. We're having a promotion at our store right now. Buy 2 beers and get 1 free. Su Fan waved his hand and pointed to the highlighted and bolded words on the menu. Enjoy all the skewers. VIP private room for 1,998 renminbi. Give me this. Get all the service arranged. He had eaten at this barbecue restaurant before, but he always just found a seat in the lobby. Occasionally, someone will order this private room that costs 1998. The spectacle made him incredibly envious. With banners and announcements throughout the venue, the emotional impact was off the charts. Moreover, it includes a wide variety of barbecue dishes, so it's definitely worth it. If Su Fan hadn't been struggling financially back then, he would have tried out the 1998 private room long ago. We don't care about 1998 now, we can enjoy ourselves. When the waiter heard that Su Fan wanted to book a private room, his eyes lit up. After asking Su Fan's surname, he immediately took out a walkie-talkie. President Su has reserved a VIP room. Then she led Su Fan and Song Qingyu to a private room on the 2nd floor, from which they could see the entire lobby on the 1st floor. Please wait a moment. VIP treatment will be arranged immediately. Song Qingyu looked puzzled. What kind of VIP treatment is so valuable? She felt so sorry for him. That's such a waste. She spent 1,998 yuan on a barbecue. If she were paying, I wouldn't even glance at it. Su Fan smiled mysteriously, indicating that she would find out soon. 10 seconds passed. Bang! Accompanied by the loud sound of celebratory cannons, 2 large red banners were unfurled at the store entrance. Amidst the flying fireworks, the banner cascaded down from the 2nd floor ceiling to the 1st floor. The shop assistant picked up the microphone and read the contents of the banner aloud throughout the store. A warm welcome to our VIP Mr. Su for your dining. Complimentary barbecue and drinks for everyone. Chapter 18. Counterattack against Brother Kunlong. Qingyu takes the initiative to offer a kiss. Woohoo! Rich guy is awesome. Boss Su is awesome. The economy has been bad lately, and I haven't seen anyone book a VIP room in ages. I never expected it to be so great today. Free drinks and barbecue. Thanks to the rich guys. With the help of the staff, customers in the lobby on the first floor successfully joined in creating a lively atmosphere. The barbecue restaurant, which was originally quiet with only a few people drinking, suddenly became bustling with activity and noise. The shop assistant holding the microphone waved his hands and shouted loudly. Mr. Su's strength needs no further explanation. We hope that every customer who enjoys the benefits will never forget Mr. Su's generosity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first floor had practically turned into a scene of primal decay, with people everywhere chiming in with their support. Su Fan raised his glass and clinked it with Song Qingyu's, then drank it all in one gulp. That feels great. I used to be a customer on the ground floor. I never thought I would have the chance to enjoy myself in a private room. The barbecue and drinks in the private room were served very promptly, without the usual wait of more than 10 minutes. It wasn't long before the table was covered with barbecue skewers. There are also dedicated service staff nearby on standby to handle any needs immediately. Song Qingyu's eyes were bright. Hearing the cheers below, she was also somewhat excited by the atmosphere. She had never experienced such special VIP treatment before. This first attempt was truly addictive. The activity responsible for maintaining the atmosphere lasted for a full half hour before they slowly left. By this time, Su Fan and Song Qingyu had finished their meal and drinks. Both of their faces turned quite red. Su Fan placed a hand on Song Qingyu's hand and squeezed it, then asked, "Did you go back?" Song Qingyu glanced at the table. There were still many untouched lamb skewers, beef skewers, oysters. She asked softly, "Can we get it all to go?" "Of course, waiter. Take it all to go." Su Fan waved to the waiter beside him, who immediately smiled and quickly packed the food. For each private room booked, the waiter will receive a corresponding commission. For customers who want to book a private room, they can practically fulfill any request. After carefully placing the takeout box into the bag and wiping away any oil stains, the waiter handed the bag over with both hands. Song Qingyu's face lit up with joy after receiving it. With so much meat, I can go 2 days without cooking. She carried the barbecue in one hand and held Su Fan's hand in the other, swinging it back and forth as she happily hummed a song. Feeling the soft, boneless little hand in his palm, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. It seems we're not far from completing the mission. The system's combination is just too powerful. Enhanced charm and appearance, plus ample financial resources. What woman could resist that? Su Fan walked to the store entrance and deliberately slowed down his pace. As is customary, there should be one more step. Sure enough, the store employees all looked over and shouted in unison, "Wishing you a bright future and smooth sailing, Mr. Su. Welcome to visit us again." Su Fan closed his eyes comfortably. This was perfect. He was taking a leisurely walk with Song Qingyu when he suddenly heard a commotion at the barbecue stall on the other side. "Fuck you. Is it so hard to add someone on WeChat? Scan the code now, or don't blame me for being rude to your delicate skin." The faint sound of a girl sobbing could be heard. Song Qingyu glanced at Su Fan and immediately ran over. When we arrived at the barbecue stand, it was already in complete chaos. Bamboo skewers were scattered all over the ground, and tables and chairs were overturned to the side. A middle-aged man covered in tattoos sat smugly on the only table that hadn't been overturned. Standing next to him were 5 blonde men with the same tattoos. Across from him, a young woman was sobbing with her head down. TSK, this Kunlong guy is too arrogant. He still dares to pull this stunt now. When is he ever not arrogant? He acts like he's at home when he goes in. We'd better avoid causing trouble for ourselves. Yeah, his henchmen next to him don't know their limits when they go at it. The best outcome of helping is receiving a thank you. But the worst outcome is something I don't even want to think about. Seeing that the large group of people were clearly not good people, Song Qingyu could only silently call the police. Su Fan roughly understood the current situation. The so-called brother Kunlong was deliberately causing trouble because he thought the woman was pretty. He frowned and tugged at Song Qingyu's hand. "We need to get Song Qingyu back to the car first. With her stunning looks, she'll easily attract attention." Although Su Fan has a muscular physique, he still faces considerable risks in front of so many blonde-haired men. Song Qingyu clearly realized this as well, and quickly covered her face with her hands and walked back. But just as they were leaving the crowd, That greasy voice rang out again. Hey, you with the long legs over there. The one covering your face. Let go of my hands. Su Fan's face instantly darkened. He whispered, Run. The two sped up and ran away, and Kunlong saw Song Qingyu's face during the run. His eyes lit up immediately, and he pointed with his baton. Holy crap, that's amazing. Let's chase after her. The group immediately gave chase like wild dogs. The blonde-haired guy looked thin, but he was incredibly fast when he ran. Because Song Qingyu rarely exercises and had just eaten, he quickly became unable to run. Seeing this, Su Fan stopped in his tracks. The group of guys in the distance approached rapidly and soon arrived in front of them. The leader, Brother Kunlong, patted his belly and took a few steps forward, his eyes wide with astonishment. The other blonde-haired guys were the same. They usually only saw young, trendy girls, and this was the first time they had ever seen a woman of Song Qingyu's caliber. Hey bro, where did you find such a beautiful wife? Isn't it moisturizing? Ha ha ha. Kunlong looked up at Su Fan, his face contorted with fat, and forced an ugly smile. Su Fan glanced at the baton in his hand and already had a plan in mind. I don't know what Kunlong was thinking, daring to get so close and provoke him. Can't you see he's 2 heads taller and has a muscular physique? Seeing Kunlong approaching with a lewd and malicious smile, Su Fan suddenly took a heavy step forward. Clang! Brother Kunlong was so frightened that he dropped the baton in his hand. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Su Fan was the first to react, snatching the baton and swinging it around with a whooshing sound. The balance of power shifted instantly. The blonde-haired men silently took a half-step back. Kunlong, however, was fearless. He even pointed at Su Fan and threatened, Hand over the baton now, and let this beauty have a drink with us. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Su Fan grinned and weighed the baton in his hand. Have you always been this brave? Huh? In less than 3 minutes, the thugs fled in disarray. Some were covering their buttocks, some were covering their hands, while Brother Long was covering his stomach as his underlings dragged him away. Song Qingyu hurriedly ran up, her eyes filled with self-reproach and worry. Su Fan, are you all right? She gently blew on the wound on Su Fan's forehead, trying to help relieve the pain. In the midst of the chaos just now, this was actually the only minor injury. Su Fan stretched out his palm and looked at it, finally gaining a clear understanding of his current strength. His physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Song Qingyu kept blowing on the air to ease her inner guilt, and it took her a while to realize the ambiguous distance between her and Su Fan. However, this time she did not bounce away as if in response. Instead, her eyes gradually became hazy, her lips slowly approached, and she took the initiative to kiss him. Chapter 19 Hotel King Room. The kiss lasted a long time. When she was almost out of breath, Song Qingyu finally moved her lips away, panting heavily, her eyes full of seductive charm. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The mission rewards are being calculated. You have received 150,000 yuan. You have acquired basic legal knowledge. A vast amount of complex knowledge flooded into Su Fan's mind like a tidal wave. He mastered knowledge points that others struggled to learn and memorize, all in an instant. The systematic knowledge infusion is not as simple as rote memorization. Su Fan could clearly feel that he could use the newly acquired knowledge in his mind with incredible flexibility. After the rewards were distributed, the tasks related to Song Qingyu were refreshed instantly. Many children, many blessings mission. Complete 1 charge while Song Qingyu is wearing a lawyer's uniform. Task reward: 1 million renminbi. Knowledge at the level of top-tier legal experts nationwide. Su Fan never expected that after just completing a kissing task, he would jump directly to such a difficult task. To get Song Qingyu to charge, i.e., to communicate with her, and to make her wear a lawyer's uniform, is quite a challenge. Su Fan knew that the initiative to kiss was mainly due to the combined effects of alcohol and the suspension bridge effect. He and Song Qingyu have not yet reached the charging requirements. However, things can be accomplished by human effort. Taking advantage of the ambiguous atmosphere, we might be able to forcefully break through the barrier between them. Su Fan licked his lips. The gentle touch he had just experienced was truly unsettling. As the most attractive person he had ever met, Song Qingyu's offer of a kiss was simply too tempting for him to resist. I just had a drink, so it's not convenient for me to drive. Calling a designated driver would take quite a while, How about we check into a hotel nearby for the night? Su Fan took the initiative and decided to test Song Qingyu's reaction first. When Song Qingyu saw Su Fan licking his lips, a blush instantly rose on her face, adding to her captivating beauty. She felt Su Fan's incredibly strong charm up close, and then saw the wounds Su Fan had sustained while protecting her. Even though I felt a little impulsive, I still nodded as if possessed. Okay, let's find a hotel nearby then. But you need to book 2 rooms. Su Fan touched the cash in his pocket, and a smirk appeared on his face. If there are rooms available, of course we'll book 2. Su Fan led Song Qingyu to the nearest hotel. The receptionist, who had been yawning, immediately put on a standard smile. Welcome. Are you 2 staying here? Su Fan nodded, placed one hand on the table, and winked at the receptionist. Yes, we'll book 2 rooms for the 2 of us. I see there are a lot of people lately. Are there enough rooms? The receptionist received Su Fan's signal. His gaze fell on the area under Su Fan's palm, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Several vibrant reds were subtly hidden within. So the receptionist skillfully operated the computer, then looked at Su Fan and Song Qingyu with an embarrassed expression. I'm sorry, you 2. Due to the large number of guests during this period, our hotel currently only has 1 double room left. Do you need help checking you in? Song Qingyu froze when she heard that there was only 1 double room available. She glanced at Su Fan and asked cautiously, how about we change hotels? Having finally created this opportunity, Su Fan was naturally unwilling to agree. He touched his chin, looking somewhat embarrassed. This is the biggest and best hotel in the area. If even they are full, the chances of other hotels having rooms are slim, right? The receptionist added at the opportune moment. That's right. The hotels next door are usually full right now. Moreover, their hygiene conditions are not as good as ours. Some of their beds are not even changed after each guest. Seeing this, Song Qingyu bit her lip lightly, her fingers rubbing the hem of her clothes. A king-size bed? Su Fan won't do anything to me, will he? Although I really like him. This is progressing way too fast. Forget it, whatever. He's got such good qualities anyway. Let's just leave it to fate. After a while, she reached out and grabbed Su Fan's arm. Then let's book this room. The receptionist completed the check-in process as quickly as possible and handed over the room key with a smile. Okay, your room is 508. Please take your room key and breakfast voucher. The 2 of you can enjoy a free breakfast at the restaurant on the 3rd floor before 10 a.m. tomorrow by presenting your breakfast voucher. Su Fan took the room key from the table and subtly gave the receptionist a thumbs up. This young man is really efficient. Once Su Fan and Song Qingyu had taken the elevator upstairs, the receptionist excitedly clenched his fist at the air in front of him. Holy crap, awesome. They gave me 5. Rich guys are really something else. No wonder he's so handsome and has such a beautiful female companion. Let's not order supper tonight. Let's just have a shared meal. Su Fan and Song Qingyu arrived at room 508, inserted their room cards with a click, and the room lights instantly turned on. Aside from some simple furnishings and decorations, the most eye-catching thing is the large bed in the very center of the room. It's more than enough for 2 people to exercise on. Song Qingyu, who had previously taken the initiative to kiss him, now became somewhat flustered and quickly hid in the bathroom. I'll take a shower first, you go to sleep first. Actually, she just felt a little uncomfortable being alone with a man and a woman in a room. Song Qingyu looked in the mirror, reached out, and touched her lips, recalling the feeling of their kiss. Even she herself couldn't explain why she suddenly felt compelled to kiss him. In short, once you get close to Su Fan, he seems to possess a magical charm that makes people unable to resist falling for him. Add to that his well-defined muscles and handsome looks, and even teenage boys don't have his charm. Su Fan knew that Song Qingyu felt embarrassed and hid inside, so he didn't urge her to go in rashly. The night is long, there's no need to rush over a little bit of time. He lay down on the soft bed, and his mind immediately relaxed. Whether it was the worry about the icy female CEO from Shanghai coming to Ningqing, or the annoyance of Brother Kunlong causing trouble, all of that temporarily dissipated. Su Fan quietly admired the blurry figure inside the bathroom through the frosted glass. Even with some covering, her devilishly proportioned figure couldn't be hidden. The sound of dripping water filled the air as Song Qingyu began her bath. However, when she turned to face outside, she suddenly froze. This was her first time staying in a hotel. Only now did she realize that the glass in the hotel bathroom was actually clear enough to see the general outline of the room. Song Qingyu and Su Fan, one female and one male, looked at each other through the frosted glass. In the end, Song Qingyu was the first to give in and turned around. I silently comforted myself. Anyway, I can't see the details clearly from the outside. Su Fan smiled. He picked up his phone and looked through the long message Song Mingming had sent earlier. There's a lot of useful information in it. You could say it completely exposed Song Qingyu from head to toe. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. With the help of this information, I might be able to get 1 million yuan and access to the knowledge of the nation's top legal experts tonight. Chapter 20, Taking Down Song Qingyu. To become a top legal expert in the country, an ordinary person needs to cultivate their expertise in the legal field for at least 10 years. For Su Fan, it was simply a matter of receiving a reward. If he had possessed sufficient legal knowledge back then, he wouldn't have unwittingly fallen into the traps set by the company and the Ningxing Technology Circle. Perhaps because she was shy, Song Qingyu had been showering in the bathroom for almost an hour and showed no sign of coming out. Su Fan shifted his gaze from his phone to Song Qingyu. He had thoroughly researched Song Qingyu's likes, weaknesses, and triggers. Now I can say that I know Song Qingyu very well. Beneath that tall, mature woman's exterior lies a little girl who craves love. As long as Su Fan pays attention to details, Song Qingyu can easily become immersed in love and win him over. You should be somewhat prepared now. Su Fan got out of bed and said to the bathroom, Qingyu, are you done yet? It's better to finish your shower early and get some rest early. Song Qingyu shuddered in the bathroom and grabbed a towel to wipe herself haphazardly. Almost there. I'm about to come out. Actually, she didn't really wash. She just used the shower head to rinse her body. My mind is filled with all the scenarios that might happen later. If it weren't for the water flowing over them, they probably would have already turned red in the face. Song Qingyu knew it wasn't appropriate to keep hiding, so she dried her hair and slowly came out. She kept her head down, radiating a weak aura. Such a temperament appearing on a 175 centimeters tall beauty with supermodel long legs creates a striking contrast. Su Fan stared blankly for a moment. What does it mean to be born a femme fatale? She's a born femme fatale. If you were to see these two standing together now, passers-by would think they are a perfect match. But Su Fan knew that he possessed a perfectly proportioned muscular physique and enhanced charm. Song Qingyu is different. She's a pure genius with exceptional innate stats. Move over a bit and give me some space. Song Qingyu came to the bedside, her face slightly flushed. She picked up the hotel's large pillow and placed it in the middle of the bed, blocking Su Fan's view. This is our 38th parallel. You're not allowed to cross it. Otherwise I'll just sleep on the floor. Su Fan's lips curved into a smile. He knew that Song Qingyu said this, but as long as he acted strongly enough, he could ignore this pillow defense. Song Qingyu's weakness lies in her strong and domineering personality and style. Of course, that's based on the premise that Su Fan possesses such charm and good looks. If anyone else dared to do this, Song Qingyu would definitely demonstrate her professional skills. Su Fan suppressed the agitation in his heart. The closer he got to victory, the more composed he needed to be. Song Qingyu is very clean, so he needs to take a shower before launching his offensive. A dozen minutes later, Su Fan came out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel. He looked at Song Qingyu on the bed and was immediately at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She was wrapped up tightly, like a rice dumpling. Nothing was visible except for the head. Her eyelids trembled slightly with tension, betraying her current state of mind. Su Fan lay down on the bed, let out a long breath, and turned to look at Song Qingyu, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Bluefish? Are you asleep? Song Qingyu turned over in bed and mumbled two indistinct hum sounds. Su Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he suddenly hugged the pillow and the blanket wrapped around Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu could no longer keep up the act. She struggled for a moment, then looked at Su Fan, who was standing right in front of her. What are you doing? I drew the 38th parallel. Don't cross it. Su Fan ignored him and hugged him tighter. I didn't cross the line. The pillow is still between us, isn't it? Song Qingyu was speechless for a moment. The sharp tongue that usually swayed many opponents had lost its lawyer's edge. Su Fan slipped his hand under Song Qingyu's long, fair neck and pulled her head into his arms. His chin rubbed against the faintly scented strands of hair. Song Qingyu gave a soft hum, her eyes becoming slightly unfocused. This forceful and domineering action struck a chord with her. Moreover, the presence of pillows and blankets provided psychological comfort, making her even more immersed in and indulging in the atmosphere of the moment. Su Fan twirled his fingers around his hair and gently pinched his fair earlobe. Song Qingyu shuddered violently, stretched her hands out from under the covers, and hugged Su Fan tightly. She touched the bath towel on Su Fan's body and asked softly, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes? You're not wearing nothing but a bath towel, are you?" Su Fan hummed in agreement, then pulled aside the cumbersome pillow and tossed it behind him. Without the pillow to block the view, Song Qingyu's eyes became completely glazed over. She grabbed at herself haphazardly, letting out soft moans. Seeing this, Su Fan knew that the time was ripe. The last blanket was also removed. All that remained between Su Fan and Song Qingyu were their thin clothes. Song Qingyu looked at Su Fan, her slender fingers preparing to gently remove the last barrier. As a result, Su Fan pressed down on her with one hand, stopping her from moving. "Don't take it off. I want the lawyer's suit." "What you, Su Fan took a different approach and ingeniously completed the system task. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The mission rewards are being calculated. You have won 1 million yuan. You have gained knowledge at the level of top legal experts nationwide." Su Fan couldn't care less about the system rewards for the moment. He was completely lost in the moment. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Su Fan opened his eyes as usual, his head feeling a little heavy. The knowledge comes from top-tier legal experts nationwide, and the amount of information is extraordinary. What others struggled to achieve for years, Su Fan mastered in a single night. He glanced at the payment information. With the 1 million he received last night, his savings have now reached 4 million. Many people can't save up this amount in their entire lives. Su Fan accumulated such a large amount in just a few days, and they even took some with them. Last night, Song Qingyu was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep after finishing. At this moment, her pair of smooth, fair, and long legs clamped Su Fan tightly, completely disregarding her image. The entire bed was a mess. Su Fan touched the long legs that were straddling his waist with lingering pleasure, and the scene from last night floated into his mind. He smiled slightly and kissed Song Qingyu. Given Song Qingyu's personality, if she woke up and found herself lying alone in bed, she would definitely feel very disappointed. It might even lead to overthinking. So Su Fan gave up on the idea of getting breakfast himself and instead dialed the front desk. The familiar voice of the receptionist came through the phone. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" "I need 2 breakfasts delivered to room 508, as long as they don't have spicy dishes. By the way, make sure there are no crystal bags." The receptionist's voice suddenly sounded a little embarrassed, and he explained, "I'm sorry, sir. There have been some unpleasant incidents in our store in the past. Therefore, our rule is that all meals must be taken in the restaurant on the 3rd floor, and we cannot bring any outside food. I really want to help you, but the rules simply can't be relaxed." Upon hearing this, Su Fan narrowed his eyes. In the past, he would have ordered takeout and waited patiently in this situation. But now, he has absolutely no need to starve himself while waiting for takeout. He asked casually, "How much will you be fined for violating this rule?" The receptionist glanced around and whispered, "They'll deduct 100 yuan. That's basically half a day's work for nothing." Su Fan glanced at the time. 9:10. So he pulled out 5 large red bills, and his voice came through clearly to the other end of the phone. 500 yuan. Can it be delivered within 10 minutes? The receptionist was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded frantically. "Sure, big brother. I'll deliver it to your door within 5 minutes. No more than 10 minutes. The receptionist immediately launched himself into action. What regulations? Whatever. Anyway, he doesn't plan to stay here long term. He's just here temporarily. During this period, try to make as much money as possible. We must make sure our generous older brother is taken care of." Chapter 21, Deepening Bonds. 4 minutes later, Su Fan had just finished brushing his teeth when the doorbell rang. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the receptionist carrying 2 bags, panting heavily. "Brother, there are rice noodle rolls, soy milk, and steamed buns in the bag. Are you satisfied with this speed?" My name is Xiao Zhang. You can contact me anytime if you need anything. If I can do it, I will absolutely not hesitate in the slightest. Su Fan patted Xiao Zhang on the shoulder with satisfaction, saying, he's a talented person. He took the breakfast and pulled out an extra-large red bill to reimburse the breakfast cost. Xiao Zhang's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. Thank you, brother. With your magnanimity, no wonder you're so wealthy. Is there anything else I can do to help? It's all right, you can go back now. Okay, bro. Su Fan waved his hand, took the breakfast, and went back to his room. He fought all night, and although he still had the energy, his stomach couldn't take it anymore, growling with hunger every now and then. Now, as soon as you open the package, the savory aroma of the rice noodle roll sauce, the sweetness of the soy milk, and the steaming heat of the buns greet you. Su Fan immediately began to enjoy the meal. He had just finished a plate of rice noodle rolls when he saw Song Qingyu stretching on the bed. Ah, it smells so good. Honey, what are you eating? Su Fan chuckled. He spent a lot of effort last night to get Song Qingyu to use that nickname. Song Qingyu calls him that as soon as she gets up. It seems she's gotten used to it. Su Fan picked up a greasy steamed bun and walked over to Song Qingyu. Come on, open your mouth. Ugh, no way, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Song Qingyu pouted her rosy lips and shook her head coquettishly. This kind of coquettish behavior can easily become cloying when many people do it. However, Song Qingyu did it perfectly. It's as if all the girl's coquettish gestures were designed by God specifically for her. Song Qingyu sniffed like a little hamster, her eyes becoming conflicted. But the Xilongbao smells so good. You can't laugh at me for not brushing my teeth after I eat them. Su Fan smiled and ruffled her hair before feeding her breakfast. I promise I won't laugh, so eat in peace. Eat more to replenish your energy. You were exhausted last night. As Song Qingyu stuffed the delicious food into her mouth, she snorted. You still dare to say that? It's all because of you. My legs are sore and painful right now. It's hard to even walk. Hearing this, Su Fan rubbed her thigh and said with a mischievous smile, your legs are sore and painful, so what about our shopping trip? Song Qingyu suddenly became anxious. Because of her exceptional looks and figure, girls around her often feel a sense of pressure. What is a common sight for other girls to stroll around in 2s and 3s is a luxury for her. I finally found someone to go shopping with. How could I just let it go like this? No way. I'm going even if it hurts. As a handsome, capable, and muscular husband, you certainly wouldn't break your promise, right? Su Fan was just joking, and now that he's been praised so much, he certainly wouldn't go back on his word. He and Song Qingyu lingered in the room for another hour before checking out and heading out to go shopping. The obsequious manner of the receptionist during checkout led many to believe that Su Fan was the hotel owner traveling incognito. Su Fan arrived at the most famous commercial plaza in the vicinity, encountering many luxury cars along the way. His eyes flickered. Perhaps it was time to put the matter of getting a new car on the agenda. Su Fan doesn't believe in the idea that rich people are always strict with themselves and live a low-key life. Especially those motivational platitudes about rich people wearing clothes that cost only a few dollars and driving cheap cars. His idea was simple. I have a system and money, so what's wrong with driving a luxury car and showing off? Showing off doesn't break any laws. In particular, Su Fan possesses knowledge comparable to that of top legal experts. Knowledge is something that many rich kids who drive luxury cars and show off make mistakes that are simply impossible for him. Song Qingyu didn't notice the luxury cars on the road. She was full of anticipation for shopping with Su Fan later. Once she arrived at the mall, she wandered around like a bird released from its cage, looking here and there. Even though her legs were crooked and she was walking unsteadily, her enthusiasm did not diminish in the slightest. Even Su Fan had to admire Song Qingyu's vitality. Wow, honey, look how cute that pink kitten plush toy in the claw machine is. Is this the clothing store in the mall? It's so expensive. There's even a gold shop. Can we go in and take a look, but not buy anything? Aside from spending a few coins on the claw machine, Song Qingyu was as wary of Su Fan spending money as a miser. She simply wanted to experience the atmosphere of shopping with others. Spending money would only make her feel bad. Su Fan never dreamed that one day he would experience the feeling of having money but nowhere to spend it. Whenever he was about to spend money to buy something that Song Qingyu had her eye on, those sharp eyes would stare straight at him. Only when you give up spending money will you have a sweet smile. Honey, I'm so happy just having you go shopping with me. With the economy slowing down, making money isn't easy. Even though you have money, you still need to be careful with your spending. Su Fan and Song Qingyu spent most of the day wandering around like a young college couple. After sending Song Qingyu home, Su Fan quietly returned. He had a clear goal and went straight to the jewelry store. While shopping, Song Qingyu clearly took a liking to a gold-inlaid jade bracelet. If he secretly bought it and gave it to her, she would be incredibly touched. Of course, after the initial guindon feeling of being touched, she would likely ask Su Fan to return it. But that doesn't matter, as long as it strengthens the connection between the two of them. Based on the tasks that were triggered earlier, Su Fan discovered that the closer his connection with the triggering object, the greater the probability of triggering the task. In other words, the higher the hidden intimacy level, the more tasks you can complete. Therefore, Su Fan doesn't need to worry about his efforts not being rewarded, like some news stories. For him, all he had to do was blindly and recklessly get things done. "Hello, sir. What are you planning to buy?" The jewelry store clerk immediately came over to greet them. She's a young woman named Zhang Qian, and she's quite pretty. Unfortunately, there are more than 30 historical chargers and more than 500 historical charging times. Yet the system's overall score is only 26 points. Without saying much, Su Fan went straight to the counter where the gold-inlaid jade bracelet was located. "Put that bracelet away for me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's expression immediately changed. She said with a troubled expression, "I'm sorry, sir. This bracelet has already been reserved by another customer. Would you like to take a look at other styles? The other pieces are also made of the same high-quality Hitian jade, and are gold-inlaid jade works made by the same master craftsman with pure gold." Su Fan frowned. "When I came here, I hadn't heard of anyone making a reservation. Besides, isn't it still displayed on the counter for people to bid on? Or are you saying you think my clothes are cheap and you can't afford them?" Although Su Fan felt that there weren't as many idiots who judged people by their appearance anymore, there were just too many people, and he might run into one again. Zhang Qian's expression froze. She actually had the same thought in her mind, believing that someone like Su Fan, who wore clothes that cost only a few dozen yuan, couldn't afford a gold-inlaid jade bracelet worth 100,000 yuan. However, if there's no enmity between them, it's impossible for them to be foolish enough to show it in public, otherwise they'd be ruining their own livelihood. She quickly shook her head and waved her hands in denial. "Sir, you've misunderstood. This bracelet was actually reserved by a lady just before you came into the store. She is a VIP customer who frequently makes large purchases at our mall, so she usually packs up all the items she likes and takes them away after she has finished shopping." Hearing this, Su Fan was stunned. These days, is this how rich people shop in malls? Chapter 22. Pure female streamer with a million fans. Su Fan glanced at the gold-inlaid jade bracelet in the display case again, feeling unwilling. He has a net worth of at least 4 million, but he can't even buy something worth 100,000? Su Fan looked at the shop assistant Zhang Qian. "Where is that customer now? I hope I can talk to her." Zhang Qian didn't expect that even after saying all that, the man in front of her still wouldn't give up. She was about to use official jargon to brush it off. It was only then that I belatedly realized that, aside from his cheap and ordinary clothes, Su Fan's charm and looks were truly outstanding. It was only because she worked in a jewelry store all day that she habitually judged a person's worth by the jewelry they wore, which is why she didn't immediately see Su Fan's charm. Having experienced the joy of being recharged, Zhang Qian has a vivid memory of muscular, handsome men like Su Fan. Previously, this type of charger had a significantly higher output power than other types of chargers. She glanced around, quietly approached Su Fan, and whispered, "In principle, we cannot disclose customer information. But if you could go for a drink with me at a bar after I get off work." Seeing Zhang Qian's appearance, Su Fan couldn't help but sneer. If he hadn't had the information provided by the system, he could easily have been fooled by Zhang Qian, who was quite good-looking. After all, Zhang Qian must be quite attractive to have owned so many chargers. However, Su Fan has already made contact with Song Qingyu. For him, Zhang Qian, a beauty that most people couldn't resist, held little allure. There are too many chargers and charging times in the history, so it's not even qualified to trigger a system task. Su Fan stretched out his hand to stop Zhang Qian from getting closer. "I never thought a woman could control her own head with her small head. You'd better understand what kind of situation this is." Who are you and what am I? I'm a customer who came to the store to buy things. As a salesperson, are you trying to manipulate me by revealing customer information? Zhang Qian never expected to be rejected. In the past, her invitations had always been accepted without exception. Enraged, she crossed her arms and said, "My esteemed guest, please forgive me, as a shop assistant, for not having the right to disclose VIP information about the mall. If you want to buy this gold inlaid jade bracelet, then I'm afraid you won't have the chance. It just so happens that its price is relatively high, so other more affordable styles would better suit your style." Su Fan, however, was too lazy to pay attention. He looked towards the shop in trance and said, "You can go cool off somewhere else. Staying here is really an eyesore." Su Fan ignored Zhang Qian and focused his gaze on the girl who had just entered the store. Name, Lin Shuxue. Age, 24. Education level, associate's degree. Height and weight, 157 centimeters, 49 kilograms. Size, B. Number of historical chargers, 0. Number of charges in history, 0. Overall rating, 69. Evaluation, a suitable candidate for reproduction. The system message appeared quickly. The mission was triggered immediately upon their first meeting, despite Lin Shushue's pure and innocent appearance. Many children, many blessings mission. Have dinner with Lin Shushue once. Task rewards, 100,000 coins. Basic live streaming knowledge. Su Fan looked at Lin Shushue with some confusion. I don't understand why the task is to have a meal with her, and why the task reward includes 100,000 in knowledge rewards. Lin Shushue, who had just finished her shopping spree, immediately noticed Su Fan, who possessed exceptional charm and charisma. With her professional eye as a live streamer with millions of followers, she accurately sensed an opportunity to capture traffic. She approached Su Fan and looked up at him curiously. Are you interested in live streaming? To be honest, with your looks, you're perfect for live streaming. With just a little makeup, plus the right beauty filters and lighting, you can easily get rich girls to shower you with gifts just by sitting there. Su Fan was surprised that Lin Shushue would come up to him directly and immediately ask him to become a live streamer. However, he has no interest in becoming a live streamer. With his system-level abilities, he's more than qualified to be a top streamer. However, in order to complete the mission, Su Fan decided not to refuse in a hurry. You invited me to be a live streamer on our first meeting. Do you know a lot about live streaming? Lin Shushue nodded decisively, took out her phone to show the screen, and said, Of course I know. This is my account, and it has now surpassed 1 million followers. After confirming it, Su Fan finally understood why the mission and its rewards were special. So she's a streamer with 1 million followers. With such achievements at the age of 24, it's no wonder he's so extravagant, and even his shopping spree is unique. From the moment they saw Lin Shushue, the shop assistants started packing her up, and some even stood obsequiously to the side. It's obvious that the VIP customer was her. After revealing her account, Lin Shushue appeared much more confident. She looked at Su Fan and asked again, What's your decision? If you were in that position, with your charm, we could create a CP, couple pairing, to attract a lot of attention. Su Fan laughed. Lin Shushue, with her pure and innocent appearance, actually had this plan in her mind. It's so good to be young. I'm 35 years old. Do you want to create a romantic pairing with me? He thought Lin Shushue would be in a difficult position, but the result was quite the opposite. Lin Shushue's eyes lit up instantly. She circled around Su Fan, her eyes filled with disbelief. With your figure and your charm, are you really 35? The next second, she excitedly rubbed her hands together. Wouldn't that be even better? Better. The clash between a mature, middle-aged man and a pure, charming college girl is quite interesting. At this moment, Lin Shushue's eyes were filled with the ecstatic joy of gaining traffic. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Lin Shushue was able to grow her account to its current scale with such enthusiasm for live streaming. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Shall we find a place to eat and discuss the details? By the way, could you give me that gold inlaid jade bracelet? Lin Shushue glanced at Su Fan with some surprise and asked, Do you want to buy this? This bracelet is priced at 99,999 yuan. But if you really want it, I can reluctantly part with it. Su Fan took the gift box containing the gold inlaid jade bracelet. Thank you. After I pay, let's go eat and talk about the live stream. He glanced at Zhang Qian beside him, and a smirk appeared on his face. I demand that her commission for this order be independent of her. Zhang Qian's eyes widened suddenly, but before she could react, she was stopped by a stern look from the store manager. The store manager quickly came over with a fawning smile. No problem, sir. I guarantee I'll get right to it. The commission from this sale will be distributed to the other employees and has nothing to do with Zhang Qian. Seeing this, Su Fan didn't hesitate and immediately paid 100,000. Being a store manager makes all the difference. You never ask why. Lin Shushue's gaze shifted between Su Fan and Zhang Qian, as if deep in thought. Then, she said to the store manager in the same way, "The things I buy shouldn't count towards her commission either." Chapter 23 VIPs in the Gold Shop. As Lin Shushue spoke, Zhang Qian's face turned deathly pale. Having worked in the jewelry store for so long, she knew very well Lin Shushue's position in the store. It's no exaggeration to say that he was their biggest customer. If you offend someone like that, your job at the jewelry store is essentially over. Miss Lin, what? I always treat you warmly when you come and recommend the most suitable gold jewelry for you. I deserve some credit for my hard work. Zhang Qian, feeling wronged, put on a pitiful appearance and tried to persuade Lin Shushue. However, during Lin Shushue's live stream, she remained unmoved despite having heard countless sweet words and flattery. She shrugged and looked at Su Fan. This gentleman's attitude is my attitude. Also, don't you understand your own identity? You're hosting me. That's your job. Do you expect me to be grateful? Zhang Qian's expression froze. She was quite certain that the two people did not know each other before, otherwise they would have been aware of the gold-inlaid jade bracelet. In other words, they hit it off after just one meeting. That's an absurd charm. What makes a 35-year-old middle-aged man so special? Even though Zhang Qian was unwilling, she still came to Su Fan in order to keep her job at the jewelry store. Hello, sir. I apologize for my offense just now, and I hope you can forgive me for my rudeness. You are someone who can easily spend 100,000 yuan to buy gold jewelry. There is no need to make things difficult for someone as insignificant as me. Su Fan didn't expect Lin Shushue to agree with him. After all, it was the first time he had met her. But it actually helped him out in a way. Su Fan glanced at Zhang Qian and said calmly, "It's necessary, absolutely necessary. Consider today's incident a lesson for you. Not everyone will be like that turtle man, shamelessly serving you for a little bit of benefit." The manager of the gold shop next door observed quietly for a while, and then made a decision. He pointed at Zhang Qian and shouted angrily, "I think you've been working in the store all day and seen too many wealthy customers spending lavishly, so you've lost sight of your place. So what if you've met many wealthy guests? What does this have to do with you, Zhang Qian? From this moment on, you are fired. Go directly to HR to discuss your resignation." As soon as the store manager spoke, Zhang Qian turned pale and her legs went weak, causing her to collapse to the ground. She boasted to her relatives that she owed everything to her job at the gold shop. She often compares herself to her best friend, and that's all thanks to her job at the jewelry store. Losing this job was like having her lifeline severed. The shop assistants next to Zhang Qian showed no pity for her. Instead, they were filled with schadenfreude. She's usually so timid. She could have just left on time, but she insists on working overtime for free, which forces us to work overtime for free as well. Yes, and they even stick to customers all day to sell them things and seduce them. I do know a little about this. All the couples who bought gold jewelry from her ended up getting divorced and dividing their assets. That handsome guy is really something else. Zhang Qian didn't get any advantage from him and ended up like this. He's so handsome and charming. If I had as much money as a rich woman, I'd be willing to mess with Zhang Qian to make him happy. That's true. I wish that handsome guy would take a liking to me. He can casually spend 100,000 yuan on a bracelet, so he must have some wealth. Su Fan nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the store manager's solution. He glanced at the distraught Zhang Qian and noticed an earring on a nearby counter, the style of which was very suitable for Lin Shushue. So he asked Lin Shushue, "What do you think of those earrings, Miss Lin?" Lin Shushue looked over, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Hey, the shop assistant was standing here and blocking my view, so I didn't see this earring. You have great taste. This looks perfect for me." Su Fan smiled and said, "Manager, could you please wrap this up for me? I want to give it to Miss Lin." "Yes, sir." The store manager immediately instructed the staff to pack it up. After pondering for a moment, He walked to the counter and looked at Su Fan seriously. Sir, may I ask your surname? I can give you a VIP card for free. You can enjoy exclusive VIP treatment in the mall, including but not limited to discounts, private parking spaces, and new product trials. Lin Shushua clearly hadn't expected the store manager to pull this stunt, and her expression became somewhat unpredictable. Su Fan noticed that the VIPs here seemed a bit different. They were clearly very respectful to Lin Shushua, who was a VIP at the mall, so he gave her his surname. After operating the computer for a while, the store manager walked up to Su Fan and handed him a jet black card decorated with gold foil patterns. Mr. Su, this is your VIP card. If you accidentally lose it, I can replace it for you at any time. Su Fan took the card and casually put it in his pocket. His calm demeanor elicited various reactions from those around him, especially Lin Shushua. She couldn't help but say, the membership cards here aren't like the points cards in regular supermarkets. Each store can only issue one card to one customer for life. On second-hand platforms, they've been sold for 1,000,000 yuan each, and there's still no market for them. With VIP status at Manhua Shopping Mall, you can enjoy top-tier treatment in any store here. That's one of the reasons I come here to shop all the time. My VIP status was originally given to me by another clothing store. The manager of the jewelry store was reluctant to give it to him, but I never expected it would end up being given to you. The store manager, standing to the side, gave an awkward smile. Who would have thought that such a young woman would be such a big customer? Moreover, he immediately demanded VIP status without any spending history, and he didn't dare gamble with his only chance. As for Su Fan, it's a different story. The earrings that I gave away casually were originally priced at 60,000 yuan. Adding to the 100,000 yuan golden-laid jade bracelet mentioned earlier, Su Fan easily spent 160,000 yuan on his first visit to the store without any pressure, without even blinking. According to the store manager's judgment, this is definitely a potential customer. Before other stores realize his potential, we should show him goodwill as soon as possible. Maybe his future sales will increase significantly. Lin Shushua covered her mouth and chuckled. Mr. Su, you gave me a pair of earrings worth 60,000 yuan on our first meeting. Are you so eager to create a CP couple pairing with me? Or do you really want to pursue me? Although Lin Shushua is only 24 years old, she has managed to build an account with millions of followers, demonstrating a level of mental fortitude that is far beyond that of ordinary people. The innocent and pure little rabbit persona is just a persona. Lin Shushua knew very well that the most stable relationship in the world was one based on shared interests. No one gets up early without a reason. The little bit of kindness she showed just now wasn't enough for Su Fan to repay her like this. However, with the system at his fingertips, Su Fan was too lazy to think about so much. The target that can trigger the quest is none other than the adorable experienced babies. With a mere 60,000, as long as you find an opportunity to build rapport and deepen your connection, triggering any task will yield far more than its value. In his eyes, this was a surefire way to make a profit and recoup his investment in no time. Not long after, the shop assistant presented Su Fan with a beautifully packaged golden-laid jade bracelet and gold earrings, handing them over respectfully with both hands. Hello, sir. These are the 2 items you just purchased. Chapter 24. The contract has a pitfall. After Su Fan took the item, he turned around and handed it to Lin Shushua. A small token of my gratitude. Nothing to mention. Lin Shushua accepted it generously, handing over a gold necklace worth 80,000 yuan. Mr. Su, I was the one who approached you first. How could I let you suffer a loss? This is a matter of reciprocity. There's a restaurant on the 3rd floor with pretty good food and service. Let's go there, eat, and chat about the live stream. Very vigilant. Upon seeing Lin Shushua, Su Fan immediately returned the gift, realizing that this 24-year-old girl was quite sophisticated. She knows exactly what to do in what situation. If a big spender in the live stream spends money, she will definitely exchange it for substantial emotional value. For example, if she received an expensive gift offline, she would send back an even more expensive gift in return. Su Fan knew that being too hasty would only arouse suspicion and vigilance. He accepted the necklace. Sure, I don't come to this mall very often. I'd appreciate it if you, as a VIP member of the mall, could take me to try that restaurant. Hearing Su Fan's words, Lin Shushua gave him a reproachful look. You're a VIP at the mall now, Mr. Su. Are you making fun of me because of my VIP status? Then she looked at the store manager and said, my car is parked in the usual spot. I'm going to have a meal and chat with Mr. Su now. You can take the things downstairs first. A few minutes later, the two arrived at Dongbei restaurant together. The waiters inside immediately came to greet us. Miss Lin, Mr. Su, welcome. Please come in. A VIP private room has been prepared for you. Su Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at the approaching waiter. How do you know me? Before the waiter could explain, Lin Shushua smiled and said, from the moment your membership card is entered into the system, hundreds of stores throughout the mall will receive your membership information. No matter which store you appear in the mall, you will receive the highest level of hospitality. After listening to Lin Shushua's explanation, seeing the waiter standing respectfully in front of him, and the customers dining nearby casting envious and resentful glances, Su Fan straightened his back even more. Is this how the rich are treated? That's too extravagant. He must enjoy all of this with a critical eye. Upon entering the restaurant's private room, the ambience immediately elevated to a higher level. A faint fragrance permeates the air, the soft lighting creates a relaxing atmosphere, and piano music plays an accompaniment. This was Su Fan's first time eating in a place like this, and he couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity in his eyes. A strange look flashed in Lin Shushua's eyes as she smiled and said, Mr. Su seems to rarely come to the restaurant to eat. The kitchen at this Dongbei restaurant is open and transparent, with food being cut and cooked to order, which makes people feel at ease eating here. If you have time, you can come and try it often. While the two were chatting, the manager of Dongbei restaurant was already on high alert. Two VIPs from Manhua shopping mall came to the store at the same time. You must not leave a bad impression. Negative reviews from ordinary people are no big deal, but if a VIP gives a negative review, the store will immediately be punished by the mall management. After giving instructions to the store's employees over the walkie-talkie, he personally came to Lin Shushua and Su Fan. Hello, Miss Lin. Hello, Mr. Su. I am the manager of Dongbei restaurant, and I will be serving you both during this meal. Armani suit, submariner watch. Seeing the person in charge, whose outfit cost tens of thousands more than his own, being so polite, Su Fan's expression became somewhat subtle. The members of Wanhua Shopping Mall are quite different from those of other shopping malls. This VIP treatment is amazing. After ordering a few signature dishes, Lin Shushua asked the person in charge to leave. The topic I'm about to discuss is a bit private and not suitable for others to be present. Finally free from distractions, Lin Shushua couldn't wait to speak. Mr. Su, with your looks and charm, if you add some entertainment value to your live stream, you'll definitely make money very quickly. Although you seem to be quite generous and not short of money, who would complain about having too much money? Come join us. Su Fan noticed that Lin Shushua seemed a little anxious, and his heart skipped a beat. A beat. There are always many conflicts between streamers and guilds, especially regarding contracts and agreements. So he kept his options open and didn't agree immediately. No rush, let me see the contents of the contract first. Upon hearing this, Lin Shushua's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained completely unchanged. She searched on her phone but couldn't find the contract template. Thinking that everything was the same except for the salary, he sent his electronic contract to Su Fan. Look how free I am every day now. Feel free to be a live streamer. With your qualifications, you won't be like other streamers who don't earn much money. Many people don't read through contracts carefully, line by line. Even if you read through it, you'll be overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information and end up signing a contract in a daze. Lin Shushua comforted herself in the same way. But what she never dreamed of was that sitting in front of her was Su Fan, a top legal expert. With just a quick glance, Su Fan discovered several hidden dangers. He raised his head and looked at Lin Shushua with a half-smile. This girl looks innocent and cute, but she's got a dark heart. Miss Lin, that's not very nice of you. This contract is full of shady practices. You have to stream for a full 240 hours every month, or you'll only get a base salary of 2,000 yuan. The total salary looks like it can reach 30,000, but in reality, you have to meet a bunch of harsh restrictions. Even if you had 1 million followers right now, you still couldn't meet some of these conditions, right? And most importantly, you need to bring in a new streamer to reach your own popularity before you can apply to leave the guild. I think the fake relationship is just a pretense. They really want me to help you get out of this mess. Hearing that Su Fan had seen through everything, even Lin Shushua, with her strong mentality, couldn't hold back anymore. She said awkwardly, I didn't want to use you to leave the guild, but I didn't lie to you about the CP, couple pairing thing. With my popularity and your own talent, your fan base will definitely grow very quickly. As for those restrictions, you can make up for them by receiving gifts. Look, aren't I living a carefree life now? Lin Shushua grabbed Su Fan's arms and shook them. Brother, I'm so sorry. I sincerely apologize to you, but I never brought you into this to harm you. Many beautiful women and handsome men on Douyin have signed with my menu guild. Those pitfalls are only a problem for streamers without popularity. With your qualifications, you don't need to worry at all. I'm willing to give you 200,000 yuan to compensate you. Brother, please help me. Su Fan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Lin Shushua was clever. As soon as she saw that she had pointed it out, she immediately slid to her knees. The combination of coquettishness, apology, and compensation was executed flawlessly. However, considering that Lin Shushua was also a potential target for triggering missions, he immediately had an idea. Actually, if you want to get rid of the Dreamy Guild, recruiting people isn't the only way. At least in my opinion, there are many ways to resolve the pitfalls in this contract. At a glance, I can see at least dozens of ways to help you solve the problem. Lin Shushua blinked and opened her mouth wide. Impossible, right? The contracts of Menu Guild were all drafted with the help of famous lawyers, and they were all difficult to resolve by skirting the law. Even someone on par with top lawyers wouldn't dare claim to have dozens of ways to avoid contractual traps, would they? I appreciate Mr. Su's kindness, but if you really don't want to join, I won't force you. Chapter 25. The system can also be used online. Upon hearing Lin Shushua's question, Su Fan shook his index finger. He placed his phone in front of Lin Shushua and began to analyze the text on it meticulously. You see, I can use this method for this one, and this one too. It's easy to solve with this method. Just do this and that, and then do that and that. What you think are difficult problems are nothing to me. As Lin Shushua listened to Su Fan's words, which involved a great deal of professional knowledge, her eyes were clear but blank, and her brain was completely overloaded. But she realized one thing. Su Fan was definitely not an ordinary person. Such profound legal knowledge far surpasses that of any legal advisor she had previously consulted. There are probably few people in the entire country who can rival Su Fan. Lin Shushua's attitude towards Su Fan changed again, and she began to feel a sense of admiration for him. Mr. Su, as long as you can help me get rid of the guild, please feel free to make any requests. I will do my best to satisfy you to the greatest extent possible. A hint of anger flashed across her face. My current income is completely disproportionate to my size. The platform takes 50%, and the guild takes another 40%. They've almost drained me dry. Su Fan smiled faintly, indicating to Lin Shushua that she could rest assured. To gain a deeper understanding of Lin Shushua, the live streamer, he asked her about live streaming. He was too poor before to afford to watch live streams. At most, they're just bystanders watching the big shots shower gifts and exclaiming how awesome they are. Now my identity has changed. Lin Shushua, who triggered the mission, is also a streamer, so she needs to learn a lot. Although the task reward involves live streaming knowledge, there's a streamer right in front of me who built 1 million followers from scratch, so why not take advantage of it? Upon hearing Su Fan's question, Lin Shushua showed no impatience whatsoever, but instead revealed a delighted smile. For her, having a need is a good thing. A relationship is only stable when both parties are valuable to each other. Otherwise, if it's always just one party providing value, the relationship definitely won't last long. So Lin Shushua began to teach him everything she knew. They carefully explained many important points to note regarding live streaming. They even clicked on the details of the live teaching session, saying, "Look at this streamer, she's very unprofessional. Going live without setting up fill lights will greatly reduce the beauty effect. If the fill light is used properly, even if she goes out of the frame and then comes back, the beauty filter won't be lost, and the spatial distortion can be avoided too obviously." Su Fan's expression changed upon seeing Lin Shushua's live stream featuring beautiful women. He wasn't captivated by the female anchors in the show. After all, the women around him are all beauties that others can only dream of. Su Fan was stunned when he saw the system message that popped up in the live stream room. No, dude. You can even run one online. The female anchor appearing in the live stream had corresponding system information popping up above her head, just like when you see her in real life. Su Fan stretched out his finger and swiped the screen. The screen. After trying several different female live streamers, I found that they all had the same effect. 15 points, 33 points, 26 points. You don't even need to meet them in person. You can see their real ratings online after they've been made up and filtered. Lin Shuxiue had already stopped explaining. She watched in disbelief as Su Fan scrolled through live streams of beautiful women on her phone. She immediately hid her phone behind her back and glared at him angrily. With me right in front of you. How can you still be watching these female streamers? And they even used my phone to pay. Realizing something was amiss, Su Fan clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Ahem, I was just thinking of finding you a few more examples to illustrate this, wasn't I? Even with all the beauty filters on those female streamers, you can't compare to them. I'm not trying to make you happy, but you're a top streamer with millions of followers. The public has discerning eyes. If we're both live streaming at the same time, I'll definitely only watch your stream and not theirs. Flattery will get you everywhere. Lin Shuxiue, who was initially a little angry, felt much better after hearing this. With his arms crossed, he said, "Humph, that's for sure. Then I'll report this to the guild on your behalf. I'll come and sign the contract once it's ready. When the time comes, you'd better be just as good as you were just now, and leave them speechless." Su Fan gave an okay sign, his face full of confidence. Don't worry about it. With the knowledge in my head, all the lawyers under the Dreamy Guild combined can't compare to me. Hearing Su Fan's confident and certain words, Lin Shuxiue's eyes brightened. She offered her phone number and added her as a contact. The system task popped up again. Bonus mission. Expose the true nature of 3 money-grabbing female live streamers and break their defenses. Task reward. 200,000 points. Intermediate live streaming knowledge. Su Fan looked at Lin Shuxiue with surprise and delight. The previous task wasn't even finished, and another one has arrived. What an adorable little angel for the mission. This kind of task is either good or bad. He likes it. It can both sober up some of the guys in the live stream and make those female streamers who are used to being flattered realize their own shortcomings, while also allowing them to complete tasks and earn rewards. In Su Fan's view, it was like Qin Shi touching an electrical wire. He was completely overwhelmed. After enjoying the various elaborate and skillfully prepared dishes, he and Lin Shuxiue left Dongbei restaurant. Lin Shuxiue's eyes showed obvious surprise when she saw Su Fan's car. She opened the door of her Ferrari and laughed. Brother, you're so low-key. Someone who casually spends tens of thousands of yuan actually drives a BMW i3. Su Fan patted the car body. I'm not as flamboyant as you young people. I'm getting old. It's better to keep things simple and low-key. Of course, that's just polite talk. After Lin Shuxiue left, Su Fan glanced at his old car. By now, it's about time I changed my car. He even took out a loan to buy it. They ended up getting divorced, but the loan wasn't paid off yet. Think about it. The due date for those bastards at the bank to collect the debt is fast approaching. We'll make them see what it means for times to change. Previous collection efforts. They bombarded him with phone calls, banged on his door, and harassed his family. They were practically ready to chop down Su Fan's door with a fire axe. He remembers all of these things. Su Fan got into the car and started the engine. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The mission rewards are being calculated. You have won 100,000 yuan. You have gained basic live streaming knowledge. As the knowledge entered his mind, Su Fan immediately understood many of the details that he hadn't understood when Lin Shuxiue explained them. They even came up with many other methods by drawing inferences from one instance. He was somewhat emotional. He made so much money just from a casual meal. For him now, the biggest challenge is suppressing his laughter. Perhaps I'll need to learn facial expression management from a professional in the future. Su Fan opened Douyin, TikTok, and started watching live streams. The next task is to target streamers with millions of followers, so it's necessary to examine the current live streaming format with a critical eye. After searching around, I can only say that there are still many monsters and demons. With makeup, beauty filters, and lighting combined, it's practically a head transplant. Some streamers, even Su Fan, thought they looked alright, but the system ratings were pitifully low. He exited Douyin and opened WeChat. Watching his live stream is less effective than checking his WeChat moments. The boss lady is Xiao Muin. Her subordinate in black stockings is Chun Wanbing. Her lawyer with long legs is Song Qingyu. And now there's Lin Shuxue, a live streamer with millions of followers. Just open her WeChat moments, and you'll see nothing but photos of beautiful women. Unfortunately, Xiao Muin and Chun Wanbing have now become masters of empty talk, only daring to chat on their phones. However, Xiao Muin has an amazing physique and has recently become restless again. Chun Wanbing simply stayed home and rested. Su Fan didn't care. Anyway, he has enough money to spend. Chun Wanbing is content to stay home and rest during her pregnancy. She doesn't have to go to work. It's not like she can't afford to raise the child. The 1v1 mode is still too difficult for the average person. Apart from Xiao Muin, Su Fan had never seen anyone who could last more than 10 rounds. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to go home. However, he didn't go back to his own home, but to Song Qingyu's home. The gift has been bought. I wonder if it will strengthen our connection and trigger another task. Chapter 26. Knowledge is good. We must learn it. A dozen minutes later, Su Fan arrived at Song Qingyu's house. He sent a message, and Song Qingyu immediately rushed out in her pajamas, her face full of surprise. Honey, what brings you here? Aren't you going home yet? It's so late. Su Fan put his hands behind his back and revealed a mysterious smile. Your home is my home. What difference does it make where I go back to? Guess what I brought you? Hee hee, you naughty husband. I'm not going to guess. Song Qingyu smiled slyly, pressed herself against Su Fan, and looked behind him. Su Fan helplessly took out the gift. You're just like a child playing around. Let's open it and take a look. When Song Qingyu opened it, she was stunned to find that it was the gold-inlaid jade bracelet that she had been reluctant to buy at the jewelry store. Tears welled up in her eyes. From a young age, she was taught by her family that older children should give way to younger children. So he always favored his younger brother in everything, giving him better food, clothes, and other necessities. If she hadn't been so outstanding, she wouldn't even have had the chance to study. Fortunately, the younger brother knows that his older sister has had a hard time, and he often protests on her behalf against his parents. However, within the family, the parents' authority is still not something the two children can defy. After Song Qingyu became capable of supporting himself, she immediately moved out and settled down in Ningqing. Therefore, he was called an ungrateful wretch by his relatives in the village, and there was a lot of gossip about him. Despite being introduced to so many excellent men in the village, she didn't like any of them and insisted on going to the city to find city men. It can be said that Su Fan's bracelet directly struck the softest spot in Song Qingyu's heart. She wiped away her tears and scolded. It's so expensive. You're wasting money. You should return it. I'm very happy that you have this thought in mind. Sultan seemed to realize something, so he took out the receipt and tore it up. Oh dear, it can't be refunded. Looks like you'll have to keep it. Seeing Su Fan's action, Song Qingyu gently nudged him. Then she leaned into Su Fan's arms, smiled sweetly, and stroked the bracelet as if it were a precious treasure. Affection Enhancement Mission. Have Song Qingyu assist you with taking off using her feet. Task rewards. 150,000 coins. 1 skin smoothing pill. A new system task has been introduced. Su Fan's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze fell on Song Qingyu's supermodel long legs. A fiery glint appeared in his eyes. He wrapped his arms around Song Qingyu's waist and whispered in her ear, "Wife, I want to try that with you." Song Qingyu was filled with happiness at this moment. Upon hearing Su Fan's request, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Her cheeks flushed, she bit her lip lightly, and muttered under her breath, You're such a pervert. How could anyone make such a request? I've never heard of such a thing before. That's insane. Absolutely insane." As Song Qingyu cursed, she couldn't help but glance at her own feet. Because she was wearing slippers, her round and cute toes were neatly exposed. Su Fan picked up Song Qingyu and grinned mischievously as he heard her gasp. "That's because you haven't been exposed to it much before. I'll gradually teach you more knowledge in the future. You need to experience more new things." Back in the room, Song Qingyu sat barefoot on the bed, her toes curled up nervously, her hands gripping the sheets tightly. But this is just too much. Are you sure this will work? Su Fan provoked him. What? You don't have athlete's foot, do you? If you have athlete's foot, that's really troublesome. It would be bad if you got infected. Song Qingyu suddenly looked up, her neck and face instantly turning bright red. Enraged, she kicked Su Fan. How could that be? I wash every day, okay? And I washed each toe carefully and meticulously, one by one. What nonsense are you talking about? My feet don't smell at all, and they even smell nice. Su Fan grabbed Song Qingyu's foot as she kicked him and said with a wicked smile, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. No matter how much you talk, it's better to let me try. The skin of the Song Qingyu jade foot is fair and delicate and feels as warm and smooth as mutton fat jade to the touch. Feeling Su Fan's movements, she felt her face burning hot. You're a pervert. What should you call me? Have you forgotten what I just taught you last night? Husband. That's more like it. Su Fan carefully savored the unprecedented stimulation and took a deep breath. He couldn't help but admire the people who invented this knowledge. You have to learn. After a long time, the mission was completed. 150,000 and the skin-smoothing pill are yours. Song Qingyu's eyes were already glazed over, her gaze alluring. Su Fan didn't just think about himself. He immediately turned over and got up. They only stopped when Song Qingyu surrendered in a low voice. Su Fan put his arm around Song Qingyu and took out the skin-smoothing pill from the system. Its main effect is exactly what it sounds like, to make the skin smoother and more supple, making it more suitable for women. Su Fan held the pill between his fingers and put it into Song Qingyu's mouth. What is this? This is a treasure, just swallow it. After Song Qingyu obediently swallowed it, the effect was immediate. Her already delicate skin underwent another transformation. Like the finest silk, it makes you want to touch it and feel its smooth texture. Song Qingyu looked on in surprise. Where did you buy this? Su Fan savored the delicate, smooth touch, his gaze returning to those jade-like feet. You can't buy these anywhere else. Only I have them. Another new round has begun. It was exhilarating, but the ending was also quite tragic. Song Qingyu refused to let Su Fan stay overnight at her house no matter what. His tireless demeanor terrified her. If two people spend the night together, then there's no need to sleep at all. Thinking of the lessons learned from Xiao Muin and Chun Wanbing, Su Fan had no choice but to grant Song Qingyu's request. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun if another one got scared away. However, as he drove home and passed by the barbecue restaurant he had previously visited, an accident occurred. A group of energetic young men on electric motorcycles caught up from behind and surrounded him. Some of them tilted their cars up, looking anxious, as if they had something to say. Seeing their dangerous actions, Su Fan had no choice but to stop the car. After all, these young men didn't seem to have any ill intentions. If they fell while following the car, it would be a big problem. Big brother, big brother, big brother. Before Su Fan could even get out of the car, voices calling him Big Brother were already rising and falling outside. It wasn't just the young men shouting. Even the young women following them were shouting. Moreover, they were clearly not feigning sincerity. Their eyes were full of genuineness. Su Fan also saw several blonde-haired men he had dealt with using his baton. For a moment, he was also confused about what was going on. Su Fan opened the car door and got out. What's going on? What do you mean by this? Finally, a blonde-haired guy stepped forward. He wiped his nose and explained, Brother, Kunlong tried to cause you trouble after he went back last time. As a result, because the commotion was too big, they went straight in and provided food and lodging. We couldn't stand his behavior to begin with. We only followed him to make a living. Remembering your valiant spirit that night when you descended from the heavens, I thought of coming to rely on you. Other energetic young men chimed in. Yes, we've been waiting nearby for ages, and finally our big brother is here. Su Fan then remembered Kunlong, the guy who had dropped his baton and been hit back by him. I didn't expect them to provide meals and accommodation, all of a free trip. Su Fan possesses a vast amount of legal knowledge, which is constantly being updated. With just a thought, he calculated that Brother Kunlong would have no worries about food and drink for at least 20 years. Chapter 27. A spirited young woman who graduated from a foreign university? If he comes out again in 20 years, Kunlong will probably have turned into Insect Brother. Looking at the group of energetic young men around him, Su Fan said helplessly, I'm really fed up with you guys. This isn't a movie shoot. What are you all doing? I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I have no interest in being a big brother. I just want to go home and sleep. For a moment, The energetic young men looked at each other in bewilderment. They are all people who live for the moment and only care about the present. If no one takes the lead, we won't even be able to enjoy a cup of Shanghai ice cream together or a bowl of fried noodles with 7 other people anymore. Brother, please take us in. You're so capable. We'd like to work for you, even as security guards at your workplace. Su Fan was speechless. So this is what it means to follow him. Is this guy here to see someone in the class? And they only look for easy classes where people can play on their phones. He waved his hand. Get out of here, get out of here. I have no relation to you. Why should I bother with you? Upon hearing this, the young men's faces darkened slightly. Suddenly, a spirited young woman with a lip piercing and half gold, half black hair squeezed out. She frowned and said, Didn't you say you were here to recognize an older brother? This isn't exciting at all. Can we fast forward to the next program? Didn't they say online that you have a lot of exciting and fun programs? Su Fan looked at this energetic young woman and felt that she looked somewhat familiar. He examined the system information, trying to find the source of this sense of familiarity. Name, Zhou Yi. Age, 19. Education, bachelor's degree from a foreign university. Height and weight, 156 centimeters, 43 kilograms. Size, B. Number of historical chargers, 0. Number of charges in history, 0. Overall rating, 70. Review, a high-quality childbearing option not to be missed. Unfortunately, I still can't remember where that sense of familiarity came from. With Zhou Yi's looks, standing among the trendy young men and women, she's as conspicuous as a 1,000-watt light bulb. I was hiding behind her. That's why I didn't notice her. She stood out as very out of place among the group of people who were constantly recharging. Moreover, he attended a foreign university, and I have no idea how he managed to get in. Su Fan was completely bewildered and had no clue what to do. He asked several energetic young men nearby, before he learned that Zhou Yi had actually arrived with a driver in a Mercedes-Benz. Seeing them riding electric motorcycles, they insisted that it was exciting and fun, and joined in anyway, and the others couldn't stop them. Given that the driver wasn't exactly a nice guy, the group of energetic young men had no choice but to take her along. Zhou Yi yawned out of boredom, and the tongue stud on her tongue gleamed. She looked at Su Fan speechlessly. Hey, are you even a man? So many people have begged you, yet you remain unmoved. Why don't you just call me Big Sister, and I'll treat you to the best of everything? The young men's eyes lit up immediately. They only eat 1 meal a day, and they're starving by now. Is it really true? Boss, boss, Big Sister. The shouts brightened Zhou Yi's eyes, and she clapped excitedly. This is so much fun. Come on, I'll take you guys out for a late-night snack. Uncle, I think these guys really admire you. Why don't you join us? Su Fan nodded somewhat helplessly. This 19-year-old girl is so outgoing and friendly. In order to figure out what that inexplicable sense of familiarity was, he decided to follow them. This feeling of not being able to grasp or understand something is stuck here, and it's very uncomfortable until I figure it out. It's like you're about to sneeze, but halfway through opening your mouth, you suddenly lose the sensation. It's like having something to say, opening your mouth only to realize you've forgotten it. It was downright torture. Zhou Yi led everyone to a late-night food stall and ordered a huge amount of food in a very generous manner. Regardless of where that sense of familiarity came from, Su Fan felt embarrassed to let a young girl treat him, so he called out after ordering the food. Boss, how much is it? I'll pay. Okay, please wait a moment. A radiant smile immediately bloomed on Zhou Yi's face. Uncle, you're so handsome. The energetic young men around them were even more excited. Wow, Big Brother is amazing. You're a true dragon among men. Big Brother is so generous. Can you film a video with us? Oh yeah, with a face and a body like yours, the traffic will be amazing. Before Su Fan could say anything, the energetic young men had already gotten into position. They lined up in a single file and began to showcase their talents. Accompanied by DJ music playing on his phone, the first person wiped his nose in front of the camera, suddenly kicked out with a high kick, and let out a strange scream. The second one followed closely behind, touching his belly and shaking his head as he walked towards the camera. The third one stood tall and proud, its shrimp vein protruding from its throat, and suddenly bent its legs onto its head. After putting it down, I switched to the other foot and did it again effortlessly. The people who came after them were all talented. The amazing skills displayed by these energetic young men left Su Fan and Zhou Yi speechless. Finally, the energetic young men turned their phone cameras towards Zhou Yi, saying, "This is my big sister. You guys better remember this." Then, pointing the phone at Su Fan, he said, "This is my older brother, a god descended to earth. His strength is unpredictable. You all better learn a lesson. Brothers, you're awesome. Awesome." After filming the video, the energetic young men sat down, still feeling quite unsatisfied. Su Fan was amused after watching such a long talent show. He took the menu and handed it to the owner of the late-night food stall. "Boss, bring me 10 more servings of everything on the cutting board." The late-night food stall owner stared wide-eyed at Su Fan, asking somewhat timidly, "Are you serious?" Su Fan was a little confused by the cautious look on the night market stall owner's face. He glanced again at the energetic young man sitting at several tables behind him, and only then did he belatedly realize what was happening. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, boss. We live in a society governed by law now." Su Fan scanned the QR code next to him and transferred 10,000 yuan directly. "Is this enough for you? If that's enough, keep the change. Consider it as payment for these young men's meals here in the future. If it's not enough, just tell me and I'll transfer more to you." The notification sounded as 10,000 yuan was deposited into the account. The boss was overjoyed to see the money he had actually received. "That's enough, that's enough. You could have 10 more servings. Wait a minute, I'll start baking at full speed right away." Su Fan returned to his seat, where the energetic young men were already stunned. They gathered around Su Fan one by one. "Wow, bro, you're so passionate. I knew my older brother wasn't an ordinary person. He was a dragon among men. The 10,000 yuan that was transferred is like the same amount of money we spend. Brother, you're awesome. I'm impressed. You deserve more talent from me." The voices of energetic young men rose and fell. Even Zhou Yi was surprised, not expecting Su Fan to spend 10,000 yuan so casually in a moment of joy. This time, the young men showed off all their talents. Some people drink a whole bottle of Lichuan 1998 in one gulp. Some even put on white gloves, turned on the music, and started dancing the Qinghai shake in unison. It was just like a talent show. Su Fan was thoroughly amused. The emotional value of this 10,000 yuan is just too much. Chapter 28, Zhou Bapi's Daughter. Zhou Yi appeared next to Su Fan at some point. Looking at the energetic young man, she exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my God! Uncle, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to see this scene." Su Fan glanced at her clothes and knew they were not simple at all. With a burly driver watching him intently, he was definitely not from an ordinary family. Su Fan asked curiously, "What were you thinking? Aren't you afraid of danger, a young lady like you wandering around like this so late at night?" Zhou Yi snorted. "These energetic young men aren't so bad. I was a little wary at first, but it's quite funny once you get used to it. It can give you a laugh every now and then. What's dangerous about it? Besides, I have Uncle Zhou with me. With the skills he has mastered, even if you have a lot of muscles, you are no match for him. Those energetic young men are praising you so much, but they're just too skinny. If it were Uncle Zhou, he could easily achieve the same results as you." Su Fan simply smiled, neither confirming nor denying. The muscles created by the muscle growth pill are not as simple as Zhou Yi thought. To put it bluntly, it's a pure numbers monster. He doesn't care about any techniques. He just wants to crush you head on. Are you good at energy dissipating techniques? Excuse me, but what if someone uses enough force to smash you into a pulp with one punch? But Su Fan did not argue with Zhou Yi. He's 16 years older than Zhou Yi, so he'll lose no matter how he argues. Zhou Yi stood next to Su Fan, her eyes shining brightly. "Uncle, you're so cool. My dad is nothing compared to you. He's rich, but he's so stingy. Look how generous I was when I said I was treating everyone. But it was all money I saved up from working for a long time. It's a good thing you paid. Otherwise Uncle Zhou would have reported it to my dad later, and I would have gotten a scolding again. He's incredibly stingy. No wonder he's nicknamed Zhou the Skinflint." Upon hearing those 3 words, Su Fan abruptly turned to look at Zhou Yi, his eyes filled with shock. He asked where that strange sense of familiarity came from. This is because Zhou Yi's face vaguely resembles that of Zhou Bapi. Her mother's genes are so strong. She managed to turn out to be a beauty. Su Fan never expected such a melodramatic thing to happen. Although he knew that Zhou Bapi had a daughter studying abroad, he had never met her. Unexpectedly, now that he's back in China, he's been brought before him by this energetic young man. He had never met Uncle Zhou before. He guessed that Uncle Zhou was Zhou Yi's driver and bodyguard who always accompanied her to protect her. Su Fan viciously echoed the curse. That's right. Someone so stingy should be called Zhou Bapi, a notorious skinflint. He's so miserly in everything he does. My former boss was the same way. He was always thinking about how to deduct employees' wages and put the money in his pocket. He always finds all sorts of reasons to deduct a lot of the salary I earn with great difficulty. Zhou Yi was overjoyed to have met a kindred spirit and raised her glass to clink with Su Fan's. Uncle, you have a story to tell too. We are both wanderers in this world. Why should we need to have known each other before? I hope your former boss gets his comeuppance soon. Su Fan couldn't hold back, and his expression became very subtle. I think what you said is more useful. Say a few more words, and if you can say more, then say more. Encouraged, Zhou Yi immediately transformed into a master of Zhuan, a type of online anime/manga. The beautiful language used to describe Su Fan's stingy ex-boss was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. She only stopped laughing when Su Fan couldn't hold it in any longer. Uncle, why are you laughing so happily? It's nothing. I was just thinking about something happy. Su Fan laughed so hard his whole body was shaking. He never imagined that Zhou Bapi would have such a day. They exploit their employees all day long, laying off older employees as soon as they turn 35 and keeping the wages of younger employees low. It's quite interesting that someone like that could raise such a rebellious daughter. After the skewers were ready, the group ate them with great enthusiasm. Just as Zhou Yi wanted to eat and drink more, Uncle Zhou came over. He bent down and reminded her, Miss, we should go home now. If it gets too late, the master will be unhappy. The young man's face lit up with excitement upon hearing the address. I knocked. Big sister, you're still a rich girl, aren't you? These young ladies and gentlemen, they sound like they come from a very wealthy and powerful family. 666. I've finally dined at the same table as some big shots in my life. Even with the praise of the energetic young man, Zhou Yi couldn't be happy. She was like a deflated balloon. She knew that it was okay to be a little crazy when having fun. But when Uncle Zhou reminds you, you should focus on your studies. Otherwise, they would be confined to their homes. Then I'll be going now, guys, and Uncle too. I will definitely come back, and we'll continue to enjoy barbecue skewers together. Zhou Yi also took out her phone and added Su Fan on WeChat. Uncle, remember to add a note for me. My name is Zhou Yi, what's yours? Su Fan stroked his chin and thought for a moment. You don't need to add a note for me. Just look at my screen name. After all, if Zhou Bapi knew about the name in the notes, who knows what kind of crazy thing he would do? Zhou Yi pouted. TCH, what's with the vast horizons thing? You're still using that kind of name? It's so outdated. After saying that, she got into the car and left with the driver. It has to be said, young men can really eat. The entire 10 menus were actually devoured by these energetic young men. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, they walked up to Su Fan. Brother, are you going to continue shopping or go home and sleep? Sleep. If you want to go home to sleep, let Ah Huang take you home. Knowing you drove here, Ah Huang made sure not to drink and waited to drive you. Yes, that way we don't have to waste money hiring a designated driver. Su Fan was surprised that the young men were so thoughtful, even considering this. Unable to refuse such a kind offer, he agreed. The energetic young men immediately let out a cheer like monkeys yelling. They followed Su Fan to the car. Upon seeing the BMW logo, they all pulled out their phones again. Wow, my brother's got real skills. BMW. I wish I hadn't drunk that horse piss. To put it bluntly, Ah Huang, you've really gone all out. You're even driving Big Brother's BMW now. They looked at Su Fan and asked, Brother, can we take some photos and videos next to your car? Su Fan never imagined that his BMW i3 would one day be able to hold its head high. He nodded. Go ahead and take pictures. Take as many as you like. I'll get a new car in a few days. Then your filming will be even more awesome. These words greatly excited the young men. Wow, this guy is amazing. Picking up the car is like drinking water for him. Awesome is all that matters. Wow, Big Brother, you're so handsome. The young women following him looked at Su Fan with starry eyes and flushed faces. However, they were charging up quite frequently, and were very thin. Su Fan had no other thoughts, especially since the mission hadn't been triggered yet. Zhou Yi didn't trigger the mission either. Su Fan's lips twitched as he recalled the days when Zhou Bapi would make him work overtime all night without pay. If the unscrupulous boss tries to cause trouble again, then don't blame him for calling him father-in-law. After the energetic young men and women finished taking photos with envy, Su Fan also began his return journey. We had a blast tonight. Once the contract is finalized tomorrow, I can start dealing with Lin Shuxue, the streamer with 1 million followers. Chapter 29 Dream Guild Headquarters. Young man Huang's driving skills are very smooth. He's a completely different person when he's riding an electric motorcycle. Your driving skills are pretty good. How did you learn? Su Fan, sitting in the back row, took the initiative to ask questions. Huang smiled sheepishly, his face revealing an innocent, youthful smile that contrasted sharply with his full head of blonde hair. I got a driver's license before, and since then I've driven for many people. Some business owners at late-night food stalls often have a few drinks. When I see that they've almost finished eating, I'll go up to them and ask if they need a designated driver. Go from one dinner table to another and ask around. Eventually, one of them will need a designated driver. One serving is enough for me and a few of my buddies to eat 1 meal a day, enough to last a week. Su Fan sighed. No wonder you're all so thin. You only eat 1 meal a day. Huang glanced at Su Fan in the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with envy. Big brother, I wish I were as good as you. I reckon I'll never be able to afford your BMW in my entire life. At most, I'll find a wife, go back to the village, get married, have children, raise them, and that'll be the end of my life. Huang wanted to say something more. Suddenly the phone rang, and he immediately fell silent. Su Fan picked up his phone and glanced at it. The contact name was Lin Shuxue, a top live streamer with millions of followers. The fact that they're calling so late means they've probably settled the contract issue. As expected, when he answered the phone, the pleasant voice was clearly excited. Brother Su, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I've already spoken with the guild owner, and you can come over any time tomorrow to sign the contract. Su Fan had already planned to leave tomorrow to deal with the contract issues, so he readily agreed. Okay, wait for my call at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Upon receiving a definite reply, Lin Shuxue's voice clearly showed a hint of joy. Well, Suji, you should get some rest. I won't bother you anymore. Good night. After it's done, I'll definitely give you a huge reward. Su Fan hung up the phone and closed his eyes to rest. It's rare to find someone as generous as Su Fan in Huang's circle. He talked a lot about himself and his group of young, spirited guys. After arriving home, Su Fan immediately scanned a QR code and gave Huang 500 yuan, then called him a ride-hailing car. Huang, if you need anything in the future, call me first. Don't let youthful passion cloud your judgment and lead you to do something you'll regret for the rest of your life. Through conversations along the way, Su Fan learned that these energetic young men had all grown up in the village with their grandparents while their parents went out to work when they were young and had lacked parental companionship throughout their childhood. He could tell that these young men weren't inherently bad. They weren't the kind of naturally evil people who would engage in school bullying. Su Fan was also a left-behind child from a young age, so he can empathize even more. He would lend a hand as long as it was within his ability. Huang lowered his head and nodded silently. He initially came to save Su Fan money, thinking he could just drive back. As a result, Su Fan ended up spending even more money. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Su Fan noticed Huang's unease and turned around to take out a pack of cigarettes from the car. It's the Golden Leaf, T&I Fine Branch, that he recently bought. He forced it into Huang's hand. Go back and share some with the brothers, go to bed early, and stop wandering around aimlessly. Brother, these cigarettes are 100 yuan a pack. We're not at the level of those big shots. Why would we need to smoke such good cigarettes? Su Fan waved his hand to interrupt Huang and went straight home. Only Huang remained standing there, staring blankly at the cigarette in his hand. After a night, Su Fan woke up in bed. This was one of the few times in recent days that he was alone. Su Fan sent a message to Lin Shuxue in advance and drove to the headquarters building of Menu Guild. As soon as I parked the car, I saw Lin Shuxue walking over. Today she wore a simple white dress, looking incredibly pure and beautiful. Mr. Su, how is it? Are you confident? Even though she had already witnessed Su Fan's strength, Lin Shushue was still a little nervous because this was a crucial matter. Su Fan smiled and gave Lin Shushue another boost of confidence. As long as I stand here, even if all their top lawyers come at me together, they can't do anything to me from a contractual standpoint. His confident demeanor eased Lin Shushue's tension somewhat. The two then went inside the guild building. Inside the reception room, Su Mengyu, the owner of the Mengyu Guild, was also waiting there after hearing the news. He saw Su Fan enter, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Lin Shushue quickly introduced, "President Su, this is Su Fan, whom I'm introducing to you. Mr. Su, this is Mr. Su, the general manager of our Mengyu Guild." Su Mengyu stood up with a warm smile on his face. "Yesterday I heard Xiaoxue say that she has discovered a promising live streamer, and even said that your achievements in live streaming can definitely surpass hers. If it weren't for her strong recommendation, I wouldn't have come here in person given my status. But I thought she was exaggerating. Now that I see it, she hasn't even captured half of Mr. Su's charm. The saying goes, you can't hit someone who's smiling at you." Seeing his attitude, Su Fan didn't dare to directly bring up the issue of Lin Shushue's contract. After exchanging a few casual words, we finally found an opportunity to talk about the contract. "Mr. Su, I'm here today to join your guild. Let's sign the contract first." "Hee, you're in a hurry. But it's good. The benefits of our dreamy guild are not the best, but they are definitely not bad either." Su Mengyu took out the contract he had prepared beforehand and placed it in front of Su Fan. Su Fan opened the contract and found that it was indeed similar to the one Lin Shushue had shown him. So I glanced at it and didn't look any further. He turned to look at Su Mengyu. "What's wrong, Mr. Su? Is there something you're worried about?" "Don't worry, with my status, I wouldn't cheat you." Before he could continue his sophistry, Su Fan interrupted him. "No need to say anything more. I think you know in your heart what the pitfalls are in this contract." Seeing that Su Mengyu didn't believe him, Su Fan casually pointed out a few examples to prove that he wasn't just bluffing. Su Mengyu finally dropped his fake smile. "Who exactly are you? Are you deliberately here to cause trouble?" Su Fan laughed and said, "Of course not. I wanted to join your Mengyu Guild because I saw how powerful you are, but you can't treat me like a pig to be slaughtered. Bring out a more convincing contract, or I have many ways to ruin you with the very contract you're so proud of." Upon hearing Su Fan's words, Su Mengyu's expression immediately became playful. "Oh really? We had 3 renowned lawyers in the legal profession write this contract. I might believe you if you said something else, but to say you want to play games with me through the contract is just wishful thinking. If you come to sign the contract today, I would be more than happy to welcome you. But if you're here to cause trouble, then go talk to the security guard at the gate." Chapter 30. Frenzied Call for People. Su Fan saw that Su Mengyu was still refusing to listen to reason and was about to suffer the consequences. He immediately brought up the solution he had mentioned to Lin Shushue. Their attitude became even tougher. He stated each point directly, one by one. Su Mengyu's face darkened as he listened. Although he couldn't understand the intricacies of the matter, it seemed that Su Fan was indeed no ordinary person. "Wait, let me think about it." Su Mengyu opened his phone and dialed the numbers of the law firms of those top lawyers from back then. After he repeated the methods Su Fan had mentioned, the lawyer on the other end of the phone fell silent. The lawyer, who had been calm and collected, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. In all their years of experience, they had never heard of such a solution, especially one that was within the rules. Even their teachers probably don't have that kind of ability. You should know that someone who can be addressed as teacher by top lawyers is a titan in the industry. Su Mengyu waited until he was getting impatient before a somewhat cautious voice came through the phone again. "Mr. Su, what did you say that person's name was? What did he look like?" Hearing the lawyer's tone, Su Mengyu realized the seriousness of the problem. He glanced at the information Su Fan had submitted. "His name is Su Fan. He is 1.8 meters tall, 35 years old, but he looks quite young. He has a muscular physique and the potential to become a popular live streamer with millions of followers." Su Fan. The lawyers opposite were stunned. They had expected to hear the name of some authority in the industry. After all, finding those solutions requires an extraordinary understanding of legal knowledge. However, within the industry, no one had ever heard of a person named Su Fan. To think he could come up with such a brilliant solution makes the mines we carefully laid seem like child's play in front of him. A thought arose in the minds of all the top lawyers. Su Fan has someone backing him. Although he is middle-aged, 35 years old is still too young to possess such strength and knowledge. There is likely a true titan behind him. If that's the case, they'll have a hard time getting involved in this mess. Hearing the hints from the top lawyers, Su Mingyu cursed his bad luck inwardly. He never expected that Su Fan had an industry giant behind him. Such a figure would have an exceptionally wide network of connections. Su Mingyu composed himself and glanced at Su Fan and Lin Shushue. He knew that Su Fan had come mainly to resolve Lin Shushue's contract issues. But what he couldn't understand was, is Lin Shushue's charm really that exaggerated? Su Fan was actually willing to get himself involved to help her out of the predicament. Su Mingyu returned to the main seat. Su Fan, I know you have an extraordinary background, but I am not alone. You can't scare me. Let's have a proper talk about the contract. He clapped his hands, and a new contract was brought in. Su Mingyu has contingency plans for many unexpected situations, and Su Fan's case is just one of them. He presented the new contract to Su Fan. Su Fan carefully read through the pages, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. This contract is indeed much more sincere than the previous one. However, the level of skill in burying the pits was also much higher. Even some top lawyers might not be able to spot the trap if they are careless. Only Su Fan, who received the system reward, could see through it at a glance. He pushed the contract in front of Su Mingyu and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. I thought you were a smart man, that you wouldn't do something more than 3 times, and that you had one last chance. What I want to see is genuine sincerity. My methods are enough to make Mingyu Guild lose at least half of its current live streaming market share. Su Fan pointed out the problematic areas again. If Su Mingyu was still somewhat skeptical of Su Fan's abilities just now, he is now completely convinced. But what is his identity and status? Being forced into this state in your own headquarters building, how can you maintain your standing in front of others if word gets out? Su Mingyu's eyes hardened, and he took out his phone again. Seeing this, Su Fan couldn't help but sneer. What? You're going to call in more people? Looks like they really won't give up until they hit a brick wall. Whether in literature or martial arts, Su Fan possesses ample means. He wasn't afraid of Su Mingyu courting death at all. At all. The more reckless he acts, the more he can ride the coattails of the dreamy guild. Su Mingyu said with a ferocious expression, I was able to build Mingyu Guild to its current scale not just because of the connections of a few top lawyers. If you've ever heard of Brother Kunlong, then you're lucky to be alive. Get out of here on your knees before the call connects, and I'll let you go. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Of course he'd heard of it, and he knew it all too well. After all, I almost sat in Brother Kunlong's seat last night. However, the fact that Brother Kunlong provided food and lodging was basically only known to his underlings. Everyone else thought he was just hiding somewhere drinking and having fun, as he always did. Su Mingyu was unaware of Kunlong's current situation and still regarded him as a trump card. When the call connected, Su Mingyu pointed at Su Fan and deliberately turned on speakerphone. Hey, Brother Kunlong, this is Su Mingyu from Mingyu Guild. Su Fan listened quietly from the side. He was a little curious about who would answer Kunlong's call. A voice that had just woken up came from the phone. Mr. Su, what's up? Where's Brother Kunlong? I have a little trouble and need his help. The voice on the other end paused. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Brother Kunlong is busy with something. You can contact me if you need anything. I'm the person he trusts most. Huang. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get his phone. Although Su Mingyu had some doubts, Su Fan was right in front of him, so he didn't think too much about it. I need you to send someone to my guild headquarters right now. There's someone here who needs your help, Huang said meaningfully. That's simple. But Mr. Su, your family is so big and powerful. This trip has really taken a lot of effort for us. Su Mingyu narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, once you've dealt with the trouble here, I'll give the brothers a satisfactory reward. Okay, then send half of the deposit first. After hanging up the phone, Su Mingyu paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan. He looked at Su Fan with a mocking expression. I never expected you to be so stupid, just sitting there waiting for me to finish my call. Even if you kneel down and get out of my sight right now, it won't do you any good. Su Fan recognized the voice on the other end of the phone as Huang, the one who had taken him home last night. He couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth no matter how hard he tried. Mr. Su, is it really that serious? I was just talking to you about the contract, and you're going to call people to beat me up? That's a bit much, isn't it? Su Mingyu revealed a smug look. Now you're scared? Where were you before? Do you really think I could have achieved this in Ningxing without some tricks up my sleeve? I'm different from people like you who are destined to work for others your whole lives. I can make a lot of decisions in the blink of an eye. Lin Shushua looked at Su Mingyu's smug expression with a face full of worry. Su Fan stared at his phone, as if waiting for something. 1 minute later, his phone rang. Note, Huang. Chapter 31. Which side's blonde guy is this? Su Fan smiled slightly when he saw the name on the contact. Su Mingyu lit a cigar, crossed his legs, and looked at Su Fan with disdain. The calls you make are not in the same league as the calls I make. Don't be so happy just because you hear a ringtone. I bet your phone only gets spam calls. Ha ha ha. He knew about Brother Kunlong's methods. Su Fan won't be having such a good time later. Contracts are the biggest tool that Mengyu Guild uses to control its streamers. Su Fan actually came up with so many ways to easily break them. He has to be taught a lesson, so he'll behave himself. Seeing Su Mingyu's confident demeanor, Lin Shushua walked guiltily to Su Fan's side. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Su Mingyu to have a relationship with that Brother Kunlong. I oversimplified things. I'm sorry I've dragged you into this. You should leave first. I'll stall for time for you. After all, this all started because of me, and I shouldn't have dragged you into it. Seeing Lin Shushua's worried face, Su Fan indicated that she didn't need to worry. He picked up his phone and answered Huang's call. Big brother. Just now, Boss Su from Mengyu Guild called Brother Kunlong and asked us to help him. You said that you would ask first if there were any problems in the future, and now everyone only trusts you. Could you please help us decide whether or not to go? Su Fan laughed and said, Of course I'll go. And not only do you have to go, you also have to report your location to him at all times, so that he knows you are on your way and can put his mind at ease. Huang never expected Su Fan to say that. His voice became hesitant. But if we do that, will there really be any problems? I haven't read as many books as my older brother, but I still know that this kind of thing isn't right. Hearing Huang's doubts, Su Fan was not angry at all, but felt very gratified. This child is teachable. His nature isn't inherently bad. Don't worry about coming this time. I'll be at the Dreamy Guild headquarters. Nothing will happen. Huang's voice became noticeably more excited. Is my older brother there too? Then we'll head over right away. After hanging up the phone, Su Fan lit a cigarette for himself. Su Mingyu looked over, a disdainful smile on his face, and casually tossed a cigar to him. What kind of garbage are you smoking? Consider it me giving you a taste of this as a favor. I've already received confirmation from Brother Kunlong that he's coming, so you won't be able to smoke it later. Su Fan showed no anger in the face of Su Mingyu's provocation. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. No rush, let's try Mr. Su's cigars later. Seeing Su Fan's nonchalant attitude, Su Mingyu became even more furious. You're really good at pretending. Anyone who didn't know better would think you sent someone over. Any later, and I'll make sure you can't even speak. Su Mingyu checked his phone from time to time. He didn't expect that Brother Kunlong was still sending his real-time location. Previously, after paying the deposit, you had to wait for Brother Kunlong's attitude. I didn't expect the service to be upgraded now. They even know to report your location. The atmosphere in the reception room grew increasingly silent. With each message he received, Su Mingyu could no longer contain his smugness. Lin Shushua's expression grew increasingly tense and guilty as she sat next to Su Fan, fidgeting with her fingers. Su Fan was the only one with a calm expression. He looked at his phone with a cheerful smile, as if it had nothing to do with him. The silence in the meeting room was broken when Su Mingyu received another message and a commotion broke out outside. He stood up and looked at Su Fan with pity. I gave you a chance, and now you've lost it. The noise grew closer. The next second, the iron gate was suddenly pushed open. A group of bright-eyed young men with blonde hair rushed in. They first saw Su Mingyu in the main seat. Mr. Su, we're here. What's the trouble? Our eldest brother said he would personally handle it. Su Mingyu laughed. Brother Kunlong said he'd take action personally? That would be a bit of a waste of talent. The trouble I'm referring to is that guy who pretends to be calm. The group of bright-eyed young men followed Su Mingyu's finger and saw Su Fan sitting there. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rushed to Su Fan with faces full of joy. Big brother, you actually arrived first. Wait, no? Is the trouble Mr. Su is talking about you, brother? The energetic young men, regaining their senses, turned to look at Su Mingyu with fierce glints in their eyes. Huang, in particular, went straight for it. They had long been completely convinced by Su Fan's strength. Not to mention that Su Fan treated them to a big meal out of his own pocket last night. They also gave them cigarettes that cost 100 yuan a pack. This old man actually said that such a good older brother is a nuisance. It's like an old man hanging himself. He's tired of living. Sensing something was wrong, Su Mingyu's expression immediately turned ugly. Even Lin Shuxue, who was originally extremely worried, was stunned. Why did she feel like these people were there to help Su Fan, not Su Mingyu? Su Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? What big brother? Isn't your big brother that guy Kunlong? He stared intently at Su Fan, completely unable to accept what was happening. Su Fan slowly stood up and picked up the cigar in front of him. He casually pressed Su Mingyu back into the chair. What big brother and little brother are we talking about? These are just my good friends with whom I have late-night snacks. Your cigar is nice, but the smell of the contract paper is making me a little unhappy. Su Mingyu glanced at Su Fan, then at the security guards peering out from outside. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. I pay you guys 4,000 yuan a month, and all you do is watch the show when something happens. I'll fire you all in a minute. He never expected that Kunlong's underlings would call Su Fan, a useless person, big brother. Su Mingyu quickly produced a new contract. Mr. Su, look, this contract paper shouldn't smell anymore, right? If you're so capable, why are you targeting me? Su Fan carefully checked the contract and found that there were no problems whatsoever. He signed his name and then glanced at Lin Shuxue. Also, change Shushua's contract to be like mine. Su Mingyu clenched his fists. His face was grim. However, after considering the current situation, he put on a smiling face again. No problem, Lin Shuxue. This is a new contract. Once you sign this one, your previous contract will be void. Su Fan handed over the contract only after confirming that there were no problems. Lin Shuxue excitedly signed her name. My eyes were filled with disbelief. Even now, I still feel a sense of unreality. The contract that had bound and tormented her for so long had left many law firms unable to resolve the issue. It was unbelievable that Su Fan finished it in just a few minutes, within a single morning. Thinking of Su Fan's behavior, Lin Shuxue's cheeks flushed. She took the initiative to kiss him, then immediately jumped away like a startled little rabbit. The surrounding young men started to cheer and jeer. This kiss also triggered a new system task. The Many Children, Many Blessings mission record a charging video of at least 30 seconds with Lin Shuxue. Task rewards. 2 million, top-tier streamer knowledge. Chapter 32 premieres. Su Fan rubbed Lin Shuxue's head. She's truly his little angel for missions. Before I could finish completing the previous Easter egg quests, a new quest was immediately triggered. Moreover, the reward amount has reached 2 million. It also includes knowledge about top-tier live streamers. Su Fan had already tasted the benefits of top-tier legal knowledge, and he believed that top-tier live streamer knowledge must be equally impressive. However, getting the reward isn't so easy. He actually had to record a charging video with Lin Shuxue, and it would be more than 30 seconds long. Facing the camera, even Su Fan felt it was a bit too exciting. Su Mingyu felt uncomfortable every second he spent in the reception room. He looked at Su Fan and asked, now that the contract issue has been resolved, can I leave? Su Fan smiled and said, of course, thank you, President Su. Come on, everyone, thank Mr. Su. After all, he still has half of the deposit to give to you later. Thank you so much, Mr. Su. The energetic young men shouted in unison. Su Mingyu almost coughed up blood. He transferred the money on the spot, quickly walked out of the meeting room, and secretly vowed never to do things himself again. Seeing Su Mingyu leave, Su Fan transferred 50,000 yuan to Huang. Eat more with your brothers. How can you eat only one meal a day? If anyone calls you looking for Brother Kunlong again, just say he's already taken care of his food and lodging, and don't make a fuss about wandering around aimlessly. The energetic young men were all excited, saying, got it, bro. After witnessing Su Fan's lavish spending, they suddenly realized what kind of life they had been living with Brother Kunlong before. They went hungry for 3 days and 9 meals a day, and then they had to be beaten with steel rods. The treatment they received was like heaven and hell. After Su Fan told Huang and the others to go back, Lin Shuxue came to him with a blush on her face. Brother Su, are you free tonight? Let's go see a movie after I finish my live stream today. A romance movie was recently released, and many people online say it's good. Su Fan was just thinking about the newly refreshed task, and now he saw an opportunity to take advantage of it. He joked, "It's rare to get an invitation from a top streamer with millions of followers, so of course I'll be available. I'll have to ride your coattails during my live stream later." Lin Shuxuan nodded gently. "I will recommend your live stream when I start broadcasting. You need to remember the precautions I told you before." Su Fan pinched Lin Shushue's cheek, interrupting her instructions. Okay. Why are you nagging like an old woman when you're so young? I'll go prepare now." Even if Lin Shuxue has a wealth of experience as a live streamer, she is still just a 24-year-old girl at heart. Completely unable to withstand Su Fan's actions, they could only flee in disarray. Su Fan also prepared to complete the system task of exposing female anchors who were swindling money. The contract contained many favorable clauses, and he got a taste of what it's like to be a connected person. Su Fan arrived at his own live streaming room. Assistants, event coordinators, and photographers have all been arranged. He also had basic knowledge of live streaming, so he understood many things without being told, as if he were back home. We're back home. I quickly touched up my makeup and adjusted the beauty filter to a light level. Write the title for your live stream and get ready to go live. The most realistic revealer on the internet. Even with heavy filters, it can see through the streamer's true appearance. At the same time, Lin Shuxue also recommended Su Fan's live stream to her viewers. On the live streaming operations side, the contract terms even arranged a wave of traffic for him when he started streaming as a newcomer. Due to a combination of factors, Su Fan's live stream had 367 viewers in less than a minute. Holy crap, I'm the streamer's first fan. Unbelievable. How can someone with no fans have so much traffic? It's a cover-up, absolutely a cover-up. He's so handsome and has such a great physique. Streamer, check your private messages. A demon-revealing mirror? I suspect it's clickbait. A new streamer like him dares to offend others. He'll be torn to shreds by criticism. Su Fan was also a little surprised by the number of people. He just wanted to complete the task and didn't care about the number of people online. In response to the doubts, Su Fan gave an immediate reply. "Don't worry, everyone in the live stream. I'm playing for real. If you call it a demon-revealing mirror, then so be it. Let's go for a direct PK and get started. After all, the reward is there. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can claim it." I was lucky. The first person I connected with was a female live streamer whose online name was Xiao Biluo. Su Fan took the initiative to ask, should we fight or not? The female anchor Xiao Biluo on the other end did not respond, but instead clicked into Su Fan's homepage. Seeing that she only had 6 followers, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her voice, however, was all right. "They just came up here and said they wouldn't fight. I thought they were so tough. You only have 6 fans, you think you can fight me? I have a bunch of big shots here, they can easily crush you." Su Fan glanced at the situation on the other side and realized that they were indeed quite strong. With 163,000 followers, he also has several big spenders on the gift leaderboard. But it doesn't matter. He's targeting the elite. Su Fan replied, "Forget about the fans and all that. Let's have a PK match. If you lose, add me on WeChat, and we'll have a video call without any filters or editing. Are you in? If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me." He had already prepared alternate accounts for sending virtual gifts during the live stream, so losing was out of the question. Xiao Biluo laughed. "With your meager number of fans, you think you can compete with me?" Seeing that the streamer on the other end was about to run away, Su Fan had no choice but to goad him, saying, "What? You're too scared to play? Could it be that she's so ugly that she's afraid to let others see her without filters?" Xiao Biluo never imagined that she, a female streamer with over 100,000 followers, would one day be challenged by a new streamer with only 6 followers. "Then I'll play with you. When you lose and are punished, don't cry too badly. The battle begins." The guy on the other side immediately went all out, showering Xiao Biluo with gifts as she pleaded and begged. The train driver delivers a dream castle, setting sail for love. True love lasts forever. Interstellar roses. Su Fan's side was completely crushed, with only a few scattered hearts remaining, which was far from enough compared to the opposing side. The viewers in the live stream were starting to lose their composure. "Hey streamer, your streamers are all poor guys. Nobody's giving you gifts. With your qualifications, you'd be perfect to find a rich older woman to be your protector, but your live stream title isn't going to attract any rich women. The streamer is about to fall into the clutches of the female streamer on his very first date. Brothers, I only sent a little heart. I'm not as heartless as you guys. Su Fan remained calm despite the vastly different amounts of gifts he received. Don't worry, everyone in the live stream. I'll definitely have her under control. Meanwhile, Xiao Biluo's live stream was bustling with activity. Does anyone in my family understand? The streamer on the other side started bullying me right away. He took advantage of the fact that there were more than 300 people in his live stream room to talk bad about me. But it's okay. I believe the big brother in my live stream is much better than the one in his live stream. Wow, a romantic carriage. Thank you for the gift, brother. Brothers, keep going, help me get revenge. Xiao Biluo couldn't stop smiling as she looked at the screen full of gifts. I knew the guys in the live stream were really talented, way better than the other men. Xiao Biluo was overjoyed. Originally, she had to write some scripts to make money off these fans, but unexpectedly, a program effect was delivered to her door. Even a specially scripted performance wouldn't have been this effective. Xiao Biluo turned on the microphone. Hey there, where's your gift slip? I can't see it. Could it be that your viewers can only afford to send virtual hearts? Hee, he's nowhere near as good as the big brother in my live stream. Before Su Fan could even speak, his viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back any longer. Holy crap, that's outrageous. Please wait a moment. I'm going to walk to the spring on the other side. I'm going too. Brother, wait for me. Although I can't afford to send gifts, I've been in Zon for over 10 years, so I still know a little bit about keyboard skills. Because of Xiao Biluo's actions, the number of viewers in Su Fan's live stream instantly decreased by more than 100. Chapter 33. Is the anchor preparing to personally lead the expedition? At the same time, more than 100 passers-by flooded into Xiao Biluo's live stream room, spamming the chat with comments. The beauty filter is so overpowered, the only thing that's nice is the voice. I suspect she looks like an old lady. Stop talking. Even with such a high level of beauty filter, it can't be saved. The bag belongs to an old lady. To put it bluntly, he's just an online beggar who actually thinks he's something special. Some passers-by even created an image using AI. The image depicts a hen holding a fishing rod with an abalone hanging from the hook. Surprisingly, a turtle sits beneath the hen, its head raised and gazing longingly at the abalone on the hook. The appearance of this image directly killed the game. The original barrage of comments was replaced with this image. Xiao Biluo's face immediately turned ugly when she saw the screen full of pictures. All you viewers can do is talk nonsense. Unlike our eldest brother, who's so rich and powerful. I doubt you can afford instant noodles these days, right? Instead of watching this live stream, you might as well go to the factory and screw in a couple more screws. That way, you can at least get a meal of braised pork trotters. Seeing that the comments were all offensive and not defensive, her expression gradually broke down. How much can you afford to spend? I suspect none of you even spent any money watching the live stream. Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourselves. The big spenders in Xiao Biluo's live stream also joined the fray. Damn it. Who are they trying to disgust by posting one picture after another? Admin, quickly block and kick them all out. Because the audience was dancing wildly in the opposing team's home turf, those who came from Su Fan's live stream were quickly blacklisted and banned. They returned to Su Fan's live stream to continue venting. Streamer, you're not even in the same league as the opponent. Look at that streamer. She may not be as good-looking as you, but her ventriloquism is really amazing. Yeah, streamer, we've all been blocked and muted by the other side. You need to help us get revenge. Why bother trying to copy those streamers with hundreds of thousands of followers if you don't have the talent? The gift bar displayed in PK was so thin that the part belonging to Su Fan was almost invisible. Many viewers said it was the first time they had ever seen a streamer so frustrated. Su Fan was speechless looking at the barrage of complaints. Is this his first time streaming? How long have the other streamers been streaming? Moreover, the PK gifts come from the audience. These audience members complain that there are too few gifts even if they don't send them. It's simply going against the natural order. Ding dong. Su Fan's account suddenly received a message. Curious, he clicked on the red dot to check the message and discovered that it was Lin Shuxue who had created a new account to message him privately. Brother Su, I see your PK results aren't very good. Shall I help you beat the opponent? There's a double gift value bonus 30 seconds before the park ends. If I send you gifts during that time, I can overtake her. The gap between you two looks big now, but if you spend 5,000 during double gift points, you can easily overtake the other side. Su Fan was surprised that Lin Shuxue was checking on his live stream using a secondary account while she was live streaming. You're a top streamer with millions of followers. My live stream titles and content are quite controversial. If someone finds out you're involved, it will have a very bad impact on you. However, your idea has given me a lot of inspiration. You don't need to send me any gifts, just watch me do it. Seeing that Su Fan refused, Lin Shuxue tried to argue. I'll use this alternate account to help you. They won't know it's me. However, Su Fan still disagreed, so she had no choice but to comply. Su Fan's attention returned to the live stream, and a smirk appeared on his face. Since Lin Shuxue can use a secondary account to farm, then of course he can use a secondary account to farm too. Why didn't I think of this before? It just so happens that he had 2 phone cards in the past to save money. One is an 8 yuan number retention plan, and the other is a data SIM card. I originally planned to cancel the data SIM card after each data plan discount, and I didn't bind it to anything. Now I can use it to open a new account. Without hesitation, Su Fan immediately began the registration and login process. Thinking about what he was going to do later, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The viewers in the live stream were speechless. Seeing Su Fan fiddling with his phone with a big smile on his face only fueled their anger. Many suspected that Su Fan had given up completely after seeing the huge difference in the quality of the gifts. Host, we are ready to fight to the death. Why does your majesty surrender first? Although there's no hope of a comeback, streamer, don't give up. Maybe some big spender will just happen to pass by your stream and throw 2 carnivals at you to help you overtake the opponent. Holy crap, I'm speechless. This is the first time I've ever seen a streamer lose a PK battle and then just stand there laughing and playing on their phone. They have absolutely no professional ethics. To put it bluntly, aren't live streamers just beggars on their knees online? Is this the kind of work attitude they have? The viewers in the live stream realized they couldn't do anything to the streamer on the other side, so they could only vent their anger on the inactive Su Fan. For them, it's just for fun. They just criticize whoever they can find. This situation, where viewers criticized their own streamer, was immediately reported back to Xiao Biluo's viewers. She laughed so hard, she almost fell over. At the same time, the space on his face kept twisting and fluctuating. It was absolutely terrifying. Xiao Biluo, looking confident of victory, began to offer her evaluation of Su Fan. The streamer on the other end is just a clown trying to gain traffic by creating an account. Although being infamous is still fame, he failed to capitalize on that traffic. He was directly subjected to cyberbullying, and he realized his mistake. Hey guys in the live stream, don't let what just happened affect your mindset. The streamer and his viewers on the other side are just clowns. You love watching live streams, but can't afford to spend money. Your biggest expense is probably spending a dime to get a fan club light stick. And you still dare to challenge me to a live stream battle. I'm starting to regret agreeing to a PK battle with him. This kind of streamer, Tian Li, is just lowering my standards. The big spenders in Xiao Biluo's live stream were also very cooperative. The 6-character mantra Dian, Ji, Xiao, Lu, Bong, Ma would be very suitable for the streamer on the other side. There are almost 30 seconds left, so there's no need for me to guard the tower anymore. Seeing her elder brother agree, Xiao Biluo covered her mouth and smiled. Everyone, just watch quietly as the other side punishes me. I'll make him regret being so arrogant just now. With the double gift value time fast approaching, Su Fan still hadn't made a move, and Lin Shuxue was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Her alternate account would occasionally check Su Fan's live stream, and then it would occasionally check Xiao Biluo's live stream. He was internally agonizing over whether or not to give Su Fan a boost. After all, Su Fan joined the live stream because of her, and he helped her a lot. But given Su Fan's style, whatever he says, no matter how impossible it may seem, he will eventually accomplish it. That's how it was with the previous contract. Thinking of this, Lin Shuxue suppressed her anxiety and decided that if there was still no movement in the last 10 seconds, she would send more gifts to help Su Fan win the PK. With only 30 seconds left in the PK countdown, Su Fan finally looked up from his phone and revealed a confident smile. Meanwhile, a completely unknown account entered the live stream room without any noticeable presence. You're having a blast, aren't you? Now it's my turn to counterattack. Chapter 34, A Frenzied Gift Ring. When the PK? Because of Su Fan's previous inaction, he was even playing on his phone, looking like he was completely giving up. Giving up. The popularity that his live stream initially attracted has largely disappeared. Many viewers left a few cursing comments and then left the live stream. Now there are only about 100 spectators left. Moreover, they all wanted to see what punishment the female streamer would demand of Su Fan after he lost, which is why they waited until now. After all, the streamer on the other end didn't look like a pushover. At this time, the live stream was filled with pessimistic comments. Sigh, what a pity about the double gift value in the last 30 seconds. The streamer is so short of gifts, he would have to spend at least another 5,000 yuan to make up for it with double gift value. 5,000 yuan is a month's salary for many people. How could they possibly spend it on a new streamer who has no work? There's no way we can turn things around now. No way. I've stayed until now just to see what kind of punishment this slacker streamer will get. Both the viewers in Su Fan's live stream and the viewers in Xiao Biluo's live stream unanimously believe that Su Fan's defeat was inevitable. With only 20-odd seconds left, how can they possibly turn the tide? Unless someone throws away 2 carnivals worth 3,000 yuan each. When Xiao Biluo saw that the gift slip remained unchanged, her last worry subsided. I really overestimated him. I thought he would do something during the double gift value period, but he didn't do anything at all. I thought he was holding in a big one, but it turned out he just pooped a huge one. Even the streamer Tirelessly on the other side isn't good enough. The big spender in her live stream was so captivated by her melodious voice that he immediately gifted her a dream castle worth 300 yuan. Xiao Biluo's eyes lit up. Thank you for the gift, big brother. You're so generous. The difference between men is really big. Some people watch live streams and send gifts like it's nothing, while others can't even afford to send a gift worth a few dollars. Some even deliberately start a live stream to act like clowns. Hearing Xiao Biluo's voice, her older brother comforted her. They're just jealous of you. I don't think they have any real strength at all. In the last 20-odd seconds, there was still no movement. Xiao Biluo looked at the unmoved gift slip, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. After the PK ends, she'll make sure that the opposing streamer, Tirelessly, knows the consequences of using misleading titles and slogans. The next second, the gift slip suddenly increased in size. Xiao Biluo blinked in disbelief, wondering if she had seen wrong. The next second, the gift bar jumped up again. Moreover, this is completely different from the previous increases of tens or hundreds of dollars. With just 2 jumps, they overtook the opponent. Xiao Biluo's face was grim, and she shouted in a strained voice, "That trash on the other side is trying to steal the tower. Big brother, hold it." At this moment, the viewers in Su Fan's live stream were also completely bewildered. 2 carnival gift animations, each worth 3,000 yuan, suddenly hit me in the face. It was created by a low-level account that doesn't even have a rank. The viewers in the live stream were completely stunned. What's going on? Dude, are you confused? The streamer really needs to thank me. I said before that some disapproving big spenders might come in and spend money, and it actually happened. Is this streamer really that popular? He didn't even thank the big spender who gifted him the entire carnival. He was just playing on his phone. Being handsome gives you confidence. Remember to wear your long johns inside out tonight. Don't bother your big brother. Seeing the rapidly increasing gift value, Lin Shushue gave up the idea of making a purchase. Su Fan certainly did not disappoint her. However, the gift-giving was too intense. Even after the score was reversed, the dazzling gift effects showed no sign of stopping. 100 beers, each worth 9.9 yuan, are casually smashed onto the screen. A dream castle worth 300 yuan appeared in the live broadcast room. Douyin number 1, valued at 1,000 yuan, soared into the sky from its spot. A carnival worth 3,000 yuan filled the entire screen. With the boost of double gift value, Xiao Biluo quickly became the insignificant and pitiful one. The gift strip that belonged to her was squeezed down by Su Fan's large gift strip until only a tiny bit remained, huddled in a corner. Now, there are only 10 seconds left until the PK countdown ends. The non-stop gift effects filling the screen left the viewers in Su Fan's live stream completely bewildered, as were the people in the opposite live stream. How do we fight this? This time, the pessimistic comments reached Xiao Biluo. It's over, we can't hold on. A big carry is coming and farming like crazy. They're showering us with gifts like they're free. The streamer on the other side is really something. Xiao Biluo grabbed her hair and screamed, yeah. I don't care, there are only 10 seconds left. Hurry up and swipe. Hey bro, hurry up and swipe. It's just a 3,000 yuan carnival ticket, right? Didn't you always say you love listening to my voice? As soon as he finished speaking, a carnival-style special effect actually flew out. But the gift slip was only a little longer. It couldn't cause any real trouble. After all, Su Fan was going all out. Even the big spenders in the live stream couldn't do anything about the carnival, so they sent comments in the chat. That guy on the other side is tough. If I help you beat him, could you come over and have a meal with me offline? Xiao Biluo's expression froze for a moment. Then she immediately screamed hysterically. Dude, are you out of your mind? What kind of time is this to be asking this kind of question? Hurry up and send me gifts so I can beat the other team and hold on for these last few seconds, okay? We can talk about this later. She watched the countdown tick away and kept urging them on. You're a key player on my side. If we lose, you'll be the one who loses face. You're the one who's embarrassed, but you've dragged me down with you. A streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers can't beat a new streamer with only a handful of followers. Isn't that just making them a laughingstock? Tomorrow I'll be edited into a video by those marketing accounts, and then you, the guy who can't outcompete others, will also be whipped on those accounts. Xiao Biluo looked at her meager and pitiful gift note, her heart filled with anger. She knew that although there were still a few seconds left in the PK, it was already over. It's rare for this guy to drop 10,000 gold coins these days. If you ask him to reveal more, he'll start pulling and tugging at you, clearly unhappy. Actually, Xiao Biluo was so angry that she couldn't help but grab someone to yell at. On the contrary, there are many such amazing people in her live stream who don't care about being scolded and even send virtual gifts enthusiastically. Just be a punching bag for them. As expected. The big spender in the live stream stopped sending gifts and instead comforted Xiao Biluo, saying, It's okay, I'll help you win back in the next PK. At this moment, Su Fan also stopped sending gifts. For him, spending 40,000 to 50,000 yuan is just a drop in the ocean. After all, not to mention his net worth of several million yuan, he can earn a reward of 200,000 yuan just for completing the task of making the money-grabbing female streamer lose her composure. However, the numbers that Su Dan casually mentions are an insurmountable gap in Xiao Biluo's eyes. The PK countdown has entered its final 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The countdown has ended. Su Fan won the PK. At this point, thanks to a large number of gifts, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached over 6,000, and it was still rising. Most of them were just there to watch the spectacle. Holy crap, the gift effects just kept going on and on. Is this really a new streamer? Could it be some famous streamer reincarnated? Can someone who knows explain what happened? Who made Big Brother angry? This is the first time I've ever seen so many gift animations. It's very eye-opening. I knew the streamer was good. It wasn't for nothing that I watched this far. Once many viewers in the live stream understood the whole story, the chat was flooded with praise. Brother, you're awesome. The streamer is awesome. They deserve to be severely punished and tortured. The beauty filter makes her look so good that you can't even tell what she originally looks like. Streamer, hurry up and show her the real face. Seeing the excited viewers in the live stream and Xiao Biluo's ugly expression, Su Fan chuckled. Don't worry, as the winner, of course I'll exercise this little right. Chapter 35 Beauty revealed. Big Brother flees overnight. The two live streams instantly reversed their positions. Su Fan's live stream viewership has far surpassed Xiao Biluo's, and the gap continues to widen. A deluge of gifts brought a huge influx of viewers to his live stream. Even the staff behind Su Fan's live stream were completely dumbfounded, never expecting such a grand occasion. Keep in mind that this was Su Fan's first time broadcasting. Many people don't even make a ripple when they first start broadcasting. Even though they had high expectations because of Su Fan's good looks, his popularity still exceeded their expectations. In my more than 10 years of experience in this industry, this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Su Fan looked at Xiao Biluo. Hey streamer, do you remember what I said before the PK? The results are in. It's time for you to be punished. Even with heavy beauty filters, it's clear that Xiao Biluo's face shows an angry expression. She used a soft, coquettish voice, saying, "Brother streamer on the other end, I'm sorry. I was too arrogant at first. Please be magnanimous and let me off this time." Xiao Biluo knew very well that she relied entirely on her beauty filters and pleasant voice to attract the big spenders in the live stream. If she were to be punished and her true appearance were exposed, wouldn't the big spenders in the live stream have to flee overnight? However, Su Fan wasn't buying it. His purpose in coming to the live stream was very simple: to complete tasks. To do Lin Shushue's task, to expose the breaches in defense. The system's rating shows that Xiao Biluo's looks are not even as good as an average person's, and her attitude is so arrogant. This type of female anchor is a rare target. What? You want to run away? Let me tell you, my live stream now has over 10,000 viewers. With so many people watching, you'd better not even think about running away. Otherwise, it's easy for it to be edited and segmented by various marketing accounts, just like you said before. I'll see if you can handle this infamous online buzz then. Upon hearing this, Xiao Biluo stopped pretending. She glared at him with venom and said, "You're just a lucky guy. What are you pretending for? If it weren't for that big brother taking pity on you and sending you gifts, you would never have been able to beat me in your entire life. Brother across the street, come to my place. I'll definitely give you the warmth of home. Isn't this much better than that Tirelessly streamer on the other side?" After Xiao Biluo said that, the viewers in both live streams realized that something was wrong. My older brother sent a ton of gifts, but he hasn't said a word? Looking at the leaderboard in Su Fan's live stream, even that big spender has already left the live stream. This doesn't make any sense at all about the logic of someone spending money for emotional value. The viewers in the live stream started speculating. Who sends so many gifts without saying a word? Either the guy is stupid and rich, or he's a reinforcement the streamer hired. I suspect so too. Could that guy have been randomly selected by the streamer? Think about it. The streamer was tapping on his phone the whole time, and then after he stopped tapping, the big spender left the stream and stopped sending gifts. Everything makes sense. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream all agreed, and everyone felt that it made sense. Seeing that the viewers in the live stream had already given a reasonable explanation, Su Fan smiled and said, "I originally wanted to get along with you all as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect you to be so smart. That's right. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. The person who just spent money was a friend I invited. For him, this little gift is nothing." Upon hearing Su Fan's admission, the live chat exploded. Holy crap, is the streamer crazy? If there are guys like this who just give money like that, why even bother streaming? Hurry up and cling to his coattails. Even a little bit of profit from his fingers would be enough to feed you for the rest of your life. Hey streamer, I was too loud at first. Could you please share your contact information with me? Their connections as a streamer are truly exceptional. Even the staff in the live stream next to Su Fan were speechless when they looked at him. If you can just tap your phone and get a generous gift from someone like that, why bother going to work? Isn't it better to follow in the footsteps of the big shots? Watching Su Fan speak eloquently, Lin Shushue had a different thought than the others. She was more concerned about whether Su Fan's friend was male or female, and why the timing of her post was so inconvenient. Why didn't you come earlier? You made her worry so much. It wasn't a few seconds too late. Otherwise, she would be the one helping Su Fan now. When Xiao Biluo heard that Su Fan knew that older brother and that their relationship was quite close, she immediately knew that she couldn't win him over with the beautiful voice scheme. She sent Su Fan a private message. "Brother, there are a lot of people in the live stream. I'm just doing this for the sake of the show. Can you let me off the hook? I will always remember you." You. Su Fan ignored him and simply replied coldly, "Send me your WeChat ID." He still preferred Xiao Biluo's arrogant self. There was no point in her playing the victim now. Seeing this, Xiao Biluo had no choice but to hand over her WeChat account. After the two added each other as friends, Su Fan made a WeChat video call. The call connected, just as he expected. In video chats without beauty filters, Xiao Biluo's appearance is completely different from her appearance in the live stream. I reckon during the live stream, all the parameters like whitening, skin smoothing, and face slimming were maxed out. She frowned impatiently and said, "The punishment is over. Are you satisfied now?" Su Fan silently pressed the power button and the volume down button and nodded. "All right, You're smart to accept the punishment. Xiao Biluo hung up the phone immediately, unwilling to say another word. She didn't want to be punished, but after that incredible shower of gifts, her popularity soared. If she dares to run away, she will be overwhelmed by a barrage of online abuse. Maybe even headshots will be flying everywhere. That's no different from accepting punishment, and might even be worse. After completing the punishment, Xiao Biluo returned to the live stream and threatened, "Opposite streamer, you better pray that you can always get a big spender. If you lose the PK, you'll definitely suffer the consequences." After saying that, he was about to hang up the connection and go back to the live stream to hurl insults at Su Fan. But Su Fan did something that made her scream nonstop. Su Fan pointed his phone screen at the live stream camera, and the video chat screenshot he had just taken was displayed to the viewers in both live streams. Brothers, keep your eyes open. With the advanced beauty filters and makeup techniques available today, it's practically a head transplant. Be careful before you spend money. The live stream's popularity surged once again. Even most of the people in Xiao Biluo's live stream came over. Holy crap, these sisters have such a solid foundation. They look very stable. The contrast between her body shape and voice is too great. How can she act so gentle and cute? Logically, the sound produced should be the sound of fat compressing the vocal cords. I was eating braised pork knuckle rice. How did my chopsticks end up on the screen? Hey, I wonder if the guy on the other side has ever seen Xiao Biluo like this before. However, when the viewers in the live stream curiously clicked on the Big Brother's profile, they discovered that the account had already been deleted and the person had run away. The speed was simply unbelievable. Holy crap. I only asked one question, and they've already packed up the train and run away in the middle of the night. Host, your beauty filter is really good, but it's too demanding on settings. Do you have any better methods you can recommend? Xiao Biluo stared at the live stream chat and completely lost her temper, yelling, "What are you pretending for, Tianli, the streamer on the other side? Don't people rely on beauty filters when they go live? You're using it yourself now, so go ahead and turn off the beauty filter. I don't believe it'll look any better." Su Fan chuckled upon hearing Xiao Biluo's question. For him, beauty filters and makeup offer at most a slight benefit, or even a negative one. After all, the charm bonus and muscles provided by the system are already in perfect condition. Any further changes would not be icing on the cake, but rather superfluous. Su Fan chuckled knowingly. Do you really think everyone else is as addicted to beauty filters as you are? Chapter 36. The anchor is incredibly handsome. Let's head to the cinema. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, Xiao Biluo showed a hint of disdain on her face. If you dare turn off the beauty filter, you'll get a good look at what kind of pig's head you are. You criticize others for being obsessed with beauty filters, but you yourself think you look better without them, right? With so many people watching the live stream, if the streamer on the other end dares to turn off the beauty filter, I'll send 3 carnival gifts. That's equivalent to my monthly income. Su Fan knew that Xiao Biluo had completely lost her temper and was furious. Although he didn't lack the tips, he thought of a better solution. Send 9 carnivals, and bring 2 of your best female streamers over to challenge me. Do you dare? Those who can hang out with money-grubbing female streamers like Xiao Biluo are probably the same type of people. The task required 3 items, saving Su Fan the time of searching for them one by one. Xiao Biluo only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She couldn't wait to see Su Fan's furious reaction to losing the beauty filter. 9 it is. I'll call my sisters over right now and let them see what kind of person you really are. Then she actually brought over 2 female anchors. One is titled 3 Sentences to Make a Man Spend 1 Million on Me, and the other is titled Killed My Ex-Boyfriend with 1 Punch. The viewers in the live stream did not understand Su Fan's decision. Host, don't agree. Don't let short-term gains cloud your judgment. Your looks are pretty good right now. If you keep streaming, your income will definitely increase. But if you remove the beauty filter for these few carnivals, and people take screenshots and post them in the comments, you definitely won't be able to do live streaming anymore. Exactly. You know so many rich friends, yet you don't know how to curry favor with them. You're such a short-sighted person. Seeing the comments, Su Fan looked like he was only interested in money. 9 carnivals offered to us. We have no choice but to accept them. It's just a beauty filter. I'll just turn it off. Money in hand is money. A phoenix on the mountain is no match for a chicken in the pot. Seeing Su Fan's exaggerated acting, Lin Shushue couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Shameless. She had seen Su Fan's appearance without any beauty filters, and it was practically the same, even a bit more handsome. Now they're actually pretending to be like this, revealing their true colors without filters, clearly just trying to scam people. Xiao Biluo, her heart bleeding, swiped 9 carnivals, her eyes filled with resentment. You've already spent the money and invited the people. Why aren't you turning off the beauty filter yet? Su Fan smiled broadly. Thank you so much, Sister Xiao Biluo, for the 9-hair carnival. So generous. Without further ado, I turned off the beauty filter. So he appeared in the live stream with no makeup or filters. Xiao Biluo was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned furious. What are you pretending for? It's not turned off at all. What's the difference from before? The 2 female live streamers she called over looked disgusted. He's handsome, but does he really think beauty filters are his real face? Even the viewers in the live stream thought Su Fan was about to back down and were about to start criticizing him. As a result, Su Fan moved his hands back and forth across his face and made other movements that could easily cause spatial fluctuations. However, there were no signs of any spatial fluctuations. He shrugged and said, "Now do you believe me? I really shut it down." The viewers in the live stream were all regular viewers, and based on Su Fan's actions, they finally confirmed that he had indeed turned off the beauty filter. 666. Even the anchor isn't going to act anymore. Why do I feel like the streamer is even more handsome without the beauty filter? The main difference is that it lacks the effeminate quality of beauty filters and has gained more masculine energy. The muscle definition wasn't that obvious under the filter, but now it's clear he's been training for many years. This streamer is actually more handsome than me. TCH, let me tell you something you don't know. Xiao Biluo was dumbfounded. Isn't the purpose of beauty filters to make people look better? Why do some people look better without beauty filters than with them? She completely broke down and immediately ended the broadcast, leaving only the 2 female anchor sisters she had left there staring at each other in bewilderment. Su Fan rubbed his hands together, a smile appearing on his face. You too. Shall we have a PK battle? He used his old trick again, using a different account called a Bright Moon. In less than an hour, the 2 female streamers were so badly beaten that they had to stop streaming. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The mission rewards are being calculated. You have won 200,000 yuan. You have acquired intermediate level live streaming knowledge. Su Fan's thoughts became clearer. Based on his current skill level, there are still many areas where the live stream could be improved. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 30,000. If he were to start over with his current knowledge, he could easily reach 100,000 plus people. However, this was only his first live stream, and having 30,000 viewers already demonstrates his basic live streaming skills. Such terrifying data left even some viewers who had been watching the live stream for years stunned. They had never seen anyone like this before. He was practically born with a live-streaming superhuman physique. Even before Su Fan ended his broadcast, some marketing accounts in the live stream had already edited clips to showcase his glorious achievements that night. Those live streamers who heavily used beauty filters have all had their real appearances revealed. The 3 rounds of competition kept the viewers in the live stream extremely excited. But it was already time for Lin Shushue to finish her broadcast. Despite his immense popularity, Su Fan has not forgotten his original aspirations. He only did the live stream to complete the task and to get closer to Lin Shushue. Now that the task is completed, Lin Shushue has some free time, so it's time to end the broadcast. So Su Fan waved to the 30,000 viewers in the live stream. Goodbye, friends. I'll do another live stream next time I have time. The live stream chat was flooded with question marks. What do you mean? After your PK battle, your popularity is soaring. Are you really going to end your broadcast during this peak period of viewership? What's the difference between that and throwing money away? If I had that many viewers, I could broadcast for 24 hours straight. Don't go, streamer. I'll send you gifts. Despite persuasion and the lure of gifts, Su Fan still chose to end the broadcast at lightning speed. Viewers in the live stream, regardless of their identity, were caught off guard. This left even the experienced staff members completely bewildered. What exactly is going on here? Even after so many years in the industry, they couldn't understand tonight's live stream at all. Su Fan became famous inexplicably, and then inexplicably ended his broadcast at the height of his popularity, without any regret or lingering attachment. He waved and said with a smile, "Thank you all for your cooperation tonight. I'll be leaving now." Lin Shuxue was already waiting at the door, wearing the plain white dress she wore for the live stream. She stood tall and graceful, her smooth, white calves peeking out from under her skirt, like a girl next door waiting for her friends to go home after school. Su Fan was momentarily dazed by what he saw. This girl must have been the dream girl of so many people back in school. Lin Shuxue ran over excitedly. "You're amazing. Such great data on your first live stream. But why did you suddenly end the broadcast? It's such a pity. Even I rarely get such high viewership. I might have even reached 100,000 plus views." Su Fan asked sincerely, "Didn't you want to ask me to go to the movies? If we don't end the broadcast soon, it will disrupt our schedule." Lin Shushua's expression froze. She never expected that Su Fan would give up the opportunity to increase his popularity and end the broadcast for this reason. So she blushed slightly and said reproachfully, "We can watch the movie again next time. It would be a waste to miss such a great live streaming opportunity." Su Fan vigorously ruffled her little head, turning her originally neat hairstyle into a mess. "I'm happy to do it. 100,000 views are just a piece of cake for me right now." Lin Shuxua shook her head in protest, but a happy smile appeared on her face. Okay, you're the best. I've already bought our tickets for both of us at the nearby Starlight Cinema. It's very close." Su Fan and Lin Shuxua arrived at the parking spot. Just as he was about to get into the car, Lin Shuxua handed him the Ferrari keys. "Or you can drive mine. I have a private parking space at Star Cinema, which makes parking much more convenient." Upon hearing this, Su Fan took the key. "Sure, I'll just have to try out the handling of this rich lady's Ferrari SF90. This bright red color just looks different." "Oh dear. Brother Su, you're teasing me again." Lin Shuxua sat in the passenger seat, her face beaming with anticipation. This was the first time she had ever gone to the movies alone with a man. Chapter 37, The Amazing Family at the Cinema. Su Fan drove to the Starlight Building, where Starlight Cinema is located. The cool and stylish red Ferrari SF90 instantly attracted many people to take out their phones to take pictures. As soon as Su Fan and Lin Shuxua got out of the car, the staff near the parking space immediately ran over to greet them, their faces beaming with warm smiles. "Welcome to Starlight Building. Have a wonderful time and enjoy yourselves. Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Shuxua waved her hand. "No need. You go and do your thing." Once the staff had walked away, she complained, "Every time I drive this car here, the staff are much more enthusiastic. You don't get this kind of treatment if you drive a regular car. They really only recognize the car, not the person." "The person?" Su Fan shook his head and laughed. "After all, for most people, if they can't afford this car when they're born, they probably won't be able to afford it in their lifetime." On the way upstairs to the cinema, two girls even tried to get Su Fan's contact information. "I wonder whose long-distance, slow-to-warm-up girlfriend she is." She wore a white tank top and super short denim shorts, which can be described as a very daring outfit. But Su Fan only glanced at it before waving his hand in refusal. Watching the two leave in disappointment, Lin Shuxua joked, "Sigh, it's really stressful to come out with Brother Su. And some pretty young girls even proactively add me on WeChat. Could it be that my presence here is affecting your performance?" Su Fan's lips twitched, but he didn't answer. If someone else encountered this situation, they would probably be overjoyed to exchange contact information. However, he only needed one glance to get enough information and knew that it wasn't worth wasting time adding it. Take the direct elevator to the floor where the movie theater is located. Thinking of the envious looks from passers-by, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Having a luxury car really makes a difference. Not only is it fun to drive, but the treatment is also ridiculously good. Lin Shuxua smiled. "With your means, buying one shouldn't be a big problem, right? And the nonchalant way you ended the broadcast just now is something I couldn't do." When they arrived at the movie theater, the movie Su Fan was watching was already being shown and tickets were being checked in. After buying some popcorn, he and Lin Shuxua went to Hall 3. The cinema was already quite full. Lin Shuxua excitedly started posing for photos, occasionally pulling Su Fan to take pictures together. They stopped moving only when the movie started. The dimly lit theater, combined with the surround sound, made it easy to become immersed in the experience. However, half an hour into the movie, the previously closed movie theater doors suddenly opened, and a blinding beam of light rushed in. Two parents walked in with their cell phone flashlights on, holding hands with a child, and complaining from time to time. "I told you to hurry up. I told you to hurry up." The movie's already started. They grumbled and cursed as they sat down in the seats behind Su Fan. Su Fan frowned, hoping the family would quiet down after sitting down. As it turned out, this was just wishful thinking on his part. After the family sat down, they immediately took out 2 bags of sunflower seeds and started eating them. Amidst the sounds of cracking sunflower seeds, the 2 adults even started discussing the plot. "This movie is so outrageous. Life isn't that hard these days." "That's right. We had it much harder back then than we do now." Su Fan, who was directly in front, narrowed his eyes silently. A small, icy hand suddenly grasped his from the side. He saw Lin Shushue sitting next to him, her eyes glistening with tears as she watched the emotional scenes in the movie. Knock, knock, knock. Before Su Fan could even feel the soft touch, the little brat behind him started kicking the stool in front of him. The other spectators also turned to look at where the child was. However, the child's parents were talking loudly on the phone, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. The children were jumping and shouting, making a huge commotion that was unusually noisy in the movie theater. "Can't you have some manners? Tell your child to be quiet." Upon hearing the passerby's question, the child's parent, who had initially seemed deaf, immediately became agitated. What could a child so young understand? "The owner of this movie theater is a relative of ours. If you make any more noise, get out of here." Upon hearing this, the passerby who had spoken up had no choice but to sit down again with a disgruntled expression. Lin Shushue frowned, leaned closer and whispered, "What bad luck! How did I run into someone like this? Let's leave after we finish watching this climax. If we can't afford to mess with them, we'll just have to avoid them." Su Fan gently patted her hand and stood up. He wasn't going to tolerate this family of eccentrics. Without hesitation, he turned on his phone's flashlight and shone it directly into the family's faces. This forced them to awkwardly cover their eyes with their hands. "Can't you just watch the movie in peace? If not, get out of here. It doesn't matter what kind of relative you are, even if the factory manager is your cousin." The child's mother squinted and waved her hand frantically forward, yelling, "If you shine that light on me again, I'll kick you out right now." The child's father threatened, "Why are you meddling in other people's business? It's just a few dozen yuan to see a movie. Do you really think you're someone important? Believe it or not, I can kick you out of this movie theater with just one phone call." The children, on the other hand, were spitting everywhere to express their dissatisfaction. Looking at the family's self-righteous attitude, anyone who didn't know better would think that Su Fan was in the wrong. However, the eyes of the masses are discerning. They clapped and cheered. "Awesome. Bro, I've put up with them for a long time, so I should just try doing this to them." Exactly. If they can be this rude, even when watching a movie, you can imagine what they're like normally. If you didn't know better, you'd think they own the movie theater. Hearing the crowd's condemnation, the family members all showed expressions of anger. The child's mother said arrogantly, "This movie theater is owned by our family. We're the cinema staff on duty today. Get yourselves in here right now." The noise and commotion in the movie theater finally caught the attention of the theater staff outside. He pushed open the theater door, turned on all the lights, and wanted to see what had happened. Upon seeing which family it was, a helpless expression immediately appeared on his face. A cinema staff member approached Su Fan and said, "Sir, I'm sorry. These 2 are our cinema owner's uncle and aunt. We are very sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. You can go to the front desk to get a refund. Get everyone out of this theater right now. How dare they say we have bad manners? This is how we always watch movies." The child's mother was still yelling. Su Fan frowned. It's unbelievable that such stupid people still exist these days. It was so stupid that he suspected it was a spy sent by a rival movie theater. Su Fan glanced at the young-looking cinema staff and guessed they were student workers on part-time. He asked, "Are you doing this part-time? How long does it usually take to find this kind of job?" The cinema staff were stunned. He clearly hadn't expected Su Fan to ask such a question, but he still answered honestly, "At most a week. This kind of work doesn't require much skill. We just hire whenever we need people, so it's easy to find someone." "So how much money do you earn in a day?" "In a day?" Sigh, I only get 15 yuan an hour for this part-time job, and I have to take care of everything. Things like this are commonplace for me, so please understand and give me a refund. Su Fan gestured to the cinema staff to open their WeChat payment QR code. 7 days a week, 15 yuan an hour. I'll give you 5,000 yuan now. Get this family of freaks out of here. Huh? How much? The cinema staff were stunned. He didn't even earn 5,000 a month working part-time. The family looked at him with mockery. What are you talking about when you're just watching a movie that costs a few dozen yuan? Oh my, you even offered us 5,000 yuan to leave? Do you really think you're a billionaire? Hey, if you don't get rid of them soon, I'll get your boss to fire you. Ding. 5,000 yuan received. Su Fan put away his phone, his eyes dark and unreadable. A cinema employee ripped off his hat, threw it to the ground, and pointed at the family, cursing, "Damn it. I've been putting up with you for too long. Part-time jobs are already annoying enough. I have to check tickets, clean, sell popcorn, maintain order, and then they keep causing trouble every few days. Actually, the boss is annoyed by your family's freeloading, but he doesn't say it outright because you're relatives. You guys have no sense at all. I accept being fired today. Now. Right now? Get out of here." The family never expected that Su Fan would actually transfer 5,000 yuan for such a small matter. What was even more unexpected was that a mere cinema staff member would dare to treat them in such an attitude. Their faces turned extremely ugly. "What are you yelling about? Can't you be a little nicer?" The cinema staff pointed at them and said, "Just because I'm still a cinema employee, I can make you leave." The audience in the movie theater also glared angrily at the family. In this atmosphere, they finally felt a little scared and pulled the struggling child toward the exit of the movie theater. Chapter 38: The Wise Cinema Owner. When they reached the entrance of the movie theater, the child's father and mother turned around and glared angrily at everyone, especially staring intently at Su Fan. "Just you wait. I'm calling the theater owner right now. I'd like to see whether you or we'll be the ones getting out in the end." Upon hearing their threat, the entire audience erupted in boos. Lin Shushua tugged at Su Fan's sleeve, her eyes filled with hesitation. "How about we stop here for today? There's no point in reasoning with people like this." Su Fan gently placed his hand on the back of Lin Shushua's hand and patted it, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He turned to look at the cinema staff member who had received 5,000 yuan and gave him a kind smile. "You should have the owner's contact information for this cinema, right? Call him. On one side are unreasonable relatives blocking my path to wealth, and on the other side are big clients who spend lavishly. I'm a little curious, as the boss, what would you choose?" A glimmer of light appeared in the eyes of the cinema staff. He wasn't lying when he said the boss found that family of relatives annoying. With this comparison, it's indeed easy to make a choice. Maybe then he won't have to be fired. Although this kind of job is easy for him to find, it would be better to avoid the hassle. It's like getting a free and satisfying scolding and still getting 5,000 yuan in hand. "Big brother, I'll call right now." A cinema staff member took out his phone and dialed a number. The audience members in the movie theater gradually left the scene. After all, the purpose of going to the movies is to relax, but this incident really ruined their mood. In the end, apart from Su Fan and his group, only the audience members who had come to watch the spectacle and were waiting for compensation remained in the movie theater. As Su Fan had predicted, things turned out exactly as he had expected. After understanding the whole story, the cinema owner on the other end of the phone quickly made a wise choice. "Mr. Su, Ms. Lin, I am very sorry for what happened to you in my movie theater. To compensate you both, I have decided to give you a year of free movie tickets and refund the cost of this movie ticket by 10 times. I promise this will never happen again. Would this make you feel a little more at ease?" His attitude was very sincere, and he handled the situation very well. Even Su Fan didn't expect the cinema owner to have such a broad perspective. However, after a moment's thought, he understood the key point. Even though Lin Shushua's name was never mentioned throughout the entire performance, the cinema owner was able to pronounce it correctly. It seems that the distinguished Ferrari owner was spotted in a surveillance camera or similar place. They also remembered Su Fan, who was in a dominant position between the two. "Sure, you're a smart person, and your eyesight is good too." Su Fan spotted the surveillance camera flashing red in the corner and raised his hand to greet it. Seeing that Su Fan was satisfied, the somewhat sweaty cinema owner then reassigned tasks to the staff and also made compensation to the other audience members present. However, compared to the compensation given to Su Fan and the others, there was a significant difference. Faced with some dissatisfaction, the cinema owner did not offer any further explanation and simply handed over the decision-making power to the staff. Before hanging up the phone, he apologized to Su Fan again. Seeing the scene just now, Su Fan turned to look at Lin Shushue, who was leaning on his arm, and sighed. It's all thanks to your Ferrari. This drastic change in attitude means you're not even pretending anymore. The cinema owner was extremely attentive to them, granting their every request and being afraid of offending them. For other viewers, the approach was simple and straightforward. A refund plus 3 times the purchase price, without saying another word. Lin Shushue said reproachfully, "Did you already guess the current situation? They didn't even tell me beforehand. I was worried they would cover for each other because of their family ties. What if something happens? This is someone else's territory." Su Fan patted Lin Shushue's head and rested his chin on it. "What are you afraid of? I'm here." He learned the actions and lines from that romantic movie he just watched. Su Fan's charm and physique make her even more captivating than many celebrities on screen. Lin Shushue squinted her eyes, looking quite pleased. At such a moment, inappropriate noises suddenly emerged. It was that familiar family of extraordinary people. Before you see him, you hear his voice. "You're all finished. I've already sent a message to the owner here on WeChat. Once he replies, you're definitely in deep trouble." Before Su Fan could even speak, the cinema staff gave him a disdainful look. As he walked toward the family, he whispered to Su Fan, "Don't worry, brother. I'll handle this kind of troublesome stuff. With the boss's instructions, I guarantee I'll make sure they're completely subdued." They're showing a horror movie in the next room. If you're interested, you can take your wife to experience the thrill. It has to be said that once you've taken the money, you're reliable. To avoid disturbing Su Fan, the cinema staff went all out as soon as they arrived. The child was verbally abused until he cried uncontrollably, and the 2 mentally challenged parents were verbally abused until their faces were contorted. In just over 10 minutes, the farce was completely over. Finally, he couldn't resist flashing a mischievous smile and pointing to the movie theater next door at Su Fan. Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle and curse inwardly. The guy was trying to get Lin Shushue to hug him while she was scared, taking advantage of the horror movie atmosphere. He looked at Lin Shushue, who was still leaning against him, and asked, "How about we watch the movie over there?" Even the staff highly recommended. It must be very good. Lin Shushue nodded gently and whispered, "Okay, it's fine as long as I watch it with you." A man who can handle responsibility and solve problems is handsome. If I encountered something like that while watching a movie, I'd probably just sulk and curse at myself when I got home. Su Fan noticed that his relationship with Lin Shushue had obviously grown much closer, and for a moment he didn't know whether to curse that family of geniuses or thank them for their help. No matter how experienced Lin Shushue is as a live streamer, she is still just a 24-year-old girl. I still feel a little uneasy when I encounter trouble. However, this also provided an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Su Fan led Lin Shushue to the adjacent movie theater, where the theater staff immediately brought them popcorn and drinks. However, once the lights dimmed and the music started, the atmosphere of a horror movie, completely different from that of a romance film, instantly spread. Lin Shushue gripped Su Fan's hand tightly, covered her eyes with her hand, and peered at the movie through her fingers. She felt that the dark theater around her resembled the scenes in the movie, and she became increasingly uneasy. When the horror elements in the movie suddenly appeared, Lin Shushue was so frightened that she sat down on Su Fan's lap. She trembled in my arms like a frightened little white rabbit. The plain white dress became disheveled due to compression and no longer provided its original covering effect. Su Fan could even feel Lin Shushue's smooth skin directly touching him without any clothing in between. Chapter 39, the long-awaited critical hit. Su Fan wasn't frightened by the scenes in the movie, but rather by Lin Shushue suddenly pressing herself against him. He knew horror movies could be a helpful factor, but he didn't expect them to be this effective. They just pasted it over directly. Even after the most terrifying scene ended, Lin Shushue was still huddled in Su Fan's arms, still shaken. She peeked out and continued watching the movie. Su Fan behind her clearly gave her a lot of sense of security, and this time he didn't even cover his eyes with his hands. Su Fan took a deep breath. This girl really had no idea how alluring her figure was, especially at such a special distance. His breathing became heavier as he smelled the faint fragrance of hair emanating from his arms. Are you planning to keep watching like this? Lin Shushue's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. Umph. Serves you right for deliberately taking me to see a horror movie and scaring me. I'm a coward, but I love watching, so that's just how it is. In such an environment, Su Fan had no interest in watching the movie. When the movie ended, Lin Shushua had already collapsed into his arms. Her eyes held both fear and an inexplicable allure. She said weakly, "Why don't you just take me home? Leave your car there for the night. I just watched such a scary movie. I'm too scared to go back home by myself." No matter how you look at it, it's your fault, so you have to take responsibility for cleaning up the mess. Su Fan wiped his fingers with a tissue and smirked. "No problem. I guarantee I'll get you home safely." Su Fan carried Lin Shushua out of the movie theater, and the theater staff greeted them with envy. He casually spends more than his monthly salary, and he has such a beautiful female companion. He's practically a winner in life. Half an hour later, Su Fan arrived at Ningqing Yiping. He parked his car in the garage next to a villa. He glanced sideways at Lin Shushua in the passenger seat and teased, "Owning your own detached villa in a villa district. Rich lady. I don't want to work hard anymore." Lin Shushua had by then recovered from her state in the movie theater. With a lingering blush on her face, she whispered, "I'm hardly a rich woman. There are plenty of people more capable than me. Brother, I was so scared after watching the movie. Could you please go all the way and take me back to my house?" Su Fan's heart stirred slightly. It was worth it for him to become a live streamer. The opportunity to complete his charging task had finally come his way. He wasn't foolish enough to think that Lin Shushua was simply saying that out of fear. This clearly indicates that other ideas have been brewing. In Lin Shushua's heart, the extremely charming Su Fan had already broken in. She handled the contract issues with grace and efficiency, demonstrating exceptional skills as a fellow streamer, and was able to cope with unexpected situations in cinemas with ease. One thing after another gradually made her succumb. Su Fan picked up Lin Shushua in one go. With his strength, it was a piece of cake for her petite frame. Upon entering the villa, the smart home assistant, which has completed facial recognition, immediately turns on the lights. The dazzling crystal chandelier illuminates the entire living room. The house was empty except for Su Fan and Lin Shushua. This is in Ningqing Yiping, where land is extremely valuable and the average price is 270,000 yuan per square meter. It actually feels spacious and empty. Su Fan once again became acutely aware of the gap between himself and the wealthy. However, he possesses a system, so reaching that point is only a matter of time. And this time won't be too long. If he completes Lin Shushua's mission, he will immediately receive 2 million in top-tier streamer knowledge. Combined with his current net worth, he will directly break through the 5 million mark. Moreover, based on the legal knowledge gained previously, top-tier live streamers are unlikely to be lacking in knowledge as well. That's enough to make him a leader in the industry. The top position in an industry is on a completely different level from that of an ordinary person. Su Fan had already decided that once he received the reward, he would pick up the car immediately. He buys whatever car is good for picking up girls, prioritizing practicality. For him, simply enjoying life is enough to constitute hard work. Su Fan looked at Lin Shushua and slowly leaned his head closer. Noticing Su Fan's movement, Lin Shushua closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Ooh. From the moment she sat on Su Fan's lap in the movie theater, she was already mentally prepared. Since Lin Shushua started doing live streaming, she has witnessed all kinds of sweet talk. In order to protect his elder brother, he even fabricated some sweet words that he himself did not believe. But Su Fan is different. He only needed to stand in front of her and make a slight movement to give Lin Shushua a strong sense of security. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Shushua parted her lips, panting slightly. She simply couldn't resist Su Fan's skillful kissing. Her eyes were already filled with tender affection. Go back to your room first. Su Fan knew that the opportunity to complete the mission was right in front of him, but he was not impatient at all. The process was gently advanced, allowing Lin Shushua to enjoy the process. The room lights flickered. The shadows of people reflected on the wall created a primitive image. Much later, Su Fan felt the time was right. He leaned close to Lin Shushue's ear and whispered the requirements for completing the mission. Lin Shushue, whose eyes had been glazed over and lifeless, gently twisted her delicate body. Record a video? How could you have such a fetish? No, this is too shameful. Su Fan let out a threatening sound from his throat, while simultaneously cooperating with his body. Huh? What did you say? Lin Shushue immediately became obedient and put on a pitiful look. It's a deal then. You have to delete it after you finish recording. Definitely. Definitely. Then, stimulated by the mission format, even Su Fan couldn't help but gasp a few times. He shifted his focus to the mission details, which prevented him from tarnishing his reputation. After 30 seconds of the camera being turned on, the time had finally passed. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The mission rewards are being calculated. You have won 2 million yuan. You have gained knowledge from top-tier live streamers. A massive amount of knowledge flooded into Su Fan's mind, and his understanding of the live streaming industry increased at an alarming rate. After the knowledge infusion was completed, he was even convinced that he could create many streamers with millions of followers in a relatively short period of time. What others consider impossible is nothing more than a matter of course to him. With the arrival of 2 million, his assets have reached 5 million, and it is 5 million in cash flow that he can use at any time. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and slowly exhaled. He thought he had already made a lot of progress that night, but he didn't expect there to be another surprise at the end. Congratulations, host. You've successfully conceived twins in one go, triggering a triple bonus. You have won 6 million yuan. You have gained a phenomenal ability in the world of live streaming. No one understands live streaming better than you. You will always be the highest mountain and the longest river in the live streaming field. Successfully planting the seed will trigger a series of quests. The successful birth of twins may yield generous rewards such as money, property, skills, and good fortune. This will not affect the triggering of new quests. Chapter 40. Lin Shushue awakens a strange XP. Upon seeing the system notification, Su Fan's expression became excited. The last time I received a critical hit was when I was charging Chen Wanbing. There hasn't been a critical hit since then. I never expected that I would trigger another devastating blow with Lin Shushue tonight. His original income of 2 million was already a fortune, but this tripled income added another 6 million. With the original 5 million, he now has 11 million, making him a true multimillionaire. In the past, saving even 1 million was exhausting, let alone 10 million. Su Fan was overwhelmed with emotion and lowered his head to give Lin Shushue a deep kiss. She's practically a lucky charm, constantly triggering quests and critical hits. Lin Shushue raised her swan-like white neck in response to Su Fan's affection. Her head was starting to spin. The unprecedented excitement gave her a unique taste of happiness. Thinking of tonight's madness, Lin Shushue's cheeks instantly flushed. She looked at Su Fan and asked, "Where's the video you recorded?" Su Fan was taken aback. "I got so excited just now that I forgot. I'll delete it now." Then a slender, jade-like finger blocked his deletion action. Lin Shushue turned her head to the side, her voice trembling. Don't delete it yet. Let me take a look." After she finished speaking, the blush on her cheeks became even more pronounced. Su Fan realized what was happening, and a playful smile appeared on his face. I never expected someone to have such thoughts about the seemingly innocent Lin Shushue. He placed his phone in front of Lin Shushue, pressing it close to her. "What do you think?" Lin Shushue covered her eyes with her hands, peeking at the screen on her phone through her fingers. She scolded. "Look how rude you are. You don't know how to take care of a girl's feelings at all. Even if you're very capable, you can't do this." Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. My mind gradually became immersed in the picture. Su Fan smiled slightly upon seeing this. I now have a very good understanding of what it means to be a live streamer, and some of that knowledge happens to involve camera angles. Let me try it out again and see how it turns out. What? Oh my. Amid Lin Shushue's exclamation, Su Fan made full use of his newly acquired camera work knowledge to create a breathtaking masterpiece. The next morning, after one night, as soon as Su Fan woke up, he felt a heavy weight on his body. He opened his eyes and found that Lin Shushue was sleeping crookedly, with her legs draped over him. Because of the special assistance last night, even though Lin Shushue was exhausted, she still resisted stubbornly. However, It ultimately failed due to the enhanced golden kidney. Su Fan moved the white legs off her body, a movement that woke Lin Shuxue up. "Wah, brother, why did you wake up so early? You don't still have the energy, do you?" Lin Shuxue squinted, her eyes now just a thin line. She thought it would be afternoon when she opened her eyes again, but she didn't expect Su Fan to wake up in the morning. Doesn't everyone online say that men expend more energy? Why is it that she is the one who looks half dead? Could there really be such a gifted person? Lin Shushua's little head was full of question marks. Her brain, already foggy from just waking up, simply couldn't process everything. Su Fan's lips curled up slightly. "This is nothing. Even if 2 more of you came, you wouldn't be a match for me." Lin Shushua pouted and snorted, but didn't argue back. She knew Su Fan was telling the absolute truth. Besides, she's already experienced the consequences of being stubborn. Lin Shushua twisted her body, turned over, and muttered, "Fine, you win. I'm completely done with this. Just let me get some sleep, brother. I'm so sleepy. I can't even keep my eyes open." Su Fan patted Lin Shushua and laughed. "Let's see if you dare to be so stubborn again." He recalled his experience last night and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Looking at the pure and innocent Lin Shushua, it turns out that she unexpectedly discovered her little hobby of video through the mission. Hearing Su Fan's laughter, Lin Shushua seemed to recall how she was last night. She grabbed a pillow and covered her head with it. His voice, muffled by the pillow, came through, "Don't laugh. Don't think about it. Don't look. By the way, isn't my brother's car still outside? Go and drive it back right away. You can drive my Ferrari for now. I have other cars to get around in." Upon hearing this, Su Fan's lips twitched. What a Versailles this is. I don't know what kind of family Lin Shushua comes from, but she has one luxury car after another. Even the average million-follower live streamer doesn't have her kind of carefree life with villas and luxury cars. Su Fan, thinking about his current net worth of 11 million yuan, suddenly had an idea. That is, a new car. With his wealth and earning power, buying a luxury car is no problem for him at all. Luxury cars, in particular, which are easy to pick up girls, can create a virtuous cycle. The more tasks you trigger, the more money you earn. People get into luxury cars just to show off. He can not only show off by driving a luxury car, but it also has a practical purpose. It's like he's equipping himself with a better warhorse. Su Fan ran his fingers through Lin Shushua's hair and asked, "What kind of car do you think would suit me?" Lin Shushua shook her head, realizing she still couldn't escape the clutches of evil. She snorted, "A rocking horse. Let's go buy one. Renting is more cost-effective. 1 coin allows you to sit as long as you want without recognizing your family or friends." Su Fan grabbed Lin Shushua's hair, and the latter, remembering what happened to her after her hair was grabbed last night, quickly begged for mercy. "Oops, I was wrong. I think a Maybach suits my brother's style better." Su Fan then spent some more time with Lin Shushua before finally getting out of bed and leaving the house, seeing how sleepy she was. Ningxing, as a first-tier city, has 4S stores for almost all brands. Maybach, Ferrari, Bugatti Veyron, and other brands all have stores in the area. However, Su Fan doesn't need a sports car for the time being. He still prefers models with more spacious interiors and better privacy protection. After navigating to the nearest Maybach dealership, he set off in his Ferrari from the garage. As Su Fan drove along, he once again experienced the advantages of luxury cars. It can be said to bring its own fresh air feel to the road. When other car owners saw his Ferrari SF90, they all unanimously chose to give up a space. One small truck even swerved into another lane to get away from Su Fan, almost colliding with another vehicle. Judging from its posture, it clearly prefers to crash into other cars rather than a Ferrari SF90 worth at least 5 million yuan. When Su Fan drove to the Maybach 4S store, the cool and flamboyant bright red color immediately caught the attention of the sales staff inside. They were all dressed in black suits and black stockings, and they came out of the store to greet us. After all, someone who can afford this car is definitely a potential big customer. In the fiercely competitive luxury car market, it's a case of first come, first served. As soon as Su Fan got out of the car, he saw a group of warm, smiling faces. Chapter 41 Tao Xiaoming, fresh out of university. This scene, however, seemed utterly ridiculous to Su Fan. When he took out a loan to buy that old BMW, the salesperson was always indifferent to him. Asking a few more questions or haggling over the price will easily result in an impatient response. Now, if someone drives a Ferrari to look at cars, the salesperson at the store will come out to greet them before they even say a word. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" The salespeople gradually surrounded her, their perfumes almost overwhelming Su Fan. It wasn't the kind of strong, pungent perfume used to mask body odor. It was just that too many scents were mixed together, which was rather strange. Su Fan glanced at the sales staff around him. They were all women. The male salesperson guides female customers through the vehicle information within the store. Su Fan realized that this was a specially arranged match between opposite sexes. Male customers are approached by female sales staff, and female customers are approached by male sales staff. However, he was no ordinary customer. With just one glance, he had already eliminated everyone. One or two of them. The number of historical chargers and historical charging times is simply too many, almost comparable to the biological mother. In particular, the top sales figures displayed on the wall show that two indicators are leading by a significant margin. Su Fan clicked his tongue and looked at them, asking, "Are all the female sales staff in your store here?" This unexpected question caught even the salesperson, known for his eloquence, off guard. They looked at each other, confused about Su Fan's true intentions. However, thinking of Su Fan's car, they quickly replied, "Yes, sir, we are all here, ready to welcome you." Hearing this, Su Fan was somewhat disappointed. When buying a luxury car, how can you do without a girl who matches your system? Just as he was considering whether to switch to a different 4S store, a timid figure rushed out of the store. Name: Tao Xiaoming. Age: 24. Education: bachelor's degree. Height and weight: 158 centimeters, 50 kilograms. Size: B. Number of historical chargers: 0. Number of charges in history: 0. Overall rating: 70. Review: a high-quality childbearing option not to be missed. While others might wear a mature and sophisticated uniform, it looked very ill-fitting and odd on her. However, given Tao Xiaoming's temperament, especially her weak aura, she easily evokes a protective instinct in others. Su Fan finally found one of the salespeople he liked among the group of salespeople, pointed at him, and asked, "Didn't you say all the salespeople were here? Then why is there still a salesperson?" As a result, the salespeople all wore disdainful smiles, clearly indicating that they were being collectively isolated. Her? She's just a recent college graduate who doesn't know anything. Exactly. They can't even find jobs after graduating with a bachelor's degree, and they're trying to compete with us for sales jobs. They're a disgrace to college students. She can't recognize any car models, so there's no use in asking her. However, Su Fan couldn't be bothered with all that. For him, the greatest proof was simply being able to trigger the system panel. He waved to Tao Xiaoming. "You come and greet me." The rest of the sales staff looked on in surprise. It's amazing that someone actually chose this major, which is neither attractive nor professional enough. Clearly, even Tao Xiaoming herself hadn't anticipated all of this. She looked around and, finding no one else, realized that it really was her. Tao Xiaoming's eyes widened. She held up one finger and pointed at herself. "Huh? Me?" Su Fan nodded and said, "That's right, it's you. I want to buy a car, and you'll be the one to introduce it to me." Tao Xiaoming glanced timidly at her old colleague, then walked over to Su Fan's side. She had been unable to find a job since graduation, and this was one of the few moments during this time when she received recognition. Seeing this, all the sales staff looked disappointed and frustrated. "Sigh, you'll regret picking such a newbie. What a pity. I'm the store's top salesperson. I could have chatted with you, handsome. I really don't understand the vision of rich people these days." Su Fan was too lazy to dawdle. He looked at Tao Xiaoming beside him and said with a smile, "Take me into the store, don't just stand there." Tao Xiaoming quickly ran up and opened the glass shop door for Su Fan. At the same time, the system tasks in Su Fan's eyes refreshed. Random task: have Tao Xiaoming bend down and tie your shoelaces in the car. Task rewards: 150,000 coins, basic driving knowledge. He raised an eyebrow. Helping someone tie their shoelaces can earn you a reward of 150,000 yuan. Moreover, there's driving knowledge, a universal skill that can be helpful in any situation. After all, driving has become the mode of transportation for many people. With the mission in hand, Su Fan's goal became very clear. He started looking for suitable vehicles to test drive. Tao Xiaoming tried hard to recall the working methods of the veteran employees and asked, could you tell me what your needs are? Based on your needs and budget, I can recommend some suitable vehicles for you. Su Fan laughed and said, I'm mainly buying a car to pick up girls, so I can afford any budget. Tao Xiaoming was stunned. She'd never heard that answer before. If the answer is otherwise, she will simply repeat what she heard before. But how do we handle this wildly imaginative answer? Tao Xiaoming's face immediately turned dejected. Am I really useless? However, she quickly cheered up again. Tao Xiaoming led Su Fan to a classic model and introduced it. This is a Maybach S480, equipped with a powerful 3.0T L6 engine, which can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 5.8 seconds. The sound system uses the top-of-the-line Burmester sound system, with excellent sound quality. Moreover, its understated yet luxurious appearance will surely meet your needs to the greatest extent possible. As she introduced the cars, she also revealed her longing for luxury vehicles. Su Fan stroked his chin and asked, How much? Tao Xiaoming thought for a moment, her expression becoming somewhat hesitant. 1.4 million. That's the lowest price I can offer you. She didn't lie at all. She immediately quoted her bottom line, the lowest price. For this configuration and model, other salespeople usually quote 1.55 million first and then negotiate slowly. Even at the lowest price, she felt it was too expensive and not many people could afford it. Tisk, 1.4 million. Su Fan's expression was somewhat conflicted. Tao Xiaoming sighed inwardly. Just as she thought, the price was still too high. She's simply not cut out for sales. Even when she quotes the lowest price every time, she hasn't closed a single deal. But since I haven't found a job yet after graduation, I can only make do for now. Sir, it's okay if your budget is tight right now. We have other models you can look into. I guarantee that it will also meet your needs. A Maybach can take you anywhere in the world, even to the distant heart of a girl. Hearing Tao Xiaoming's words, Su Fan shrugged. Who said I'm short on budget? What's troubling me is that I've budgeted 2 million for buying a car, but how can 1.4 million be enough? Chapter 42, Bending Down to Tie My Shoelaces. Huh? Too low. Tao Xiaoming's face showed a look of surprise. She had only ever heard of deals falling through because the price was too high. This was the first time she had heard of a deal being rejected because the price was too low. Did this person's money grow on trees? After regaining her senses, Tao Xiaoming frowned and recalled the vehicle prices in the store. A car purchase budget of 2 million is more than enough for many people. However, it occupies an awkward position in the Maybach 4S store. By the S480, it only costs 1.4 million. It's too cheap. Let's move up a notch and buy the S580, which will cost another 3 million, a full 1 million over budget. Seeing that Tao Xiaoming seemed conflicted, Su Fan asked, What's wrong? Don't you have a suitable car? Then I'll go check out other stores. That being said, he certainly couldn't just leave like that. After all, the mission has already been triggered, so not doing it would be a complete waste. Su Fan had already seen the approximate price quote on his way here and specifically mentioned the figure of 2 million. He knew this was the price point between the Maybach S480 and S580. In order to close a deal, the store's sales staff will try every means to get him to increase his budget. However, with a budget of 1 million, there's a lot of room for maneuver if you want to increase it this much. As expected, Tao Xiaoming's expression turned anxious after Su Fan's feigned indifference. This was a rare opportunity for her to serve a client. Usually, her clients were snatched up by other experienced clients, so she absolutely couldn't let go of such a hard-won client so easily. Tao Xiaoming mimicked the mannerisms of other salespeople she remembered, gently leaning close to Su Fan. Sir, if you think 1.4 million is too low, we also have an S580. In terms of power, it adopts a 4.0T V8 twin-turbocharged engine and a 48V mild hybrid system, which can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 4.4 seconds, which is more in line with your masculine temperament and can also meet your needs. And there's a current promotion. With just a slight increase in the budget, we can secure it for 3 million. The faint fragrance wafted through his body, and a smile appeared on Su Fan's lips. From 2 million to 3 million. Are you sure it's just a small budget? Tao Xiaoming said awkwardly. For an ordinary person like me, it might take a lifetime to save up 1 million. But for someone like you, 1 million is just a blink of an eye. She now realizes that she wasn't shy or bad at sales. She just hadn't met the right person yet. Other customers either have beer bellies or other flaws. But Su Fan is different. He's rich, handsome, and has a great physique. She can fully utilize the communication skills she learned during training, so she doesn't need to worry about having any reservations. Su Fan leaned close to Tao Xiaoming's ear and said, "You're right, 1 million is indeed not much for me. Take me out for a test drive, and I'll think about it." Tao Xiaoming's eyes lit up, her face beaming with joy. "Yes, sir. I'm sure the performance and looks of this Maybach S580 will not disappoint you." With the engine roaring, Su Fan and Tao Xiaoming stepped on the gas and drove along the test drive route. All that was left were a group of female saleswomen who hadn't received any customers, staring blankly into the store. They each vented their dissatisfaction with a single sentence. "A newbie is a newbie. He dared to let someone rev the engine like that during a test drive. He'll be getting yelled at when he gets back." That guy looked conflicted when he first saw the S480, and he even test drove the S580. If it were me, I would have definitely told him to get lost. Young people these days have no sense of propriety. I suspect that the Ferrari SF90 at the entrance doesn't even belong to him. He's driving someone else's car. Exactly. With his charm, he could really make a living off his looks. On the other side, Su Fan was already cruising on the test drive route. He pressed the accelerator without hesitation, fully experiencing the surging power of the V8 engine. It was as if the car wasn't a test drive vehicle, but his own. Tao Xiaoming's lips trembled slightly, but she finally couldn't help but speak. "Brother, can we be a little gentler? After all, you're still considering it. If the deal doesn't go through, I'll get a real scolding from the store manager if I go back like this." She regretted it a little after getting on the bus. This guy doesn't look like he's here to buy a car. He looks more like he's addicted to drugs. Su Fan slowed down and pulled the car over to the side of the road. He took out his phone, tapped on the asset balance screen, and held it out to Tao Xiaoming. "This is only a portion of my balance. There's still a lot I haven't received. Do you think I can't afford it?" Tao Xiaoming leaned closer to look at the string of numbers and murmured, "Ones, tens, hundreds, millions, tens of millions." A sense of unreality suddenly welled up in her heart. For her, who has always kept her 5-figure bank account locked with a 6-digit password, this was the first time she had ever seen such a large number. And judging from this is only a small portion of the current balance? Tao Xiaoming took a few deep breaths and decided that she was determined to win over this high-quality client. She held Su Fan's hand and said coquettishly, "I'm sorry, brother, I was blind to your greatness. You can step on it all you want, even stand up and kick it, I won't say another word." Su Fan appeared unmoved on the surface. He was secretly overjoyed. This was an opportunity to complete his mission delivered to his doorstep. He said he could get 150,000 yuan just for having someone tie his shoelaces, and that there was still a lot he hadn't received yet, which was well-deserved. After all, there are still many items stored in the system, waiting to be earned as rewards upon completing tasks. "My shoelaces are untied. Can you tie them for me?" Su Fan's expression was indifferent, revealing neither his joy nor anger. His feet were both in the driver's seat area, not in a place where he could easily tie his shoelaces, and the shoelaces were not loose at all. Tao Xiaoming bit her lip. She bent down and leaned over. After untying the shoelaces with her 2 little hands, she retied them into a pretty bow. After doing this, she sat back in the passenger seat, looking aggrieved, and said, "It's fastened now. Are you satisfied?" "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The mission rewards are being calculated. You have received 150,000 yuan. You have gained basic driving skills." Su Fan lifted his foot and nodded in satisfaction. "The technology is good, and the service is excellent. Don't worry, I can still afford a car worth 3 million. Tao Xiaoming had completely come to believe in Su Fan's abilities. After she tied her shoelaces, she saw that Su Fan had received a text message saying he had received 150,000 yuan. She doesn't even have this much money in a whole year, and Su Fan receives so much in a single transaction. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others." Tao Xiaoming pouted as she recalled the scene of bending down and peeking out. He was clearly angry and deliberately making things difficult for her. She even suspected it was the legendary obedience test. Su Fan had no idea that the girl next to him was having so much on her mind. He was mainly focused on completing the system's tasks. With the new basic driving knowledge he had acquired, his driving experience was now at least equivalent to that of a seasoned driver who had driven for a lifetime. With a luxury car and beautiful women by his side, plus the system reward he had just received, he felt incredibly comfortable. He decisively stepped on the gas and headed back to the 4S store. Chapter 43 Top Salesperson Lu Ruyan. With the low growl of the engine, Su Fan drove back to the 4S store. He got out of the car, looked at the nervous Tao Xiaoming, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Give me the contract. I'm very satisfied." Hearing this, Tao Xiaoming finally felt relieved. A bright smile spread across her face. "Please sit in the shop and wait a moment. I'll be right back." Unable to contain her excitement, she skipped and hopped away, her ponytail bobbing with each step. As I passed by my sales colleagues, I couldn't help but give them a smug look. They always bullied her, and now she's finally closed a deal. Really? That guy who did the test drive is actually planning to buy the car. Judging from the smug look on that newcomer's face, it probably isn't fake. I misjudged him. I didn't expect him to actually be a rich person. The sales team had no chance to close a deal, so they could only huddle together and grumble. Even Lu Ruyan, one of the top saleswomen, was taken aback. Based on her extensive experience, Su Fan didn't seem like the kind of person who could own a Ferrari and buy a Maybach. Upon witnessing Su Fan's true strength, they immediately adopted a warm and enthusiastic demeanor. Lu Ruyan straightened her collar, tugged at her black stockings, and walked towards Su Fan in her high heels. Even a newbie like Tao Xiaoming can close a deal, so this man must be easy to seduce. With her top sales skills, winning over a man like that wouldn't be an easy task. "Sir, have you decided to buy the S580 model?" Lu Ruyan decided to start with an obvious, pointless statement, mainly to get a word in edgewise with Su Fan. To her surprise, Su Fan only glanced at her and didn't respond at all. "Sir, I'm one of our store's top salespeople. My sales skills are absolutely top-notch. In the 3 years since I joined the store, I've sold 37 Maybachs, which is far more experience than Tao Xiaoming, that fresh-faced student." This time, Su Fan finally reacted. He looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him with some surprise. There were 37 historical chargers and 37 historical charging times. Both are the number 37. What a coincidence. If it's as he thinks, then he's really something. Not wasting a single one, nor using too much. Su Fan glanced at them and said meaningfully, "Your professional skills are indeed top-notch." Lu Ruyan showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, she smiled and straddled Su Fan's lap. She breathed softly into his ear. "I promise you that if you choose to kick Tao Xiaoming out and replace her with me, it will be an experience you'll never forget." Su Fan used his hand to create some distance and laughed. "Sorry, you are indeed a beauty to most people, but not quite at the level that I will never forget." Tao Xiaoming also returned excitedly with the contract at this time. Upon seeing this, she immediately shouted, "You wicked woman! What are you doing to my client?" Lu Ruyan stood up, tossed her hair, and said nonchalantly, "The contract hasn't been signed yet. Who said this gentleman is necessarily your client?" Tao Xiaoming quickly walked to Lu Ruyan's side and took out the contract. "I was already printing the contract, and you still interfered? That's incredibly unprofessional." Su Fan also chimed in. Hee hee, "I'm not really interested in a top saleswoman with 37 experience points. I prefer the fresh-faced student girl you mentioned." Lu Ruyan never expected that she would be attacked by two people at the same time. This client even bluntly stated that her charm couldn't compare to Tao Xiaoming's. She glanced at the contents of the contract and immediately found a point for retaliation. "Oomph. Customers who pay in full are indeed powerful. You'd better go serve them yourself. Salespeople prefer customers to finance their purchases rather than pay in full. You can get a higher commission rate when you buy a car with a loan. Paying in full, aside from demonstrating the customer's cash flow strength, doesn't offer much benefit to sales." Tao Xiaoming bit her lip and remained silent. She never received praise from her parents when she was young, and she was also the target of rumors at school because of her good looks, which gradually led to her developing an inferiority complex and lack of self-confidence. The little bit of confidence he had painstakingly built up from closing a deal was shattered by just one sentence. At this moment, Su Fan took the contract from her hand and asked gently, "For you, what's the difference in commission between buying in full and taking out a loan?" Tao Xiaoming lowered her head and replied, "If you buy it in full, my commission will be 20,000. But if you buy it with a loan, my commission can be as high as 60,000. But this has nothing to do with you. Just do what's best for you." Upon hearing this, Su Fan silently rubbed his forehead. His actions, observed by Lu Ruyan standing nearby, only fueled his arrogance. "Sir, I know you can buy a Maybach outright, so you must be incredibly wealthy. But for us salespeople, no matter how much money we have, it's just what we see. The commission we actually receive is what truly belongs to us." Su Fan lowered his hand and sighed helplessly. Look at this top salesperson with 37 years of rich experience with eyes that show compassion for people with intellectual disabilities. "Sigh, you've been jumping around here for ages. I thought you wouldn't be that bad. Isn't it just a difference of 40,000? Xiaoming, I'll buy it in full, and I'll personally make up the 40,000 for you." Everyone present was stunned by these words, especially those salespeople who were craning their necks to listen to the chorus of wow. When they saw Lu Ruyan take the lead, they knew there would definitely be a fierce battle for clients. However, even they did not expect that this would be the final outcome. Is this the world of the rich? If you privately give them 40,000, it's the same as telling them you're only giving them 4 yuan. Lu Ruyan stammered for a long time, but despite her excellent eloquence, she couldn't utter a single word. She really couldn't figure out Su Fan's methods. Why would someone be so good to Tao Xiaoming? In what way is she inferior to Tao Xiaoming? As the protagonist of the incident, Tao Xiaoming covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. She never expected Su Fan to help her vent her anger like this. "Thank you, no? You don't have to do that." Su Fan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. He signed his name on the contract with a flourish. With his top-notch legal knowledge, he could understand a contract with just a quick glance. But in other people's eyes, signing a contract after only glancing at it is an act of extreme trust in Tao Xiaoming. Tao Xiaoming herself was flattered and overwhelmed. She said cautiously, "Why don't you take a closer look? This is a contract worth 3 million. Su Fan's lips curled into a smirk. "No need. After all, this is the contract you brought, not some top salesperson who gave it to me." He knew that expressing trust at this moment was the perfect opportunity to deepen their bond. For those who can trigger the task, it's all worthwhile, no matter how good it is to them. As expected, as soon as Su Fan said this, Tao Xiaoming's cheeks turned bright red. The system did not disappoint him. A new task has been triggered. Many children, many blessings mission. Complete a superior recharging session with Tao Xiaoming. Mission rewards, 1 million, top-tier driving knowledge. Chapter 44 The Lin Family. Su Fan was overjoyed when he saw the mission refresh. However, when he saw the superior charging, he was puzzled as to what it meant. After the system provided its explanation, his expression became somewhat subtle. All this talk about being superior and making it all mysterious, it's just about putting Tao Xiaoming on top. Su Fan looked at Tao Xiaoming's timid and petite figure and couldn't imagine such a contrasting scene for a moment. Tao Xiaoming also signed her name on the contract. She picked up the contract with both hands, looked at it as if checking its authenticity, and then turned her head to look at Su Fan. "Mr. Su, would you like a car delivery ceremony? If needed, we can arrange a car delivery ceremony for you." Hearing this question, Su Fan laughed and said, "You silly girl, of course you need it. Go and arrange it. You should at least have some sense of ceremony when you pick up a car worth 3 million. Tao Xiaoming transformed into a happy little rabbit, hopping off to prepare the balloons, firecrackers, and other decorations needed for the car delivery ceremony. Su Fan watched that lively figure from behind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a slight smile. Being young is great, full of youthful energy. However, just 10 minutes later, the youthful and energetic Tao Xiaoming became listless. She returned to Su Fan with a pitiful expression and whispered, "The props are all in the warehouse, but I don't have the key, so I might have to call out to you a couple of times for the car delivery ceremony." According to custom, regardless of who placed the order, everyone in the store is supposed to work together to prepare for the car delivery ceremony. But they don't want to help me set things up at all right now, and Lu Ruyan won't even give me the warehouse key. Su Fan narrowed his eyes. Is this never going to end? These people don't dare to mess with him, so they're targeting Tao Xiaoming. Do they really think he's made of clay? Su Fan slowly walked up to the group of female saleswomen saying nothing, but silently scanning their faces. Most of them lowered their heads timidly when they felt Su Fan's gaze. They dared to target Tao Xiaoming, but that doesn't mean they would dare to openly target a customer who drives a Ferrari SF90 and has the ability to buy a Maybach outright. Only Lu Ruyan remained unresponsive, seemingly possessing a hidden confidence. Upon seeing Su Fan, he even gave a perfunctory smile. Su Fan extended his hand to Tao Xiaoming. "Give me your phone, and I'll transfer the 40,000 yuan to you. By the way, I'll call your store manager myself and ask how I should be compensated for the current impact on my car buying experience." Upon hearing that they were to call the store manager, the sales staff's expressions changed, and they all turned to look at Lu Ruyan. Seeing that she still seemed fearless, they felt a little more at ease. Tao Xiaoming handed over her phone without saying anything more. She knew that Su Fan was mainly standing up for her, and she couldn't back down now. If she doesn't give him the phone now, he'll become the kind of person who helps his friend argue, but ends up telling his friend not to cause trouble. The 40,000 yuan was transferred without hesitation. Upon hearing the sound of 40,000 yuan arriving in her account, even Lu Ruyan's face couldn't help but twitch. Then I dialed the phone number of the manager of the Maybach 4S store. "Hello." Hearing the leisurely voice on the other end, Su Fan said coldly, "I'm not good at all. My car buying experience at your store was extremely poor. If you don't come to the store to give me a reasonable explanation, I will make your store the first Maybach 4S store to go bankrupt in Ningqing." After saying that, he hung up the phone. All he needs to do is convey the signal of dissatisfaction. The store manager would naturally try to find out exactly what happened. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Ruyan's cell phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her expression stiffening. After giving Su Fan a barely perceptible glance, he walked a distance away before answering the call. A few minutes later, she came back, her eyes now clearer, and handed her phone to Su Fan. "Our store manager has called. He wants to talk to you." Su Fan didn't answer the phone. "Put it on speakerphone. You hold it for me. I'll just talk like this." Lu Ruyan had no choice but to comply. This time, the store manager's voice was noticeably less relaxed and carefree than before. "Hello, Mr. Su. I would like to apologize to you on behalf of the store's employees. I've already scolded her, and I'll prepare the grandest car delivery ceremony for you right away. Tao Xiaoming is a new employee I hired, and Lu Ruyan and I have a, well, you know what I mean, relationship. For my sake, let her go this time." Having said all that, even Tao Xiaoming felt that the matter had to end there. After all, although she sold one item, she still couldn't compare to the top salesperson with connections. Su Fan chuckled dismissively. "No wonder she seemed so confident. So you have her backing her up, huh? But Tao Xiaoming has my backing, so your face won't work with me." As soon as he said that, there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, he spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of probing. "I don't know what kind of person Mr. Su is. I have friends in many industries, and perhaps some of them know you. I don't have many friends, so what do you say?" Su Fan's naive and clueless demeanor made the shop manager across the street start to become suspicious. He had no choice but to agree to come to the store to communicate in person. In less than 5 minutes, a Maybach S580 pulled up in front of the store. A muscular man wearing sunglasses got out of the car, glanced at the Ferrari SF90 parked next to him, and raised an eyebrow. After examining it for a while, the tiger's body trembled, and it hurriedly rushed in. The sales staff nearby all greeted the store manager with "Hello, store manager." However, he ignored them, staring intently at Su Fan, and cautiously asked, "Do you know Miss Lin Shushua?" Su Fan was puzzled, but his face remained expressionless. He simply asked, "What does this have to do with you?" The store manager smiled apologetically. It's all right. I just asked because I was being cheeky." But in his heart, he was cursing. This arrogant tone was definitely typical of the Lin family. He didn't care about the Ferrari SF90, but he couldn't forget the license plate number that belonged to Lin Shushua. He used to have a friend with a net worth of about $500 million. He wanted to make advances on Lin Shushua, a live streamer with millions of followers. As a result, he went bankrupt overnight, turning from a well-known entrepreneur in Ningqing into a debtor with tens of millions in debt. Moreover, they are completely suppressed, making it impossible for them to make a comeback. They simply cannot get up. It was only after that the Lin family, this low-profile force hidden behind Ningqing, began to emerge. Following this lead, the store manager learned a little about the terrifying nature of the Lin family through his extensive network of friends. He extended his palm and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Lu Wenjun, the store manager of this store. You can just call me Xiao Lu." Hearing this, Lu Rian felt as if the sky had fallen. Why is the usually domineering store manager acting so docile now? What kind of deity did she offend? The sales staff also looked at Su Fan with great curiosity. In their eyes, the Maybach store manager was already an unapproachable big shot. Su Fan's ability to get a big shot like the store manager to call him Little Lu means he must be someone of great importance. Chapter 45: The Distinguished Maybach Owner. Seeing the store manager's humble attitude, Su Fan narrowed his eyes. Although he had some doubts about Lin Shushua's lifestyle of luxury cars and villas, he didn't take it to heart. Seeing the store manager acting as if facing a formidable enemy simply because he drove Lin Shushua's car, I couldn't help but speculate a bit. But now is not the time to ask about this. He cleared his throat lightly. "So, how do you plan to handle today's events?" Lu Wenjun glared at Lu Ruyan, then turned to Su Fan and gritted his teeth, saying, "You will get a 20% discount on your car purchase, plus a grander car delivery ceremony. We will also give Tao Xiaoming 3 months' salary for myself and Lu Ruyan, and the other sales staff will give her 1 month's salary as compensation. Are you satisfied with this?" Even Su Fan was surprised by Lu Wenjun's handling of the situation. He was certainly decisive. The 20% discount on a car purchase is not the same as the 20% discount you get at a supermarket. That's a 20% discount, which means a direct reduction of 600,000. Not to mention, there are other sincere means of compensation. After all that, Su Fan couldn't find anything wrong with it. He pulled Tao Xiaoming to sit on the sofa and nodded, saying, "Okay, you're a smart person." Lu Wenjun was overjoyed. It seemed he had escaped this calamity. He frowned at Lu Ruyan and the others, then waved his hand. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank President Su for being so magnanimous in letting you off the hook." Lu Ruyan and the others no longer dared to put on airs and jogged over to Su Fan. "Thank you, Mr. Su. May Mr. Su's wealth flow in from all directions, and may his fortune be abundant." "Thank you, Mr. Su." They lined up to thank Su Fan, and then went to prepare for the car delivery ceremony that was unique to Su Fan. Tao Xiaoming was restless at this moment. She had initially thought Su Fan was just an ordinary, rich, and handsome guy, but the current situation tells her that he is clearly not simple at all. Lu Wenjun respectfully handed over his business card, indicating that Su Fan could call him anytime if needed. Then he happily ran off to prepare the props. He didn't want to stay any longer. Every time he stayed near Su Fan, his mind kept replaying his friend's dramatic overnight experience. For a moment, only Su Fan and Tao Xiaoming remained, sitting leisurely on the sofa. "Mr. Su, do you have some kind of powerful background?" Tao Xiaoming asked curiously. This was the first time she had ever seen such a scene, with a bunch of people running around for one person, afraid of neglecting them in any way. Su Fan's lips twitched. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't know?" "I don't believe you." Tao Xiaoming didn't expect to find out by asking casually. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to talk about. Fortunately, Su Fan didn't make any moves, which relieved her tension a lot. Su Fan picked up his phone and sent a message to Lin Shushua, then turned his head to look at the Ferrari SF90 outside the door. His understanding of Ningxing seemed to be far from superficial. "It seems we need to complete the system tasks quickly and efficiently, otherwise we'll be swallowed up by the bustling city of Ningxing sooner or later." Su Fan put his arm around Tao Xiaoming's shoulder and said with a smile, "After we pick up the car, let's go shopping at Manhua Mall together. I don't know much about fashion. Can you help me put together an outfit?" Feeling the breath so close to her, Tao Xiaoming felt dizzy and her face turned as red as if it were about to bleed. "You're already very charming. There's nothing you don't know about dressing well." I. A series of thoughts flashed wildly through her mind. There are countless speculations about Su Fan's behavior, but because of her inferiority complex and timidity, she eventually agreed. Su Fan could see Tao Xiaoming's reluctance, but since she had agreed, that was fine. With his charm and approachable nature, it's only a matter of time before he can dispel Tao Xiaoming's concerns and complete the mission. The other staff at the 4S store worked busily for nearly an hour before finally setting up Su Fan's car delivery ceremony. The store was decorated with colorful ribbons and balloons, and a red carpet led from the entrance to Su Fan's car. There were also auspicious decorative green plants hanging on both sides of the red carpet, with red envelopes on them. The ground was covered with glittering colored glitter. With music playing from the speakers, it wasn't even this grand when the store opened. Congratulations, Mr. Su, on purchasing the Maybach in full. When you sit in a Maybach, the world is your stage. Dear Maybach owner, may your future be filled with boundless stars and brilliant splendor. The roar of your Maybach will shatter all doubts. Bang, bang, bang. A series of fireworks exploded, and Su Fan arrived at the vehicle amidst the flying debris. Looking at the scene before him, he was filled with emotion. Who would have thought that before this? He was just an ordinary person who was worried about losing his job in middle age. After completing all the handover procedures, Su Fan took Tao Xiaoming and drove his newly acquired Maybach to Manhua shopping mall. As for the Ferrari at the entrance, a special luxury car was hired to drive it back to Lin Shushua's villa. He didn't plan to continue driving that Ferrari until he figured out what happened with Lin Shushua. The roar of the V8 engine gradually faded into the distance. Lu Wenjun took a deep breath and instructed, "Keep a close eye on everything before the designated driver drives away in that Ferrari. There can't be a single mistake." "Tisk, forget it. I'll keep an eye on it myself." Then he grabbed Lu Ruyan by the neck, and the others immediately moved away. "You stupid woman almost ruined my life today. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some connection with me. In Ningxing, even I have to bow and scrape to ask others for favors." That Su Fan just now, his entire aura and charm made it clear that he was no ordinary person. "Are you out of your mind to think of provoking him?" Lu Ruyan shrank her neck, not daring to say another word. She silently added Su Fan to her list of people she absolutely couldn't mess with. Lu Wenjun thought about it, and still felt a little scared. When Su Fan left, he still had a deep and wistful expression on his face. Could it be that he's planning to settle scores later? He paced anxiously back and forth in the store. "I'm planning to meet with some friends later to discuss how to ensure everything goes perfectly." Su Fan was unaware that his every move was putting immense pressure on Lu Wenjun. On his way to Wanhua shopping mall with Tao Xiaoming in his car, he once again experienced the allure of the spaciousness of a luxury car. Driving a car worth 3 million yuan is just different. The emotional value provided by the cars next to you is immense. I didn't dare get too close at all. Back when Su Fan was driving a BMW i3, he would be constantly cut off even if he left a safe distance from the car in front. Now that I drive a Maybach S580, all those people cutting in line have completely disappeared. Tao Xiaoming leaned against the car window, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked out. "Aside from accompanying you on your test drive just now, this is my first time riding in a car. Everyone is so polite. That driver even slowed down to let us pass. Everyone is maintaining a safe following distance. But why do I keep seeing other people online trying to squeeze into every available space?" Su Fan's lips curled into a smile. Is that polite? That was the oppressive feeling coming from 3 million. He glanced at Tao Xiaoming, whose face was full of curiosity, and then thought of Lin Shushua, whom the store manager was wary of, and felt a little sad about the difference between the two peers. One was riding in a car for the first time, while the other was probably already tired of driving a Ferrari SF90 worth 5 million. We need to find an opportunity to figure out exactly what the store manager is worried about. Chapter 46 is more humane. The journey was smooth, and Su Fan quickly brought Tao Xiaoming to Wanhua shopping mall. He remembered there was an Armani clothing store on the same floor as the gold shop, where he had bought the gold inlaid jade bracelet last time. So he parked his car in his VIP parking space and went straight upstairs. As soon as I entered the store, a staff member came up to greet me. "Honorable VIP Mr. Su, welcome to the Armani boutique. How can I help you?" Su Fan looked at the familiar figure in front of him, which was completely different from the image he remembered. For a moment, I almost didn't recognize them. "Are you Zhang Qian, the employee from the jewelry store before?" Zhang Qian smiled and nodded. "Yes, I was fired from the jewelry store for some reason. Now I've gone through some trouble to get a job at an Armani boutique. You don't need to worry about the service attitude. I have realized my mistake after the last incident. If you have any unpleasant experiences during your next shopping trip, you are welcome to file a complaint against me, but I hope my service has satisfied you." If I am complained about twice by the esteemed VIPs of Manhua shopping mall, then no matter what methods I use, it will be to no avail. Looking at the gentle and patient Zhang Qian in front of him, Su Fan couldn't connect her with the person she used to be. It seems they suffered a significant setback in the last gold-buying incident. Anyway, Zhang Qian had already been punished last time, and now she seemed to have reformed, so Su Fan wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for her by using his VIP status. He glanced at Tao Xiaoming beside him and smiled. What kind of outfit do you think suits me best? If you satisfy me in the end, I can reimburse you for all your shopping expenses at the mall today. Tao Xiaoming's eyes suddenly lit up, almost as if they were shining. Oh my god, really? There's a dress shop in Manhua shopping mall that I've been eyeing for a long time, but the dresses there are expensive, and some are even said to be reserved by VIPs. I can only look on longingly every time. You're a VIP too. Hee. So can you pre-order pretty dresses too? Although Su Fan was a VIP, he didn't really understand his privileges, so he could only look to Zhang Qian next to him. Zhang Qian immediately understood his meaning and replied, Of course, Mr. Su. As a distinguished VIP of Manhua shopping mall, such a small matter is naturally no problem for you. If Mr. Su wishes, you can even ask the store to clear out non-member customers to create a private and comfortable shopping atmosphere for you and your female companion. Tao Xiaoming blushed when she heard the words, female companion. She quickly made an excuse to go pick out clothes and left. Su Fan nodded at Zhang Qian with satisfaction. She seemed to have become much more intelligent now. If you had adopted this attitude towards customers earlier, you wouldn't have needed to cause trouble. Mr. Su, what do you think of this one? Tao Xiaoming picked up a piece of clothing and swung it around, then poked her head out from behind the clothes rack and shouted. Su Fan's promise clearly energized her, and she couldn't wait to finish choosing her clothes and go look at the dresses. Su Fan walked over with a smile, but after seeing the full view of the garment, his grin immediately disappeared. This is way too short. If I wore it, it would probably only cover my pectoral muscles. Tao Xiaoming bit her lip, glanced around restlessly, and muttered something under her breath. You've got muscles anyway. What's wrong with showing a little bit? However, she was very clear about her status and position. Today, she was mainly there to accompany Su Fan, a VIP, so she naturally had to follow the VIP's preferences. Tao Xiaoming bounced around in the store and soon picked out 4 or 5 outfits, which she then carried in front of Su Fan. Hee. I feel that Mr. Su looks good in anything. These must be the best of the best. Su Fan pointed at Tao Xiaoming with his finger. You really have a sweet tongue. Go look at your little dresses later and buy whatever you like. Don't be shy. Tao Xiaoming jumped up excitedly. Yay! Mr. Su is indeed handsome and kind-hearted. Then try these first, and I'll go find some more for you. At first, Su Fan didn't realize the significance of the words, go find it, until he couldn't find a replacement, at which point he quickly called a halt. Wait, Xiaoming, don't move it. I asked you to choose clothes, not to have a clearance sale. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaoming pouted and reluctantly put down the clothes in her hand. I'm just telling the truth. With your model-like figure, you look good in anything, and many of the clothes here would suit you. Su Fan shook his head helplessly and began to change his clothes. However, it must be said that what Tao Xiaoming said was indeed the truth. When Su Fan came out after changing clothes, every outfit seemed to be tailor-made for him. He could make a living based on his looks without even needing to wear makeup. Tao Xiaoming and Zhang Qian stared wide-eyed. While Su Fan was changing and admiring his clothes, Tao Xiaoming walked up to Zhang Qian, her face full of smugness. How about it? Isn't my taste good? With so many outfits to choose from, I'm sure Mr. Su's charm and charisma will be elevated to a whole new level. Zhang Qian crossed her arms in front of her legs and smiled gently. You have excellent taste. No wonder Mr. Su brought you here. Looking at the energetic little girl in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lin Shushua from last time, and this little sister, are both incredibly beautiful. Even though she was a woman, she was still a little envious of Su Fan's life. Su Fan tried on all 10 outfits that Tao Xiaoming had selected, and each one fit him perfectly. His temperament also matches his personality. This presented Tao Xiaoming with a dilemma. Because the cheapest set here costs 4,000 yuan, and the more expensive ones cost tens of thousands. If we get all of them, it will be nearly 80,000 yuan. She helped me pick these out. I hope she didn't think they were too expensive. Tao Xiaoming felt like she was going crazy just thinking about spending 80,000 yuan on clothes alone during a single shopping trip. Just as she was about to take the most expensive sets, Su Fan casually tossed them to Zhang Qian. I want all of those I just tried on, wrap them up. Zhang Qian's face beamed with a bright smile. Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. She should have received around 4,000 yuan in commission, which is equivalent to a month's worth of clothing sales income. This is why she tried every means to stay at Manhua shopping mall. Tao Xiaoming stared in astonishment as Su Fan casually swiped his card to withdraw 80,000 yuan. Today, Su Fan completely changed her views on consumption. Buying a car for 3 million and clothes for 80,000. Are they using the same currency? Mr. Su, what do you do for a living? She asked the question that had been nagging at her. Su Fan stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Strictly speaking, it should be considered as a two-pronged approach of financial investment and physical labor, to obtain greater rewards with relatively low economic and physical effort. Tao Xiaoming looked at her with admiration. That sounds amazing. No wonder you're so outstanding. Su Fan smiled outwardly, but inwardly he was full of complaints. Anyway, the main thing is to complete system tasks to get task rewards, so there's nothing wrong with what he said, right? After packing all the clothes, Zhang Qian smiled and asked, would you like to take them all at once after you've finished shopping at the mall, or would you like to take them now? Tao Xiaoming volunteered and jumped out. I'll take it. Let's hurry up and buy a little dress. Su Fan patted Tao Xiaoming's head helplessly. They have dedicated staff to serve them. You don't need to do it yourself. He turned to Zhang Qian and said, after I finish shopping, take us to my private parking space together. Tao Xiaoming covered her head with both hands. I'm only 1.5 meters tall, and you hit me on the head. How would I know what the extravagant lifestyle of you VIPs is like? I don't care. I've completed my mission. You have to keep your promise and take me to buy a dress. Chapter 47 Tao Xiaoming, the JK girl with inferiority complex. Su Fan couldn't help but smile as he looked at Tao Xiaoming's energetic appearance. Arriving at the skirt shop that Tao Xiaoming had mentioned, Su Fan discovered that it was filled with all kinds of JK girl skirts. He originally thought it was a dress or something similar. Tao Xiaoming's eyes were already shining. She dashed into the store and looked around, occasionally touching her favorite JK uniform. The sales assistant in the store wanted to remind Tao Xiaoming not to get too excited, but after seeing Su Fan, she immediately put on a professional smile. Hello, Mr. Su. How can I help you? Su Fan waved his hand. I don't know anything about JK clothing here. Just explain it to me if you ask. Okay, Mr. Su. In just a few minutes, Su Fan and the sales assistant had exchanged a few words, and Tao Xiaoming already had 3 JK girl skirts and corresponding outfits in her hands. She waved to Su Fan. Brother, could you keep an eye on the locker room door for me? Just don't let anyone else in. Seeing that Su Fan was guarding the door of the changing room, she felt relieved and went in to change her clothes. However, the soundproofing in the locker room was practically non-existent. Su Fan stood outside the door and could hear clearly the rustling sound of clothes being taken off inside. This girl really doesn't treat him like an outsider. Su Fan could clearly feel that as soon as they entered the JK store, the distance between Tao Xiaoming and him shortened considerably. At this rate, it seems like it'll be soon that I can complete a superior recharging session with Tao Xiaoming. The reward of 1 million and top-level driving knowledge can easily make up for the effort put into Tao Xiaoming. Therefore, he doesn't need to worry about gains and losses like some couples do. His efforts are never ignored. They are simply returned as cold, hard rewards. Squeak. The door to the locker room behind me opened. After changing into a JK, Japanese schoolgirl, skirt, Tao Xiaoming walked to the dressing mirror and twirled around to admire herself. Then, showing off to Su Fan, she said, Tada, how about it? Doesn't this JK outfit suit me perfectly? Su Fan looked at the JK girl in front of him with some surprise in his eyes. It has to be said that the clothes she wore to work before completely masked Tao Xiaoming's good looks. Wearing a JK skirt, her youthful and vibrant aura is simply overwhelming. Su Fan pinched Tao Xiaoming's cheek and laughed. I didn't expect you to like this kind of clothing. It suits your looks and temperament very well. Tao Xiaoming, caught up in the moment, made no move to dodge. She smugly hummed, I still have 2 more sets to choose from. The area outside the dressing room next turned into a fashion show for models. The only difference is that the main characters in the costume change have changed from models and bizarre outfits to Tao Xiaoming and JK clothing. Every time she puts on a new JK skirt, she can completely show Su Fan her youthful energy. Her calves were always hidden from the JK skirt, appearing white and slender. Some JK skirts are paired with tops that are too short, and occasionally, they will inadvertently reveal the girl's slender waist. As she tried on and showcased one JK skirt after another, Tao Xiaoming went from being somewhat blushing and shy to completely letting loose. She changed into her last outfit and looked at Su Fan with pitiful eyes. "Brother, I really love the little dresses you just tried on." Su Fan understood immediately and waved his hand, saying, "If you like them, then buy them all." "Wow, my brother is the best." Tao Xiaoming excitedly jumped to Su Fan's side, grabbing his arm and shaking it back and forth. She never imagined she would have such a dreamlike scene. Not only can she get the JK skirt she's been eyeing for a long time, but she also has a handsome and charming man accompanying her shopping at the mall, who is also a VIP at Manhua Mall. Su Fan was delighted when he saw Tao Xiaoming's expression. When he was at the 4S store, he always felt that Tao Xiaoming had a kind of defeated and inferior temperament. Getting a girl like this to achieve a superior level of self-improvement is no easy feat. Thankfully, after a baptism of financial power, it's finally all sorted out. The sales assistant scanned the price tags while looking at Tao Xiaoming with envy. She actually had some impression of Tao Xiaoming. This girl would always linger outside the store, her eyes shining as she looked at the JK skirts displayed inside. Sometimes when you come into the store, either you ask the price and that's it, or you can't buy anything without a VIP membership. You are so lucky to have met Mr. Su. Some styles are exclusively for VIPs, so we can only tell non-VIP customers that they have already been reserved. The sales assistant explained why she had previously refused Tao Xiaoming, in order to avoid being held accountable later. Things are different now. She didn't want to offend a female companion brought by a VIP from Wanhua shopping mall. Tao Xiaoming didn't care at all. She had no idea that her desire for JK uniforms in the store was so obvious that the sales assistant remembered it. As she watched the constantly fluctuating price numbers, her excitement gradually faded. When the number finally settled at $68.99, Tao Xiaoming looked at Su Fan with a troubled expression. Did I spend too much? For her, this was equivalent to a month's salary. Even if she doesn't sell a single car, it could be more than her monthly salary. Su Fan ruffled Tao Xiaoming's hair and said with a smile, "It's just a small amount of money, as long as you're happy." He paid casually and left the store with Tao Xiaoming, who had become somewhat silent. Upon arriving at the VIP parking space, the newly purchased clothes and JK uniform had already been delivered to the vehicle, and someone was guarding them. Looking at Tao Xiaoming, who seemed rather depressed, Su Fan said helplessly, "6,000 really isn't much to me. You don't need to feel guilty." Tao Xiaoming pouted, her mind still replaying the scene from just now. The beautiful clothes she once longed for were now available to her to choose from, and she couldn't control her spending desires. She only realized what was happening when she paid the bill. Spending over 6,000 yuan on clothes was simply unimaginable for her. The money Su Fan spent before was all for his own use. Tao Xiaoming was merely shocked by the extravagance of the wealthy. Now that the money is being spent on myself, that feeling of unreality is strongest. The mental anguish she suffered from working herself to the bone for a month was nothing more than a trivial matter that Su Fan could casually swipe away to pay. Tao Xiaoming looked up at Su Fan and asked, "Do I really deserve you being this good to me?" Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Su Fan pulled Tao Xiaoming into his arms. He rested his chin on her head and gently stroked it. "Don't overthink it. Of course you deserve it. You have a lot of things, it's hard to carry them all. Let me take you home." Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaoming's confusion vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sense of inferiority. I can just take a taxi home myself. I live in an urban village, one of those buildings where the sun never shines and the buildings are so cramped you could barely stand. Someone as rich as you probably wouldn't be able to adapt." Su Fan curled his finger and flicked Tao Xiaoming's forehead. "Ouch, what are you doing?" Tao Xiaoming covered her forehead, her eyes filled with sorrow. Su Fan unlocked the vehicle and got into the driver's seat. "What nonsense are you talking about every day? When I first came to Ningqing, I also lived in an urban village. Get on the bus, let's go home. Chapter 48, the urban village I lived in before. Under Su Fan's insistence, Tao Xiaoming had no choice but to reveal where she lived. Group 6, Lingxiu Village. What a coincidence. I used to live in that same urban village. Su Fan raised an eyebrow and started his Maybach, following the navigation. He never expected to hear the name of the urban village where he used to live again, let alone from Tao Xiaoming. He had a deep impression of the kind of life he used to live in, where buildings were so close together that people could shake hands with each other. A dark and damp alley, a room where the lights have to be on all day, and extremely poor soundproofing. After receiving a pay raise, Su Fan's first act was to forget his roots and move away from Group 6 of Lingxiu Village. Thanks to the driving skills rewarded by the system, he efficiently and safely navigated the winding, narrow roads of the urban village, where ghost peaks would occasionally appear out of nowhere. The Maybach logo drew curious glances from many passersby. After all, luxury cars of this caliber are usually only found in wealthier areas. Locations like those in urban villages, where monthly rent is only a few hundred yuan, have absolutely no connection to Maybachs that cost millions of yuan. The road ahead is narrow, so I'll just park here. After Su Fan turned off the engine, he saw that Tao Xiaoming in the passenger seat was full of surprise. Her little mouth was open wide, which was very cute. For some reason, Su Fan had a mischievous thought of stuffing an egg into her mouth. How? How did you know the road ahead was narrow? Now navigation systems can even show the width of the road? Faced with Tao Xiaoming's disbelief, Su Fan laughed and said, because I used to live near these buildings, and I had to be very careful even when riding an electric bike around a corner. Looking at the dense buildings around him that remained largely unchanged, he was suddenly struck by a sense of things being different now. The former tram driver is now revisiting the same place in a Maybach. The car is now off, and the only way to see inside is with the help of the light coming in from outside. Tao Xiaoming looked at Su Fan's profile, feeling very conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, she timidly asked in a low voice, Could you help me carry my things upstairs? I'm afraid I can't carry it all, and you've been shopping for so long. You must need to sit down and rest for a bit. Su Fan's lips curved into a smile. The reason he hadn't spoken was that he was waiting for Tao Xiaoming to make her own choice. With a personality like hers, the more you push her, the more likely she is to resist due to her low self-esteem. At that point, forget about charging your phone at a higher level. You won't even be able to go upstairs. Fortunately, the superb combination of financial power and charm still has a significant effect. Let's go. Maybe you and I even live in the same building. Su Fan casually picked up the little dresses and followed Tao Xiaoming to the building where she lived. This time, even he showed a surprised expression, because Tao Xiaoming and he used to rent the same building. In such a large city as Ningxing, a metropolis with millions of people, there is such a coincidence. Just as the two were about to go upstairs, a piercing electric scooter horn blared. What followed was a series of rough and irritable shouts. Who the hell parked their car in front of my shop? Get out here right now. I still need to open my small fried chicken shop to take delivery orders. You've ruined my big business deal. Can you afford to compensate me for the loss? Su Fan frowned, not expecting that someone would arrive less than a minute after he stopped. He had no choice but to return to the parking spot with Tao Xiaoming. There was a fat, tattooed man wearing a faded, loose blue vest, baggy shorts, and slippers, smoking a cigarette and cursing. They were frantically honking their electric scooter horns while simultaneously spewing out offensive language. Ordinary people would never dare to disturb the peace like this at night. But this tattooed fat man had a few experiences of being provided with food and lodging, and he bragged about it all the time, so he was very confident. He spotted Su Fan and Tao Xiaoming approaching at a glance and asked impatiently, Is this your car? Get the hell out of here right now. If this piece of junk dares to park in front of my shop, I'll smash it to pieces. Tao Xiaoming looked at the tattooed fat man and shrank behind Su Fan in fear, not daring to speak. Su Fan, who was closer, also recognized who this foul-mouthed person was. When he used to live here, this tattooed fat guy who ran a fried chicken shop worked here. I didn't expect it to still be open. The tattooed fat man's small fried chicken shop was so tiny that you couldn't even see it unless you looked closely. Fatty one, you can try smashing my beat-up car. I'd like to see if you can afford to lose money if you sell your small fried chicken shop. Su Fan gestured for them to proceed. This tattooed fat guy is quite an oddball, with his large physique and personality. His name is Wenruo, meaning weak and uneducated. When Su Fan found out, he was speechless. Fatty Wen was known for his volatile temper, and upon hearing Su Fan's words, his expression immediately turned furious, not even noticing the nickname Fatty Wen. Damn it, you really think I wouldn't dare to smash it? Let me tell you, I'm going to smash your car. After saying that, Fatty Wen picked up a stone from the roadside and was about to put it on the car. Just then, Su Fan pressed the car key. The headlights and taillights flashed, not very bright, but enough to illuminate the Maybach emblem. Fatty Wen's entire body of fat trembled, and the stone in his hand fell directly to the ground. Holy crap! The car logo looks like a rice dumpling, a Maybach. His hands trembled as he rummaged in his pocket a few times before finally pulling out a cigarette and handing it to Su Fan. With a face full of fat, he forced a smile and said, "Brother, I was a little loud just now. Have one. If you had told me earlier that you drive a Maybach, I wouldn't have said anything. I would have just made you park it for one night, and that would have been fine." Su Fan did not accept the cigarette and stood quietly in place. He saw the fat man's humble appearance, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "Fatty One, you weren't like this when you were forcing me to move out." The biggest reason he moved away from here, besides the pay raise, was the fat man in front of him. Fatty One insisted that the room Su Fan rented was destined to be his, and that it would boost the fried chicken shop's business. So he used every means to force Su Fan to give up renewing the lease. This includes, but is not limited to, throwing smelly garbage at the door, using super glue to seal the keyhole, and knocking on the door in the middle of the night. As soon as Su Fan's salary increased, he immediately moved out without looking back. People who consider getting free room and board as an honorable achievement are definitely not people that an ordinary citizen like him could afford to mess with. But things are different now. With money, power, and a system at his disposal, and his old enemies and thugs coming to his doorstep, this is a golden opportunity he can't afford to miss. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, Fatty Wen narrowed his eyes and frowned as he sized up Su Fan. Finally, his pupils contracted sharply, and he asked uncertainly, "Are you that kid from before, the one whose surname is Su or something?" The more he looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. After confirming his identity, his expression became even more incredulous. "Damn it, aren't you supposed to be a beast of burden, a laborer? You'd be lucky to earn half as much as my fried chicken shop in a month. How could you possibly afford a Maybach?" Chapter 49. Arriving at Tao Xiaoming's house. After recognizing Su Fan, Fatty Wen took back the cigarette he had offered and tucked it behind his ear. He spat out the cigarette he had been smoking, flicking the butt towards Su Fan. "Yeah, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's just the little trash who was scared out of his wits back then. With your life, this Maybach badge is either fake or rented. You think you can scare me?" When Fatty Wen thought about how humble he had just acted, a surge of anger immediately rose in his heart. He strode aggressively towards Su Fan, which frightened Tao Xiaoming so much that she clung tightly to Su Fan. However, just as Fatty Wen's hand was about to slap out, Su Fan grabbed it. With a cracking sound of bones breaking, Fatty Wen knelt on the ground, his face contorted, one hand still being held by Su Fan, as if his massive size advantage had never existed. "Ouch! Ouch! Let go right now. Gala! You little brat. If I don't crush you when I get my hands free, I'll change my surname to yours." However, after struggling for a while, Fatty Wen finally realized in despair that the docile and trouble-averse Niu Ma in his memory had become someone he couldn't afford to mess with. He clutched his completely limp hands, the mask of pain firmly pressed against his face. "Big brother. Brother Su, I was wrong, okay? Let go. Let go. I really know I was wrong." After being arrogant for so many years, he actually fell into the hands of a once insignificant kid. Fatty Wen felt as upset as if he had eaten shit. But faced with reality, he had to accept this fact. Su Fan disgustedly released Wenpengzi's hand, and the latter immediately covered his palm, arched his body, and rolled around on the ground frantically. Tao Xiaoming handed over a tissue at just the right moment. After wiping his hands, Su Fan threw the crumpled paper at Fatty Wen's face. "You used a lot of tricks to disgust me back then. Consider this as interest. I'll come back to collect some new interest when I'm in the mood." He walked to the convenience store next door, where the owner was one of the very few people in the neighborhood who weren't afraid of Fatty One. The downside is that it only cares about money. Its advantage is that it only cares about money. Su Fan casually swiped 2,000 yuan, pointed to his Maybach, and said, "Boss, could you please watch my car for me tonight, and keep an eye on Fatty One while you're at it?" The convenience store owner raised an eyebrow, his previously stern expression instantly transforming into a bright smile. "Roger that. The way you handle things when you drive a Maybach is something else. I always thought you were an extraordinary person. I promise I'll keep a close eye on the car and Fatty One." Then, he glanced at Tao Xiaoming, who was following behind Su Fan, and looked at Su Fan with a meaningful gaze. "Ahem, I feel a little guilty accepting 2,000 yuan, but you might find this useful. Of course, it would be even better if we didn't need to." Su Fan's lips twitched as he looked at the round, chewing gum the convenience store owner shoved into his hand. Tao Xiaoming glanced at it curiously and immediately blushed. She hid behind Su Fan and gently pinched his waist. Su Fan was helpless. He was injured even while lying down. "But the convenience store owner only gave me 5, which is really disrespectful." Fatty One covered his hands and huddled on the ground. After resolving the unexpected incident, Su Fan finally arrived at Tao Xiaoming's room. Although it's just a single room, it's decorated with a very girly and cozy atmosphere. The bed was piled with cute dolls of all sizes, the blanket was pink, and there were comic book posters on the walls. Even the bowls and chopsticks on the table are printed with brown bear patterns. Tao Xiaoming looked around the room and said apologetically, "No one usually comes here, so I didn't buy a stool to save money. You're the first person to come to my house. Otherwise, you can just sit on the bed. That's how I usually sit." Since Tao Xiaoming had said so, Su Fan didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down on the bed. It's soft and fluffy, and the touch is quite comfortable. Tao Xiaoming carefully put away her newly bought JK skirt and then sat on the bed. She rested her chin on her hands, her bright eyes looking at Su Fan. "I feel so safe with you by my side. I wish you had been here a while ago. There's a pervert in the building across the street who keeps harassing me. He throws notes from across the street to my place. They're either typos or his contact information on them." My exhaust fan was pointing directly at him, so there was no way to stop him. After contacting the landlord and professionals, that pervert finally moved out. Upon hearing this, Su Fan gently pulled Tao Xiaoming's head close and let her rest her head on his shoulder. "It's okay, just call me if something like this happens again." "No, I'll buy a new apartment in the new complex tomorrow and move in right away. And you'll also need to be assigned a female bodyguard." Su Fan gently ran his fingers through Tao Xiaoming's silky hair, pondering the arrangements in his mind. Xiao Muin currently lives next door to him in the apartment complex, so she's not in a hurry to move. Chen Wanbing's words have already dealt a heavy blow to the twins, and they will have to arrange to move. Song Qingyu's place wasn't very nice either, and being such a penny pincher, she was reluctant to spend money on herself, so she had to move. As for Lin Shushua, images of the empty detached villa, the Ferrari SF90, and the reaction of Lu Wenjun, the manager of the Maybach 4S store, flashed through Su Fan's mind, but he decided to wait and see. He still doesn't understand what's going on. But no matter Lin Shushua's situation, or how noble and special her status was, it still dealt a devastating blow to his twins. Once the situation is clear, everyone will be treated equally. The chance encounter with Fatty One tonight also served as a reminder to Su Fan. You never know which will come first, tomorrow, or an accident. To ensure your peace of mind, it's quite necessary to arrange personal bodyguards for your female companions. He has his own system, so there's no need to worry. Just protect these weaknesses. After some thought, Su Fan decided to find a reliable female security company tomorrow and find a suitable female bodyguard. After finding a female bodyguard, then go and choose your favorite house. He still has 8.63 million yuan on hand. Although he can't afford a house in Ningqing Yiping for the time being, it's enough to find a house in another community. Moreover, a 1 million reward is within easy reach. Su Fan noticed that Tao Xiaoming, who was leaning on his shoulder, was breathing rapidly and her body temperature was rising. With his experience, he certainly knew what was going on. Su Fan pinched Tao Xiaoming's chin with his hand and kissed her directly. The inexperienced Tao Xiaoming gripped Su Fan tightly with her small hands, her whole body tense. Those beautiful, captivating eyes were slightly red, with a hint of mist in them. Huff, huff. Tao Xiaoming's neatly tied ponytail came undone, and her disheveled hair hung down in front of her chest. Just as Su Fan reached behind her, preparing to make his next move, she suddenly grabbed Su Fan with her small hand. Brother, don't you think I'm too easy? Su Fan smiled gently and kissed Tao Xiaoming's smooth forehead. He knew that if not handled properly, Tao Xiaoming, who had low self-esteem, might be left with psychological trauma. So Su Fan hugged Tao Xiaoming tightly, as if he wanted to meld her into his body. Won't. It's because I'm too charming. I know you only become like this in front of me. Hearing Su Fan take the blame, Tao Xiaoming, who had been tense, immediately relaxed and fully felt the pressure from Su Fan. She nestled into Su Fan's arms, a slight smile playing on her lips. What's so charming about you? Narcissist. Chapter 50. Winning over Tao Xiaoming. Having completely opened her heart, Tao Xiaoming gradually became more proactive, instead of being initially nervous. Before Su Fan could make any further moves, she had already undressed and even took out the round chewing gum that the convenience store owner had given her from Su Fan. Tao Xiaoming lightly bit her lip and spat out a mouthful of saliva. You men are all birds of a feather. You can reach a consensus on this kind of thing even though you don't know each other. Su Fan chuckled and gently pressed down on Tao Xiaoming's hand, which was about to tear open the packaging. Did you hear him say that it would be better not to use it? Tao Xiaoming, who had initially taken the initiative, suddenly stiffened. She turned her head to the side, her eyes darting around. I don't want to. If you really want to do that, we'll have to wait until later. I need to take precautions the first time. Su Fan's lips curled up. Anyway, that wasn't the mission. It's easy to handle if you just point out one unacceptable issue first, and then move on to the next one that's easier to accept. Then he whispered in Tao Xiaoming's ear. Then let's not do that. Let's try to be superior. A hint of doubt appeared in Tao Xiaoming's eyes. What do you mean by being superior? After Su Fan finished explaining with a wicked smile, her brain completely shut down. Shall I do it? For someone like Tao Xiaoming, who used to live with low self-esteem, she never imagined that she would be in a dominant position. Her beliefs were immediately and deeply shaken, and it took her a long time to calm down. Su Fan placed his hands on her soft waist, signaling her to be brave. Guided by Su Fan, Tao Xiaoming let out a gasp, marking the completion of the mission. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The mission rewards are being calculated. You have won 1 million yuan. You have gained top-level driving knowledge. Su Fan used to hate the poor soundproofing in the urban village because he could always hear some strange noises. Now he has finally become one of them. Tao Xiaoming had never had this experience before, and the first challenge she faced was a top-tier boss like Su Fan, who possessed the golden kidney enhancement. The sound that pierced through the walls of the urban village finally stopped 2 hours later. Tao Xiaoming lay limply on Su Fan's body, her hair disheveled, and she fell into a deep sleep in less than a minute. As Su Fan absorbed the new knowledge in his mind, he once again deeply appreciated the power of the system. If his previous basic driving knowledge was equivalent to that of a seasoned driver who had driven all his life, then he has now reached a level that even top race car drivers cannot reach. Su Fan can handle every car in the world as easily as he would his own arm. He can even perfectly simulate the feeling of driving with his eyes closed. You can gently run over a lighter with a car tire without damaging it, drive around a row of eggs without crushing them, and overtake with a razor blade. All sorts of operations that are difficult for ordinary people to perform are easy for Su Fan. Now we have another 9.63 million. The money for a Maybach is almost back in no time. Su Fan gently pinched the sleeping Tao Xiaoming. This is just the beginning. Once he becomes more familiar with the game, if he keeps looking for opportunities to trigger critical hits, the speed at which he receives rewards will only increase again, and the rewards will double with each critical hit. You ended it as soon as it started? Listen to what they were making. Can't you act like a man? Sigh, I'm not feeling well today. Next time for sure. Besides, that commotion just now was obviously a recording. How could anyone have that kind of fighting ability? I heard arguing coming from next door. It sounded like a young couple. Full of energy, Su Fan rested his hands on his head and quietly ate the melon. He glanced at Tao Xiaoming, who was fast asleep, and a smile appeared on his lips. The next morning, the once tidy room, full of girlish charm, has been completely ruined by Su Fan. Everywhere, there was a chaotic scene of disorder being broken. Tao Xiaoming looked tired. Her lips were pursed, and her fingers kept fiddling with the JK uniform she had bought yesterday. My white shirt, my JK plaid skirt, my bow tie, my white stockings. Wah, you've ruined everything. Su Fan stood to the side, looking smug and full of energy, showing no remorse whatsoever. Hee, I can't help myself. I can't help myself. It's okay. I'll take you to buy a whole bunch of new ones when I have time. There'll be so many that they'll never all be ruined. Tao Xiaoming's heart was broken, and Su Fan's empty promises couldn't heal her wounds. The pretty JK skirts she picked out yesterday have been completely ruined 4 times over the course of yesterday and today. It's truly exhausting, both physically and mentally. She chose to bury herself under the covers. A muffled voice came from under the covers. Brother, please let me go. All I want to do right now is get a peaceful sleep. I'm so exhausted. Su Fan sighed helplessly. How lonely it is to be invincible. Only when Tao Xiaoming and the others have all moved to the same neighborhood will they be able to put up a fight against me. Now all we can do is understand their pleading for mercy one by one. A soft snore came from the bed. The person must have been really exhausted to fall asleep so quickly. If Tao Xiaoming is woken up again, she will definitely turn into a resentful, scratchy little cat once more. Su Fan had no choice but to find a reliable female security company on his own. He returned to where he had parked the night before and was stunned by what he saw. A chain stretched from the convenience store down the floor and eventually landed on Fatty One. The once arrogant and domineering Fatty One was now filled with fear. He stared intently at the convenience store, as if afraid the owner would come out. So much so that even when Su Fan approached, Fatty One didn't notice. By the time he noticed Su Fan, his crotch was already soaked. Brother Su, you're my older brother. I know I was wrong, and I will definitely be a better person from now on. I even changed the oil for frying chicken every day, instead of changing it once a week like before. I didn't have a choice before, but now I just want to be a good person. Fatty One's sincere words made Su Fan even more curious about what had happened. He walked to the convenience store and knocked on the door. The convenience store owner immediately sprang up from his recliner. He glanced outside and rubbed his hands excitedly. How about the boss driving the Maybach? I took good care of the car and the person for you, so that 2,000 yuan wasn't wasted, was it? Su Fan looked at him meaningfully and smiled. It was definitely worth the money. The boss is a master who lives in seclusion in the city. The person in front of me must be quite capable to make Fatty One behave like this. The convenience store owner, seemingly oblivious, whistled as he unlocked the chain and pulled it back. After retrieving the iron chain, he said to Su Fan, "Don't misunderstand. It was because Fatty One said he had never worn a big gold chain before, and it was a bit of a regret. So I came here to fulfill his dream. But I don't have a gold chain that big, so I'll just make do with an iron chain, which is thicker and heavier." Hearing such blatant lies, Su Fan shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't dig too deep, since everyone has their own secrets. The most urgent thing is to find a reliable female security company.